Produced
This is Audible.
Bioshock, Rapture, by John Shirley. Narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Copyright 2011 by Take-Two Interactive Software Incorporated. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with St. Martin's Press and was produced in the year 2012 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Prologue. Fifth Avenue, New York City, 1945. Sullivan, chief of security, found the great man standing in front of the enormous window in his corporate office. The boss was silhouetted against city lights. The only other illumination was from a green-shaded lamp on the big glass-top desk across the room, so that the great man was mostly in shadow, hands in the pockets of his crisply tailored suit jacket as he gazed broodingly out at the skyline. It was 8 o'clock, and Chief Sullivan, a tired middle-aged man in a rain-dampened suit, badly wanted to go home, kick off his shoes, and listen to the fight on the radio. But the great man often worked late, and he'd been waiting for these two reports. One report in particular Sullivan wanted to have done with, the one from Japan. It was a report that made him want a stiff drink, and fast, but he knew the great man wouldn't offer him one. The great man was how Sullivan thought of his boss, one of the richest, most powerful men in the world. The term was both sarcastic and serious, and Sullivan kept it to himself. The great man was vain and quick to sense the slightest disrespect. Yet sometimes it seemed the tycoon was casting about for a friend he could take to heart. Sullivan was not that man. People rarely liked him much. Something about ex-cops. "Well, Sullivan?" the great man asked, not turning from the window. "Do you have them?" "I have them both, sir." "Let's have the report on the strikes first, get it out of the way. The other one?" He shook his head. "That'll be like hiding from a hurricane in a cellar. We'll have to dig the cellar first, so to speak." Sullivan wondered what he meant by that cellar remark, but he let it go. "The strikes, they're still going on at the Kentucky mines and the Mississippi refinery." The great man grimaced. His shoulders, angularly padded in the current style, slumped ever so slightly. "We've got to be tougher about this, Sullivan, for the country's good as well as our own." "Sir, I've sent in strikebreakers. I've sent Pinkerton men to get names on the strike leaders, see if we can get something on them. But these people are persistent, a hard-nosed bunch." "Have you been out there in person? Did you go to Kentucky or Mississippi, Chief, You need not await permission from me to take personal action, not on this. Unions, they had their own little army in Russia. They called them workers' militias. Do you know who these strikers are? They are agents of the Reds, Sullivan, Soviet agents. And what is it they demand? Why, better wages and work conditions. What is that but socialism? Leeches. I had no need of unions. I made my own way." Sullivan knew that the great man had the benefit of luck. He'd struck oil as a young man, but it was true he'd invested brilliantly. "I'll see to them myself, sir." The great man reached out and touched the glass wall, remembering. "I came here from Russia as a boy. The Bolsheviks had just taken the place over. We barely got out alive. I won't see that sickness spread." "No, sir." "And the other report? It's true, isn't it? Both cities are almost entirely destroyed, one bomb apiece." The great man shook his head in wonder. Just one bomb for a whole city. Sullivan stepped closer, opened one of the envelopes, handed over the photographs. The great man held the glossy photographs to the window so he could make them out in the twinkling light of the skyline. They were fairly sharp black-and-white snaps of the devastation of Hiroshima, mostly seen from the air. The city lights were caught on their glossy surface, as if somehow the thrusting boldness of the New York City skyline had itself destroyed Hiroshima. "Our men in the State Department smuggled this out for us," Sullivan went on. "Some in the target cities were atomized, blown to bits. Hundreds of thousands dead or dying in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A great many more dying from—" He read aloud from one of the reports he'd brought. Flash burns, radiation burns, and trauma. It is expected that an equal amount will be dead of radiation sickness and possibly cancer in another 12 months or so. Cancer? Caused by this weapon? Yes, sir. It's not yet confirmed, but based on past experiments, they say it's likely. I see. Are we indeed certain the Soviets are developing such weapons? They're working on it. The great man snorted ruefully. 2 gigantic empires, 2 great octopi struggling with one another and equipped with monstrous weapons. Just one bomb to destroy an entire city. These bombs will only get bigger and more powerful. What do you suppose will happen in time, Sullivan? Atomic war is what some are saying. I feel certain of it. They'll destroy us all. Still, there is another possibility, for some of us. Yes, sir? I despise what this civilization is becoming, Sullivan. First the Bolsheviks and then Roosevelt. Truman carrying on much of what Roosevelt began. Little men on the backs of great ones. It will only stop when real men stand up and say, "No more." Sullivan nodded, shivering. At times the great man could convey the power of his inner conviction, almost like a lightning rod transmitting a mighty burst of electricity. There was an undeniable power around him. After a moment, the great man looked curiously at Sullivan, as if wondering how much he could be trusted. At last his employer said, "My mind is made up, Sullivan. I shall move ahead on a project I was toying with. It will no longer be a toy. It will be a glorious reality. It entails great risk, but it must be done. And you may as well know now, it will take perhaps every penny I have to make it happen." Sullivan blinked. Every penny? What extreme was his boss going to now? The great man chuckled, evidently enjoying Sullivan's astonishment. "Oh, yes. At first it was an experiment, little more than a hypothesis, a game. I already have the drawings for a smaller version, but it could be bigger, much bigger. It is the solution to a gigantic problem." "The Union problem?" Sullivan asked, puzzled. "No. Well, yes, in the long run, unions too. But I was thinking of a more pressing problem, the potential destruction of civilization. The problem, Sullivan, is the inevitability of atomic war. That inevitability calls for a gigantic solution. I've sent out explorers, and I've picked the spot. But I wasn't sure I would ever give it the go-ahead. Not until today." He peered again at the photos of the devastation, turning them to catch the light better. "Not until this. We can escape, you and I, and certain others. We can escape from the mutual destruction of the mad little men who scuttle about the halls of government power. We are going to build a new world, in the one place these madmen cannot touch." "Yes, sir." Sullivan decided not to ask for an explanation. Better to just hope that whatever overblown scheme the great man was caught up in, he'd drop it in the end when he faced the full cost. "Anything more, sir? I mean, tonight? If I'm going to break up those strikes, I'd better leave early in the morning." Yes, go and get some rest. But there'll be no rest for me tonight. I must plan." So saying, Andrew Ryan turned away from the window, crossed the room, and tossed the photos aside. The destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki skidded across the glass-topped desk. Left alone in the shadowy office, Ryan slumped in the padded leather desk chair and reached for the telephone. It was time to call Simon Wales, give him the go-ahead for the next stage. But his hand hovered over the telephone, and then withdrew, trembling. He needed to calm himself before calling Wales. Something he'd said to Sullivan had sparked a painful, harshly vivid memory. "I came here from Russia as a boy in 1918. The Bolsheviks had just taken the place over. We barely got out alive." Andrew Ryan wasn't his name, not then. Since coming to the United States of America, he'd Americanized his name. His real name was Andrei Ryanovsky. Andrei and his father are standing at the windswept train station, shivering in the cold. It is early morning, and both of them are staring down the tracks. His father, heavily bearded, his lined face grim, is holding their single bag in his left hand. His large right hand is resting on young Andrei's shoulder. The dawn sky, the colors of a deep bruise, is closed by clouds. The cutting wind is serrated by sleet. A few other travelers, huddled in long dark coats, stand in a group farther down the platform. They seem worried, though a woman with a round red face, her head in a fur wrap, is smiling, talking softly to cheer them up. Beside the door to the station, an old man in a tattered coat and fur hat tends a steaming samovar. Andrei wishes they could afford some of the old man's hot tea. Andrei listens to the wind hiss along the concrete platform and wonders why his father stands so far from the others. But he guesses the reason. Some from their village on the outskirts of Minsk know that father was against the communists, that he spoke up against the Reds. Now many who'd once been their friends were beginning to denounce all such betrayers of the People's Revolution. His father had word from the priest the night before that the purge was to begin today. They were first in line when the station opened, father and Andrei, purchasing a ticket to Constantinople. Father carries traveling papers, permissions to purchase Turkish rugs and other goods for import. The papers might be good enough to get them out of Russia. Father fiddles with the money in his pocket he'd brought to bribe customs officials. They will probably need it all. His father's breath steams in the air. The train steams as it approaches, a big, dark shape hulking toward them through the grayness, a single lantern above the cowcatcher projecting a rain-scratched cone into the mist. Andrei glances toward the other travelers, and sees another man approaching. "Father," Andrei whispers in Russian, turning to look at a tall, lean man in a long green coat with red epaulets, a black hat, a rifle slung over his shoulder. "Is that one of the Red Guard?" "Andrei." His father grips his shoulder, brusquely turns him so that he looks away from the soldier. "Don't look at him." "Pyotr? Pyotr Ryanovsky?" They turn to see his father's cousin, Dmitri, standing with his arm around his wife, Vasilisa, a stocky, pale, blonde woman in a yellow scarf, her nose red with the cold. She rubs wetness from her nose and looks at Andrei's father imploringly. "Please, Pyotr," she whispers to Andrei's father. "We have no more money. If you pay the soldiers—" Dmitri licks his lips. "They are looking for us, Pyotr, because I spoke at the meeting yesterday. We have train tickets, but nothing more, not a ruble left. Perhaps a bribe will make them let us go." "Dmitri, Vasilisa, if I could help, I would. But we will need every kopeck. I have to think of this boy. We have to pay our way to our destination, a long journey." The train chugs into the station, looming up rather suddenly, reeking of coal smoke, making Andrei jump a little as the engine furiously sprays steam. "Please," Vasilisa says, wringing her hands. The militiaman is looking toward them, and another Red Guardsman, and then a third, step onto the platform from the station door, all of them carrying rifles. The train is grinding slowly past. It slows, but to Andrei it seems it will never completely stop. The militiaman is calling out to cousin Dmitri, his voice a bark. "Yo, we wish to speak to you." He takes his rifle off his shoulder. "Dmitri," father hisses, "keep your peace. Do not make a sound." The train is still shuddering as it finally stops, and Andrei feels his father's hand clamping the back of his neck, feels himself propelled up the metal stairs onto the train. He almost falls on his face. His father clambers on after him. They bang through a door into a smoky car, the windows greasy and steam-coated. They find a seat on the wooden benches, and as father hands the scowling conductor their tickets, Andrei wipes the window enough to see Dmitri and Vasilisa talking to the militiamen. Vasilisa is weeping, waving her arms. Dmitri is standing stiffly, shaking his head, pushing his wife behind him. The discussion goes on as the armed men frown at the travel papers. "Andrei," father mutters, "don't look." But Andrei cannot look away. The tall militiaman tucks Dimitri's papers away somewhere and then gestures with his rifle. Dimitri shakes his head, waving his train tickets. The train shudders. A whistle blasts. Vasilisa tries to pull him toward the train. The soldiers wave their guns. Andrei remembers Dimitri coming to the feast for his 10th birthday, smiling, bringing him a wooden saber carved as a gift. The train whistle screams. The guards shout. One of them jabs at Vasilisa with his rifle, knocking her to her knees. Dimitri's face goes white as he grabs at the rifle barrel. The man turns it toward him and fires. The train lurches into motion as Dimitri stumbles back. "Oh, Father!" Andrei cries out. "Look away, boy!" But Andrei can't look away. He sees Vasilisa flailing at the soldiers, weeping, and 2 more guns fire. She spins and goes down in a heap atop Dimitri. The 2 of them lie there, dying together on the platform, as the steam from the train cloaks them, and the past cloaks them too. The train, like time, moving away. Andrew Ryan shook his head. "Workers' militia," he muttered bitterly now. "A revolution for the poor, to save us all, for a cold death on a train platform." And that had been just the beginning. He'd seen far worse things traveling with his father. Ryan shook his head and looked at the pictures of Hiroshima. Madness, but no worse than the devastation of socialism. His dream had always been to build something that would survive anything the little madmen could throw at him. If only Father could be there to see it rise from the shadows, magnificent, unafraid, a fortress dedicated to freedom. Rapture. Part 1. The First Age of Rapture. The parasite hates 3 things: free markets, free will, and free men. Andrew Ryan. 1. Park Avenue, New York City, 1946. Almost a year later. Bill McDonough was riding an elevator up to the top of the Andrew Ryan Arms, but he felt like he was sinking under the sea. He was toting a box of pipe fittings in one hand, toolkit in the other. He'd been sent so hastily by the maintenance manager he didn't even have the bloody name of his customer, but his mind was on earlier doings in another building, a small office building in Lower Manhattan. He'd taken the morning off from his plumbing business to interview for an assistant engineer job. The pay would start low, but the job would take him in a more ambitious direction. They had looked at him with only the faintest interest when he'd walked into the Phoeben, Lieber & Quiff engineering firm. The 2 interviewers were a couple of snotty wankers. One of them was Phoeben Jr. They seemed bored by the time they called him in, and their faint flicker of interest evaporated completely when he started talking about his background. He had done his best to speak in American phraseology to suppress his accent, but he knew it slipped out. They were looking for some snappy young chap out of New York University, not a Cockney blighter who'd worked his way through the East London School of Engineering and Mechanical Vocation. Bill heard them say it through the door after they'd dismissed him. Another limey grease monkey. All right, then. So he was a grease monkey, just a mechanic, and lately a freelance plumbing contractor. A dirty little job screwing pipes for the knobs. Heading up to some rich bloke's penthouse. There was no shame in it. But there wasn't much money in it either, working on assignment for Chanowski's maintenance. It'd be a long time before he could save up enough to start a big contracting outfit of his own. He had a couple of lads hired on from time to time, but not the big contracting and engineering company he'd always envisioned, and Mary Louise had made it clear as polished glass she was not really interested in marrying a glorified plumber. "I had enough of fellas that think they're the cat's meow because they can fix the toilet," she said. A pretty girl from the Bronx was Mary Louise Fenson, and raring to go, but not terribly bright after all. Probably drive him barmy anyway. The moment he'd got home, the phone rang. Bud Chanowski, barking about getting his ass to an address in Manhattan on Park Avenue. Their building maintenance was absent without leave, probably drunk somewhere, and the big shot at the penthouse needed plumbers. "Fast as you can drag your lazy ass over there. We got 3 bathrooms to finish installing. Get those witless wrench jockeys of yours over there, too." He'd called Roy Finn and Pablo Navarro to go on ahead of him. Then he changed out of the ill-fitting suit into the gray, grease-stained coveralls. "Blimey, grease monkey," he'd murmured, buttoning up. And here he was, wishing he'd taken time for a cigarette before coming. He couldn't smoke in a posh flat like this without permission. He stepped glumly out of the elevator into an antechamber to the penthouse, his toolbox clanking at his side. The little wood-paneled room was scarcely bigger than the elevator. An artfully paneled mahogany door with a brass knob, embossed with an eagle, was its only feature, besides a small metal grid next to the door. He tried the knob. Locked. He shrugged and knocked on the door. Waiting, he started to feel a little claustrophobic. "Hello?" he called. "Plumbing contractor, from Chinowski's? Hello?" "Don't drop your H's, you bastard," he told himself. "Hello?" A crackling sound and a low, forceful voice emanated from the grid. "That the other plumber, is it?" He bent and spoke briskly into the grid. "It is, sir." "No need to shout into the intercom." The door clicked within itself, and to Bill's amazement, it didn't swing inward, but slid into the wall up to the knob. He saw there was a metal runner in the floor, and at the edge of the door a band of steel. It was wood on the outside, steel inside, like this man was worried someone might try to fire a bullet through it. No one was visible on the other side of the open doorway. He saw another hallway carpeted with some rather fine old paintings, one of which might be a Dutch master if he remembered anything from his trips to the British Museum. A Tiffany lamp stood on an inlaid table, glowing like a gem. "This toff's got plenty of the ready," Bill thought. You walked down the hall into a large plush sitting room. Luxurious sofas, a big unlit fireplace, more choice paintings and fine lamps. A grand piano, its wood polished almost mirror-like, stood in a corner. On an intricately carved table was an enormous display of fresh flowers in an antique Chinese jade vase. He'd never seen flowers like them before, and the decorations on the tables. He was staring at a lamp that appeared to be a gold sculpture of a satyr chasing an underdressed young woman when a voice spoke sharply to his right. "The other two are already at work in the back. The main bathroom's through here." Bill turned and saw a gent in the archway to the next room already turning away from him. The man wore a gray suit, his dark hair oiled back. Must be the butler. Bill could hear the other two lads faintly in the back of the place arguing about fittings. Bill went through the archway as the man in the suit answered a chiming gold and ivory telephone on a table in front of a big window displaying the heroic spires of Manhattan. Opposite the window was a mural done in the sweeping modern industrial style, of burly men building a tower that rose up out of the sea. Overseeing the workers in the mural was a slim, dark-haired man with blueprints in his hand. Bill looked for the water closet, saw a hallway with a gleaming steel and white tile bathroom at its end. "That's my destination," Bill thought bitterly. "The crapper. A fine crapper it might be, one of three. My destiny is to keep their water closets in working order." Then he caught himself. "No self-pity now, Bill McDonough. Play the cards you're dealt with, the way your dad taught you." Bill started toward the door to the bathroom hall, but his attention was caught by the half-whispered urgency of the man's voice as he growled at the telephone. "Isley, you will not make excuses. If you cannot deal with these people, I will find someone who has the courage. I'll find someone brave enough to scare away this pack of hungry dogs. They will not find my campfire undefended." The voice's stridency caught Bill's attention, but something else about it stirred him too. He'd heard that distinctive voice before. Maybe in a newsreel? Bill paused at the door to the hall and had a quick look at the man pressing the phone to his ear. It was the man in the mural, the one holding the blueprint. A straight-backed man, maybe early 40s, medium height, two thin, crisply straight strokes of mustache matched by the dark strokes of his eyebrows, a prominent cleft chin. He even wore a suit nearly identical to the one in the painting, and that strong, intense face. It was a face Bill knew from the newspapers. He'd seen his name over the front door of this very edifice. It never occurred to him that Andrew Ryan might actually live here. The tycoon owned a significant chunk of America's coal, its second biggest railroad, and Ryan Oil. He'd always pictured a man like that whiling the days away playing golf on a country estate. "Taxes are theft, Isley." "What?" "No need. I fired her. I've got a new secretary starting today. I'm elevating someone in reception. Elaine something. No, I don't want anyone from accounting. That's the whole problem. People like that are too interested in my money. They have no discretion. Sometimes I wonder if there's anyone I can trust. Well, they'll get not a penny out of me more than absolutely necessary, and if you can't see to it, I'll find a lawyer who can." Ryan slammed the phone down, and Bill hurried on to the bathroom. Bill found the toilet in place but not quite hooked up. An ordinary standard toilet, no gold seat on it. Looked like it needed proper pipe fittings, mostly. Seemed a waste of time to send 3 men out for this, but these posh types liked everything done yesterday. He was aware as he worked that Ryan was pacing back and forth in the room outside the hall to the bathroom, occasionally muttering to himself. Bill was kneeling to one side of the toilet, using a spanner to tighten a pipe joint, when he became aware of a looming presence. He looked up to see Andrew Ryan standing near him. "Didn't intend to startle you." Ryan flashed his teeth in the barest smile and went on. "Just curious how you're getting along." Bill was surprised at this familiarity from a man so above him, and by the change in tone. Ryan had been blaring angrily into the phone but minutes before. Now he seemed calm, his eyes glittering with curiosity. "Getting on with it, sir. Soon have it done." "Is that a brass fitting you're putting in there? I think the other 2 were using tin." "Well, I'll be sure they didn't, sir," said Bill, beginning not to care what impression he made. "Don't want to be bailing out your loo once a fortnight. Tin's not reliable like. If it's the price you're worried about, I'll pick up the cost of the brass, so not to worry, Squire." "And why would you do that?" "Well, Mr. Ryan, no man bails water out of privies built by Bill McDonough." Ryan looked at him with narrowed eyes, rubbing his chin. Bill shrugged and focused on the pipes, feeling strangely disconcerted. He could almost feel the heat from the intensity of Ryan's personality. He could smell his cologne, pricey and subtle. "There you are," Bill said, tightening with the wrench one last time for good luck. "Right as the mail. These pipes, anyhow." "Do you mean the job's done?" "I'll see how the lads are getting on, but I'd guess it's very nearly done, sir." He expected Ryan to wander back to his own work, but the tycoon remained, watching as Bill started the water flow, checked it for integrity, and cleaned up his tools and leftover materials. He took the receipt book from his pocket, scribbled out the cost. There'd been no time for an estimate, so he had a free hand. He wished he were the sort to pad the bill, since he gave a percentage to Chanowski and Ryan was rich, but he wasn't made that way. "Really?" Ryan said, looking at the bill, eyebrows raised. Bill just waited. Strange that Andrew Ryan, one of the richest, most powerful men in America, was personally involved in dealing with a plumber, scrutinizing a minor bill. But Ryan stood there, looking first at the bill, then at him. "This is quite reasonable," Ryan said at last. "You might have stretched your time, inflated the bill. People assume they can take advantage of wealthy men." Bill was mildly insulted. "I believe in being paid, sir, even being paid well, but only for the work I do." Again that flicker of a smile, there and gone, the keen, searching gaze. "I can see I've struck a nerve," Ryan said, "because you're a man like me, a man of pride and capability who knows who he is." A long, appraising look. Then Ryan turned on his heel and strode out. Bill shrugged, gathered up the rest of his things, and returned to the mural room, expecting to see some Ryan underling awaiting him with a check. But it was Ryan, holding the check out to him. "Thank you, sir." Bill took it, tucked it into a pocket, nodded to the man, was he mad, staring at him like that, and started hastily for the front door. He'd just got into the sitting room when Ryan called to him from the archway. "Mind if I ask you a question?" Bill paused, hoping it didn't turn out that Andrew Ryan was a poof. He'd had enough of upper-class poofs trying to pick him up. "Where do you think a man's rights should end?" Ryan asked. "His rights, sir?" A philosophical question asked of a plumbing contractor. The old toff really was mad. McDonough humored him. Right's are rights. That's like asking which fingers a man should do without. I need all 10, me. I like that. Now, just suppose you lose 1 or 2 fingers. What would you do? You'd think yourself unable to work and you'd have a right to a handout, as it were, eh? Bill hefted the toolbox as he considered. No, I'd find something to do with 8 fingers, or 4, make my own way. I'd like to be able to use my talents more, that's right enough, but I don't take handouts. And what talents are those? Not that I discount a gift for plumbing, but is that what you mean? No, sir, not as such. I'm by way of being an engineer, in a simple way, mind. Could be I'll start my own building operation. Not so young anymore, but still, I see things in my mind I'd like to build. He broke off, embarrassed at being so personal with this man, but there was something about Ryan that made you want to open up and talk. You're British, not one of the gentry type, certainly. Right as rain, sir. Bill wondered if he'd get the brush off now. There was a touch of defensiveness when he added, Grew up round Cheapside, like. Ryan chuckled dryly. You're touchy about your origins. I know the feeling. I, too, am an immigrant. I was very young when I came here from Russia. I have learned to control my speech, reinvented myself. A man must make of his life a ladder that he never ceases to climb. If you're not rising, you are slipping down the rungs, my friend. But by ascending, Ryan went on, shoving his hands in his jacket pockets and taking a pensive turn about the room. One makes one's own class, do you see, eh? One classes oneself. Bill had been about to make his excuses and walk out, but that stopped him. Ryan had articulated something he fiercely believed. Couldn't agree more, sir, Bill blurted. That's why I've come to the United States of America. Anyone can rise up here, rise to the top. Ryan grunted skeptically. Yes and no. There are some who don't have the stuff, but it's not the class or race or creed that they were born into that decides it. It's something inside a man, and that's something you have. You're a true mugwump, a real individual. We'll talk again, you and I. Bill nodded goodbye, not believing for a second that they'd speak again. He figured a rich bloke took it into his mind to have a natter with the little people, patronizing a chap to prove to themselves how fair and kindly they could be. He headed to check on Pablo and Roy before he made his way to the lobby and went about his business. This had been an interesting encounter. It'd be a story to tell in the pub, though no one would likely believe him. Andrew Ryan? Who else did you hobnob with? Howard Hughes? Your old pal William Randolph Hearst? Bill McDonough's head was only moderately sore the next morning, and he answered his flat's clangorous telephone readily enough, hoping for work. A good sweat always cleared his head. "This Bill McDonough?" said a gruff, unfamiliar voice. "Right enough. My name's Sullivan, head of security for Andrew Ryan." "Security? What's he say I've done, then? Look here, mate, I'm no crook." No, it's nothing like that. He just sent me to find you. Chanowski didn't want to give up the number, claimed he lost it. Tried taking the job himself. I had to get it from our friends at the phone company." "What job?" "Why, if you want it, Andrew Ryan's offering you a job as his new building engineer, starting immediately." 2. The Docks, New York City, 1946. Sullivan sometimes wished he were back working the meatball beat in Little Italy. Ryan paid him well, sure, but having to dodge G-men on the docks was not his idea of a good time. It was a bracing, misty evening, supposed to be spring, but didn't feel much like it. The waves were choppy and the gulls were huddled on the pylons with their beaks under their wings, their feathers ruffled in the cold northeast wind. 3 hulking great ships were tied up at the beat-up old dock, all freighters. This was not one of the fashionable wharfs with passenger liners and pretty girls waving hankies. Just a couple of red-faced, sour-looking salts in pea-jackets tramping by, trailing cigarette smoke, boots crunching on old gull droppings. Sullivan walked up to the gangplank of the Olympian, the largest of the 3 ships in the fleet Ryan had bought for his secretive North Atlantic project. He waved at the armed guard, Pinelli, huddled into a big coat on the top deck. Pinelli glanced down at him and nodded. Reuben Greevy, head engineer for the Wales brothers, was waiting on the lower deck at the top of the gangplank. Greevy was a fussy, pinch-mouthed, bespectacled little man in a rather showy, cream-colored overcoat. Sullivan hesitated, glancing back down the dock, just making out the dark figure of the man who'd been following him. The guy in the slouch hat and trench coat was about 70 yards down the wharf, pretending to be interested in the ships creaking at their moorings. Sullivan had hoped he'd dodged the son of a bitch earlier, but there he was, lighting a pipe for a bit of realistic spycraft. The pipe smoker had been tailing Sullivan since he'd gotten a cab at Grand Central, and maybe before. There wasn't much the guy could learn following him here. The ship was already loaded. The feds would never get an inspection warrant before it sailed at midnight. And what would they make of the prefabricated metal parts, giant pipes, and enormous pressure-resistant sheets of transparent synthetics? It was all stuff you could legitimately call export goods, only it wasn't being exported across the ocean. It was being exported to the bottom of the ocean. Sullivan shook his head, thinking about the whole North Atlantic project. It was a crazy idea, but when Ryan put his mind into something, it got done. And Sullivan owed the great man a lot, almost ruined him, getting kicked out of the New York Police Department. Shouldn't have refused to grease those palms. They'd set him up to look like a crook, fired him, and taken away his pension, left him with almost nothing. Sullivan took to gambling, and then his wife ran off with the last of his dough. He'd been thinking about eating a bullet when he crossed paths with the great man 2 years earlier. Sullivan reached into his coat pocket for the flask, then remembered it was empty. Maybe he could get a drink from Greevy. Sullivan waved at Greevy and climbed the gangplank. They shook hands. Greevy's grip was soft, fingers puny in Sullivan's big grasp. "Sullivan?" "Professor?" "How many times—" "I'm not a professor. I have a doctorate in— never mind. You know someone shadowing you on the dock back there?" "Different gumshoe this time. Probably the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the Internal Revenue Service." He turned his collar up. "Kinda chilly out here." "Come along, then, we'll have a drink." Sullivan nodded resignedly. He knew what Greevy's idea of a drink was: watered brandy. Sullivan needed a double Scotch. His father had sworn by Irish whiskey, but Sullivan was a Scotchman. "Sure, the black betrayal of your heritage it is," his pa would say. A steady liquid diet of Irish whiskey had killed the old rascal at 50. Greevy led him along a companionway to his cabin, which was not much warmer. Most of the little oval room that wasn't the narrow bed was taken up by a table covered with overlapping blueprints, sketches, graphs, intricate designs. The Wales brothers' designs sometimes looked like Manhattan mated with London, but with the power of a cathedral. The designs were overly fancy for Sullivan's taste. Maybe he'd get to like it once it was done, if it ever was. Greevy took a bottle from under his pillow and poured them 2 slugs in glasses, and Sullivan eased the stuff down. "We need to be ready for any kind of raid," Greevy said, distractedly looking past Sullivan at the blueprints, his mind already back in the world of the Wales's design, and very nearly Ryan's new world. Sullivan shrugged. "With any luck, he'll get the place finished before they can screw with us. The foundation's already laid. Power's flowing, right? Most of the stuff's in place on the support ships. Just a few more shipments." Greevy snorted, surprising Sullivan by pouring himself a second drink, and irritating Sullivan by not offering him one. "You have no idea of the work, the risk. It's enormous. It's the very soul of innovation, and I need more men. We're already behind schedule." "You'll get some more. Ryan's hired another man to supervise the foundational work, he calls it. Man named McDonough. He's going to put him on the North Atlantic project once he proves he really can be trusted." "McDonough. Never heard of him. Don't tell me he's not another apple picked from an orange tree." "A what?" "You know Ryan. He has his own notions of picking men. Sometimes they're remarkable and, well, sometimes they're strange." He cleared his throat. Sullivan scowled. "Like me?" No. Meaning yes. But it was true. Ryan had a way of recruiting black sheep, people who showed great potential but needed that extra chance. They all had a spirit of independence, were disillusioned with the status quo, and sometimes willing to skirt the law. "The problem," Sullivan said, is that the government thinks Ryan is hiding something because he's trying to keep people from finding out where these shipments are going and what they're for. And he is hiding something, but not what they think. Greavy went to the blueprints, shuffling through them with one hand, his eyes gleaming behind his thick spectacles. The strategic value of such a construction is significant in a world where we're likely to go toe-to-toe with the Soviets, and Mr. Ryan doesn't want any outsiders going down there to report on what he's building. He wants to run things his way, especially once it's set up, without interference. That's the whole point. Or to be more accurate, he wants to set it up to run itself, to let the laissez-faire principle free. He figures if governments know about it, they'll infiltrate. And then there's the union types, communist organizers. Suppose they were to worm their way in. The best way to keep people like that out is to keep it completely secret from them. Another thing, Ryan doesn't want any outsiders to know about some of the new technology. You'd be amazed at what he's got. New inventions he could patent and make a fortune on, but he's holding it back for this project. Where's he getting all these new inventions? Oh, he's been recruiting people for years. Who do you think designed those new dynamos of his? Well, it's his call, Sullivan said, looking wistfully into his empty glass. Weak brandy or not, a drink was a drink. You've been working for him twice as long as I have. You don't tell me much. He likes information to be compartmentalized on this project, keeps a secret better. Sullivan crossed to the porthole and peered out, saw his shadow out there, still clamping that pipe in his mouth. But now the G-Man was pacing by the Olympian, looking the freighter up and down. Son of a bitch is still out there. Doesn't seem empowered to do anything but ogle the ship. I've got to meet the Wales brothers. You know what they're like, artists, all too aware of their own genius. He frowned at the blueprints. Sullivan could see he was jealous of the Waleses. Greavy sniffed. If there's nothing else, I'd better get on with it, unless there's something else besides this new man that Ryan's taken on. Who? Oh, McDonough. No, I'm here to confirm the time you ship out. Ryan wanted me to come down personally. He's beginning to think they might be listening in on the telephone somehow. I'm thinking if you can leave earlier than midnight, it'd be better. As soon as the captain's back, I expect him within the hour. Leave soon as you can. Maybe they'll get a warrant after all. I don't think they'd find anything illegal, but if Ryan wants to keep them from knowing what he's up to, the less they see, the better. Very well, but who can imagine what he's up to? Jules Verne? Certainly not these drones at the Internal Revenue Service. But Sullivan, I assure you Ryan is correct. If they knew what he really has in mind, they'd be quite worried, particularly considering how little help he gave the Allies in the war. He took no sides at all. He didn't care for Hitler or the Japs neither. Still, he showed no special loyalty to the United States. And who can blame him? Look at the wreckage the Ant Society made of Europe for the second time in the century. And the horror of Hiroshima and Nagasaki? I can't wait to leave all that behind. Greavy escorted Sullivan toward the door. Ryan has every intention of creating something that will grow and grow. First across the seabed and then in time above the surface of the sea, when they've done such damage to themselves, these so-called nations of the earth, that they can no longer pose a threat. Until then, he is right to mistrust them, because he is creating something that will compete with them, a whole new society, indeed, in time a whole new world. One which will utterly replace the vile, squirming anthill humanity has become. New York City, 1946. Merton, get out of my bar. Merton was gaping at Frank Gorland from behind the beer-stained desk of the Clanger's smoky little office. Harve Merton was a man with a large round head and thick lips, a skinny body, and a brown turtleneck sweater. Hell, he looked like a damn turtle, but a turtle in a bowler hat. "What the hell you mean, your bar?" he asked, tamping a cigarette out in a butt-filled ashtray. "I'm the owner, ain't I? As of tonight, anyhow." "What the hell you mean you're the owner, Gorland?" The man who called himself Frank Gorland smiled without humor and leaned against the frame of the closed door. "You know any expressions besides what the hell? You're about to sign this bar over to me as what the hell." Gorland ran a hand over his bald head. Prickly, needed to shave it. He took the papers from his coat, all legal down to the last period, and dropped them on Merton's desk. "That look familiar? You signed it." Merton stared at the papers, eyes widening. "That was you? Hudson Loans? Nobody told me that was—" "A loan is a loan. What I seem to recall is you were drunk when you signed it. Needed someone to pay off your gambling vig. A big fucking vig it was, too, Merton. You were there that night? I don't remember. You remember getting the money, don't you? It don't count if I was drunk. Merton, if there was no business done drunk in this town, half its business wouldn't get done. I think you put something in my drink, that's what I think. The next day I felt— Stop whining, you cashed the check, didn't you? You got the loan, couldn't pay the interest, time's up, now this place is mine. It's all there in black and white, this dump was your collateral. Look, Mr. Gorland— Merton licked his thick lips. Don't think I disrespect you. I know you've worked your way to a good thing this end of town, but you can't just take a man's business. No, my attorneys can. They'll come after you hammer and tongs, pal. He grinned. Hammer, tongs, and Klein, attorneys at law. Merton seemed to shrivel in his seat. Okay, what do you want from me? Not what I want, what I'm taking. I told you I want the bar. I own a bookkeeping operation, I own a drugstore, but I don't have a bar. And I like the clanger. Lots of dirt on the fights, what with the boxing setup and all. Might be useful. Now you call that fat-ass bartender yours in here, tell him he's got a new boss. Gorland, Barris, Whiston, Moskowitz, Wang. Just some of the names he'd had the last few years. His own name, quite another Frank, seemed like it belonged to somebody else. Keep 'em guessing, that was his way. The clanger wasn't just a cash cow. It was the place for Frank Gorland to hear the right conversations. It was just a short walk from the docks, but it was not just a nautical bar. There was a big boxing bell on the wall behind the bar. When they tapped a new keg, the bell was loudly clanged, and the beer lovers came running, sometimes from down the street. Best German-style brew in New York City. The walls of the dusty, cave-like bar were decorated with worn-out boxing gloves, frayed ropes from rings, black-and-white photos of old-time boxers going back to John L. Sullivan. He had a bartender, an old Irish lush named Mulrooney, working down at the other end, but Gorland liked to work the bar so he could hear the talk. Good for his bookmaking action, and you never know how it might fit the next grift. When you serve a beer, cock an ear. The talk at the crowded bar tonight was full of how Joe Louis, the brown bomber, back from the war with a pocket full of nothing and a big tax debt, was going to defend his world heavyweight title against Billy Conn, and how the retired Jack Johnson, first Negro to win the heavyweight champ title, had died 2 days before in a car accident, none of which was what Gorland needed to know. But there were a couple of guys here who'd have the skinny on the up-and-comer Neil Steele versus the fading boxing circuit bum Charlie Riggles. Gorland had heard a rumor that Steele might be throwing the fight, and he had a theory about how that information might pay off, way past the usual payoff. Only Gorland needed more assurance that Steele was taking the fall. Gorland hated bartending because it was actual physical work. A great grifter should never have to do real work. But he wiped down the bar, made small talk. He served a beer and cocked an ear. The jukebox was finishing a rollicking Duke Ellington number, and in the brief interval before it switched over to an Ernie Bubbles Whitman big band cut, Gorland zeroed in on the conversation of the two wise guys in the white ties and pinstripes, whispering over their sambocas. He wiped at an imaginary spill on the bar, edging closer. "But can we count on Steele?" said the one some called Twitchy. He twitched his pencil-thin mustache. "Thinks he's going to challenge the bomber next year." "So let him challenge. He can lose one fight. He needs the payoff, needs it big," said the chunkier one of the two, Snort Bianchi, with a snort. Bianchi scowled, seeing the bartender hanging around too nearby. "Hey, bartender, there's a broad over there trying to get a drink. How's about you fuck off and serve her?" "I'm the owner here, gents," Gorland said, smiling. "You want to come back in here, show some respect for the establishment. Wasn't good to let these greasers get the upper hand." Bianchi frowned, but only shrugged. Gorland leaned closer to the wise guys, adding in a murmur, "Psst, maybe you better take a powder if these feds are looking for you." He nodded toward the door where a Federal Bureau of Investigation flatfoot by the name of Voss stood in his gray snap brim and overcoat, glaring about with his piggish little eyes. He looked about as undercover as the Statue of Liberty. The wise guy slipped out the back way as the federal agent made his way to the bar. He was reaching into his coat when Gorland said, Don't bother with the badge, Voss, I remember you. He didn't want badges flashed anywhere near him if he could avoid it. Voss shrugged and dropped his hand. He leaned across the bar so he could be heard over the noise. Word on the street is, this here's your joint now. That's right, Gorland said evenly. Lock, stock, and leaky barrels. What you calling yourself now, Gorland still? My name's Frank Gorland, you know that. That's not the name you had when we tried to connect you to that interstate bookmaking operation. You want to see my birth certificate? Our man's already seen it, says maybe it was forged. Yeah, but he's not sure. Not much of an expert if he doesn't know for sure. Voss snorted. You got that right. You gonna offer me a drink or not? Gorland shrugged, decided not to make a smart remark about drinking on duty. Bourbon? Good guessing. Gorland poured the G-Man a double. You didn't come in here to catch drinks. You got that right, too. He took down a slug, grimaced appreciatively, and went on. I figure you're going to hear stuff in a place like this. You give me something now and then, we might lay off finding out who the hell you really are. Gorland chuckled, but he felt a chill. He didn't want his past poked into. If I tip you, it'll be because I'm a good citizen. No other reason. Anything special going on? Voss crooked a finger, leaned even farther across the bar. Gorland hesitated, then he leaned close. Voss spoke right in his ear. You hear anything about some kind of big secret project happening down at the docks, maybe bankrolled by Andrew Ryan, North Atlantic project, millions of bucks flowing out to sea? Nah, Gorland said. He hadn't heard about it, but the millions of bucks and the name Andrew Ryan got his attention. I hear anything, Voss, I'll tell you. What kind of deal's he up to? That's something you don't need to know. Gorland straightened up. You're killing my back here with this. Listen, I gotta make it look like, you know. He'd been seen talking to the Fed a little too chummily. Voss nodded just slightly. He understood. Listen, Flatfoot, Gorland shouted as the jukebox changed records. You won't find out anything from me. Now charge me with something or buzz out of my place. Some of the customers laughed, some grinned and nodded. Voss shrugged. You better watch your step, Gorland. He turned and walked out, playing his part. Only he was going to find out one of these days that Frank Gorland wasn't going to play along with anything the feds wanted. He'd feed them some hooey and find out for himself what Andrew Ryan was up to. That kind of money must be some way to tap into it. Especially as this was Frank Gorland's territory. He was owed. He didn't hear anything about Ryan for a couple of days, but one day he heard a drunk blonde chippy muttering about, Mr. Fat Cat Ryan, goddamn him, as she frantically waved her empty glass at him. Where's my drinky? Demanded the blonde. What do you have, darling? What'll I have, he says. The frowsy blonde slurred, flipping a big mussed curl out of her eyes. Her eyeshadow had run from crying. She was a snub-nosed little thing, but might be worth a roll in the hay. Only the last time he'd banged a drunk, she'd thrown up all over him. I'll have a scotch if I can't have my man back, she sobbed. That's what I'll have. Dead, dead, dead. And no one from that Ryan crew is saying why. Gorland tried out his best look of sympathy. Lost your man, did ya? That'll get you a big one on the house, sweet cakes. He poured her a double scotch. Hey, spritz some goddamn soda in there. What do you think, I'm a lush 'cause I take a free drink? Soda it is, darling, there you go. He waited as she drank down half of it in one gulp. The sequins were coming off the shoulder straps of her second-hand silver-blue gown, and one of her bosoms was in danger of flopping out of the décolletage. He could see a little tissue sticking up. I just want my Irving back, she said, her head sagging down over the drink. Lucky the song coming on the juke was a Dorsey and Sinatra crooner, soft enough he could make her out. Just want him back. He absent-mindedly poured a couple more drinks for the sailors at her side, their white caps cocked rakishly as they argued over bar dice and tossed money at him. What became of the unfortunate soul? Gorland asked, pocketing the money and wiping the bar. Lost at sea, was he? She gawped at him. How'd you know that? You a mind reader? Gorland winked. A little fishy told me. She put a finger to one side of her nose and gave him an elaborate wink back. So you heard about Ryan's little fun show. My Irving shipped out with hardly a goodbye, said he had to do some kind of diving for them Ryan people. That was where he got his lettuce, see, what they call deep-sea diving. Learned it in the Navy salvage. They said it'd be pennies from heaven, just a month at sea doing some kind of underwater building and—
Underwater building? You mean like pylons for a dock?
I don't know, but I tell you, he came back the first time real spooked, wouldn't talk about it, said it was much as his life was worth to talk, see? But he told me one thing.
She wagged a finger at him and closed one eye.
Them ships down at Dock 17, they're hiding something from the feds, and he was plenty scared about it. What if he was in on something criminal, not even knowing, and he took the fall, and then I get a telegram, a little piece of paper saying he ain't coming back, accident on the job, buried at sea.
Her head wobbled on her neck. Her voice was interrupted by hiccuping.
And that's the end of my Irving. I'm supposed to just swallow that? Well, I went over to the place that hired him, see Worthy Construction they was called, and they threw me out, treated me like I was some kind of tramp. All I wanted was what was coming to me. I came out of South Jersey, and let me tell you, we get what we're owed, 'cause—
She went on in that vein for a while, losing the Ryan thread. Then a zoot-suiter put a bebop number on the juke and started whooping it up. The noise drowned her out, and pretty soon she was cradling her head on the bar, snoring. Gorland had one of those intuitions, that this was the door to something big. His lush bartender came weaving in, and Gorland turned the place over, tossing over his apron, vowing inwardly to fire the bastard first chance. He had a grift to set up. First thing Gorland noticed coming into the sweat-reeking prep room for the fight was that hangdog look on Steele's face. Good. Sitting on the rub-down table getting his gloves laced by a black trainer, the scarred, barrel-chested boxer looked like his best friend had died, and his old lady, too. Gorland tucked a $5 into the Negro's hand and tilted his head toward the door. "I'll tie his gloves on for him, bud." The guy took the hint and beat it. Steele was looking Gorland up and down, his expression hinting he'd like to practice his punching right here. Only he didn't know this was Frank Gorland, what with the disguise. Right now, the man the East Side knew as Frank Gorland was going by— "My name's Lucio Fabrici," Gorland said, tying Steele's gloves nice and tight. "Bianchi sent me." "Bianchi? What for? I told him not an hour ago it was a done deal." Steele showed no sign of doubting that he was talking to Lucio Fabrici, a mobster working with Bianchi. Fabrici had gone to great lengths for this disguise. The pinstripe suit, the toothpick stuck in the corner of his mouth, the spats, the toupee, the thin mustache, a high-quality theatrical mustache carefully stuck on with spirit gum. But mostly it was his voice, just the right Little Italy intonation, and that carefully tuned facial expression that said, "We're pals, you and I, unless I have to kill you." Not hard for him to pull off the character, or almost any character. Running off from the orphanage, he'd taken a job as a stage boy in a vaudeville theater, stuck it out for 3 years, though they paid him in pennies and sausages. He'd slept on a pile of ropes backstage, but it had been worth it. He'd watched the actors, the comics, even a famous Shakespearean type who played 6 parts in his one-man show. Young Frank had sucked it all up like a sponge. Makeup, costumes, the works. But what most impressed him was the fact that the people in the audience believed. For a few minutes they believed this laudanum-addicted Welsh actor was Hamlet. That kind of power impressed young Frank. He'd set himself to learn it. Judging from Steele's reaction, he'd learned it good. "Look here, Fabrici, if Bianchi's going to Welsh on my cut, I won't take it. This is hard enough for me. You ever hear of a triple-cross kid? Bianchi's changed his mind." Gorland lowered his voice, glanced to make sure the door was closed. "Bianchi doesn't want you to throw the fight. We've let it out you're throwing the fight so we can bet the other way, see? You'll get your cut off the proceeds and double." Steele's mouth hung open. He jumped to his feet, clapped his gloved hands together. "You mean it? Say, that's swell. I'll knock the lug's socks off." Someone was pounding on the door. The audience was chanting Steele's name. "You do that, Steele. I hear him calling you. Get out there and nail him early, first chance. Make it a knockout in the first round." Steele was delighted. "Tell Bianchi I'll deliver, and how. A knockout, first round, ha!" Half an hour later, Gorland was at his bookie operation in the basement of the drugstore. Gorland and Garcia, his chief bookie, were in the room behind the betting counters, talking quietly as Maury took bets at the window. 2 or 3 freight ship deckhands, judging by their watch caps and tattoos, stood in line to place their bets, passing a flask and yammering. "I don't know, boss," Garcia said, scratching his head. Garcia was a chubby second-generation Cuban in a cheap 3-piece suit, chomping a cigar that had never been anywhere near Cuba. "I get how knowing about Steele throwing the fight will get us paid off if we place our own bets to our guys," Garcia was saying. "But, boss, I don't see how you're going to get the kind of money out of it you're talking about." "'Cause he isn't going to throw the fight. All the smart mob money will be on him losing, and we'll bet on him winning, and we'll take him big time when he surprises them." Garcia blinked. "They'll take it out of Steele's hide, boss." "And how's that my worry? Just you make sure the mob's up to their neck betting against Steele. They're going to be sad little monkeys when they lose, but they won't trace it to us. If you see Harley, tell him to keep an eye on that poker game up at the hotel. Got some real big money suckers coming in." He walked over to Maury to have a gander at the take, and heard a couple of the dock workers talking over their flask. "Sure, Ryan's hiring big down there. It's a hot ticket, pal, big paydays. But problem is, real quiet stuff. Can't talk about the job, and it's dangerous, too. Somewhere out in the North Atlantic, Iceland way." Gorland's ears pricked up at that. He slipped outside by the side door and set himself to wait. Less than a minute later, a couple of the deckhands came out, weather-beaten guys in watch caps and pea-jackets, headed for the docks. The deck rats didn't notice him following. They were too busy whistling at a group of girls having a smoke across the street. He shadowed the sailors close to dockside, then hung back in the shadows of a doorway, sussing the scene out. The deckhands went aboard one of the ships, but it was another one that caught Gorland's eye. A new freighter with a lot of activity on its decks, getting ready to cast loose. The name on the bow was the Olympian. That was one of Ryan's ships. There was a guy in the lee of a stack of crates near the loading dock, smoking a pipe. Something about him said G-Man. It wasn't Voss, probably one of his men if Gorland was any judge of cop flesh. If Andrew Ryan was attracting G-Men, he must be up to something of questionable legal status, which meant at the very least he could be blackmailed, if Gorland could find out exactly what to blackmail him for. Seemed like the agent was watching the 2 guys arguing at the gangplank of Ryan's freighter, but he wasn't close enough to listen in without them noticing. Gorland tilted his hat so the G-Man wouldn't see his face and strolled over, hands in his pockets, weaving a bit, making like he was drunk. "Maybe I can get me some work on one of those ships," Gorland said, slurring his words. Maybe back-busted work they got. Don't care for it. Maybe they need a social director." He did a good drunk, and all 3 men discounted him immediately as he approached. Gorland paused near the gangplank, muttering to himself as he pretended to struggle with lighting a cigarette. All the while he listened to the argument between the man standing on the rope gangplank and the mustachioed man on the dock who looked like he might be a deckhand. "I just ain't shipping out to that place again, and that's all there is to it," snarled the deckhand in the black peacoat. He wore a knit cap on his head and a handlebar mustache on his upper lip. A swarthy type, eyebrows merged in a single black bar. Getting old, maybe. Skin leathery, hair salt and pepper, hand trembling as he jabbed a finger at the ship's officer. "You ain't gonna make me go out there. Too goddamn risky." "Why, percentage-wise, they're losing less people than building the Brooklyn Bridge," said the officer. "I have Mr. Greavy's word on that. Stop being such a coward." "I don't mind being on the ship, but in that hell down below? Not me. There's no use trying to say you'll only take the job if you stay on the ship. It's what Greavy says that goes. If he says you go down, you go down. Then you go down in my place, and you wrestle with the devil. It's unholy what he's trying to do down there. If you leave here now, matey, you don't get paid a penny more. Get aboard this instant. We sail in 10 minutes, or you can say goodbye to your contract. 2 weeks' salary for my life? Ha! You won't die down there. We had one run of bad luck is all. I say it again. Pah! Goodbye to you, Mr. Forrester." The deckhand stalked off, and Gorland realized the ship's officer was glaring at him with unconcealed suspicion. "You, what are you doing hanging around here?" Gorland flicked his cigarette butt into the sea. He grinned drunkenly. Just having a smoke, matey." He set off to follow the deckhand, wondering what he'd stumbled onto. It was like a trail of coins gleaming on a moonlit path. If he kept following the shiny little clues, he'd find the money bag they were leaking from. Gorlin knew this trail could lead him to trouble, maybe jail, but he was a restless man, unhappy if he wasn't out on an edge. He either stayed busy working the game or lost himself in a woman's arms. Otherwise, he started thinking too much, like about his old man dumping him in that orphanage when he was a boy. The deckhand turned the corner of one of the loading docks to go up the access road. It was a foggy night, and there was no one else on the short side road to the avenue. No one to see. Frank Gorland had two approaches to getting what he wanted from life: long-term planning and creative improvisation. He saw a possibility, a foot-long piece of 1-inch diameter metal pipe fallen off some truck. It was just lying in the gutter, calling to him. He scooped up the piece of pipe and hurried to catch up with the slouching shape of the deckhand. He stepped up behind the man, grabbed his collar, jerked him slightly off balance without knocking him over. "Hey!" the man yelped. Gorland held the deckhand firmly in place and pressed the end of the cold metal pipe to the back of his neck. "Freeze," Gorland growled, altering his voice. He put steel and officiousness into it. "You turn around, mister. You try to run and I'll pull the trigger and separate your backbones with a bullet." The man froze. Don't shoot. What do you want? I don't have but $1 on me." "You think I'm some crooked dock rat? I'm a federal agent. Now don't even twitch." Gorland let go of the deckhand's collar, reached into his own coat pocket, took out his wallet, flipped it open, flashed the worthless special officer badge he used when he needed bogus authority. He flicked it in front of the guy's face, not letting him have a real look at it. "You see that?" Gorland demanded. "Yes, sir." He put the wallet away and went on. "Now hear this, sailor. You're in deep shit for working on that crooked project of Ryan's." They told me it was legal, all legal." "They told you it was a secret, too, right? You think it's illegal to keep secrets from Uncle Sam?" "No, I guess not. I don't know nothing about it, just that they're building something out there, and it's a dangerous job down them tunnels under the sea." "Tunnels? Under the sea? For what?" "For the construction. The foundations. I don't know why he's doing it, none of the men do. He tells them only what they need to know. Only I heard Greavy talking to one of them scientist types. All I can tell you is what I heard." "And that was?" "That Ryan is building a city under the sea down there." "A what?" "Like a colony under the goddamn ocean, and they're laying out all kinds of stuff down there. It don't seem possible, but he's doing it. I heard he's spending hundreds of millions, might be getting into billions. He's spending more money than any man ever spent building anything." Gorland's mouth went dry as he contemplated it, and his heart thumped. "Where is this thing?" "Out in the North Atlantic. They keep us below decks when we go, so we don't see where exactly. I ain't even sure. Cold as death out there it is. But he's got the devil's own heat coming up. Steam comes up some ways, and sulfur fumes and the like. Some took sick from them fumes. Men have died down there building that thing." "How do you know how much he's spending?" "I was carrying bags into Mr. Greavy's office on the platform ship, and I was curious-like. I hear some talking." "The what kind of ship?" That's what they call it, platform ship, a platform to launch their slinkers. The Olympian there, it supplies the platform ships." "Slinkers? That what you said?" "Bathyspheres, they is." "Bathyspheres? If you're lying to me—" "No, officer, I swear it." "Then get out of here, run, and tell no one you spoke to me, or you go right to jail." The man went scurrying away, and Gorland was left in a state of mute amazement. Ryan is building a city under the sea. 3. Ryan Building, New York City, 1946. 10 a.m. and Bill McDonough wanted a cigarette. He had a pack of smokes calling to him from his jacket pocket, but he held off. He was right bloody nervous about this meeting with Andrew Ryan. He was sitting literally on the edge of the padded velvet waiting room chair outside the door of Ryan's office, trying to relax, his report on the tunnel in a big brown envelope on his lap. Bill glanced at Elaine working diligently at her desk, a sturdy brunette in a gray-blue dress suit. She was about 29, a self-contained woman with snappy blue eyes, and that upturned nose that reminded him of his mum. But the jiggle when she shifted in her seat, that sure wasn't like his bony old mum. He'd watched Elaine walking about the office whenever he could do it discreetly. She had slightly wide shoulders and hips, long legs. One of those leggy American women like Mary Louise, but smarter, judging from the brief contact he'd had with her. Bet she liked to dance. Maybe this time he'd get up his nerve and ask her. Bill made himself sit back in the seat, suddenly feeling weary. He was still knackered from staying up past midnight supervising the night crew in the tunnel. But he was glad for the work. He was making far more money than he'd ever made before. He'd moved up to a nicer flat on the west side of Manhattan after his first month working for Ryan, and he was thinking of buying a car. The work was sometimes like plumbing writ large, but the gigantic pipes in the tunnel project weighed tons. Maybe he should talk to Elaine. Ryan didn't respect a man without enterprise. Didn't matter what the enterprise was in. Bill cleared his throat. "Slow day, ain't it, Elaine?" She looked up as if surprised he was there. "Oh, yes, it has been a bit slow." She looked at him, blushed again, bit her lip, and looked back at her paperwork. He was encouraged. If a woman blushed looking at you, that was a good sign. Things are slow, gotta make 'em brisk, I always say. And what's brisker than the jitterbug? She looked at him innocently. Jitterbug? Yeah, fancy a jitterbug sometime? You mean you'd like to go dancing? She glanced at the door to Ryan's inner office and lowered her voice. Well, I might. I mean, if Mr. Ryan doesn't... I'm not sure how he feels about employees who... Employees who cut a rug? Bill grinned. All quite harmless. He cleared his throat again. Harmless. Ah, Bill, you're here. Andrew Ryan was at the door to the inner office. He seemed cheerful, almost ebullient. Right you are, sir, Bill mumbled. He got up, trying to catch Elaine's eye as he went. She was studiously back at work. I expect you've brought the report, Ryan said, looking at Bill's manila envelope. Good man, but I already know how it's going. Tell you what, let's skip the office meeting. You and I, Bill, if you're up for it, are going on a trip. Couple of stops, one in town and one far beyond town. We'll talk about it on the way. It was Bill's first ride in a limousine, a smooth, quiet ride, a world away from the traffic outside, but Bill felt out of his social depth. He'd only had a few meetings with Ryan since being hired. He'd been working mostly with contractors, and sometimes with Greavy when the engineer was back from the North Atlantic. Only it had seemed to Bill like Greavy came out to the site mostly to watch him, like the boffin was trying to guess his weight. One time Greavy had brought a couple of bearded, scowling Irishmen in fancy suits to look him over, brothers by the name of Daniel and Simon Wales. Greavy never did bother to explain what that was about. When you get a chance to take a deco at the figure, sir, Bill said, you'll see we're all caught up on the schedule and just about done. Ryan held up a hand to stop him, but he was smiling faintly. I'm not surprised that you're almost finished, Bill. In fact, the crew can finish without you at this point. That's why I hired you. I knew that you'd do a good job. Greavy was testing you on this tunnel assignment, but I had you figured right all along. There's something else I need to know, something far more important, Bill. Yes, sir? Bill waited, fascinated by the electric charge of sheer certainty that seemed to shimmer around Andrew Ryan. Ryan looked at him seriously. I need to know if you're ready to meet the greatest challenge of your life. Bill swallowed. Whatever Ryan had in mind, he had to be equal to it. Anything you want to throw at me, sir, I'll take it on. Bill. Ryan leaned forward, glancing at the chauffeur to make sure the window to the front seat was closed, and spoke in a low, urgent voice. Have you heard of something called the North Atlantic Project? Bill couldn't suppress a chuckle. Heard those 4 words and not a word more. They're all like monks with a vow of silence when I ask what it is. Yes, and for several good reasons. Reasons like the United States government, the Office of Strategic Services, British intelligence, Soviet intelligence. Office of Strategic Services? That's American spies, yeah? When I was with the Royal Air Force, we'd get a report from those blokes from time to time. Right. Office of Strategic Services, he snorted. "We run rings around them and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I can tell you." The bonhomie faded from his eyes, replaced by a hard glitter as he looked sharply at Bill. "You fought in the war. Tell me a little about it." It wasn't something Bill liked to talk about any more than he had to. "Not so much the fighting end, more like support. On-board radio men for the Royal Air Force. Never had to kill a man personally. 11 bombing missions over Germany. After I was wounded, they found me a place in the Royal Engineers. Like that better, got me schooling." "Did you feel a great loyalty to the government you fought for?" Bill sensed this was a key question. "Wouldn't put it that way, sir. Wasn't loyal to the government. Never liked 'em. It wasn't who I was for, it was who I was against. I was against the bloody Nazis, the bastards bunging flying bombs at London." Ryan nodded gravely. He made eye contact, and Bill felt the voltage of it. "My feelings about loyalty," Ryan said carefully, "are very particularized. I believe a man must be loyal to himself first, but I also look for men who believe what I believe, men who believe it enough that they know that being loyal to me is being loyal to themselves. Men like you, I hope." Bill was moved. This man, one of the world's most powerful, was opening yet another door to him, and at the same time acknowledging him as an individual. "Yes, sir. I believe I understand." "Do you? Of course I run a corporation, and I ask for cooperation from people under me, but self-interest is at the root of cooperation, Bill. I intend to prove that self-interest oils the wheels of business, and that freedom from the tentacles of government, from the usual social shackles on science and technology and growth, will produce unstinting prosperity. I have envisioned a great social experiment. But, Bill, ask yourself, where can a social experiment on a large scale take place? Where in this world is there a place for men like us? My father and I fled the Bolsheviks, and where did we end up? This isn't the land of the free it pretends to be. It's the land of the taxed, and it was his reluctance to pay taxes that put my father in jail. Every society is the same on the face of the earth these days. But, Bill, suppose it were possible," his voice pitched low, breathless, "to leave the face of the earth. Just for a time, just for a century or two, until the fools have destroyed themselves with their Hiroshima bombs." Bill was flummoxed. "Leave it, sir?" Ryan chuckled. "Don't look so astonished. I don't mean we're going to the moon. We're not going up. We're going down, Bill. I have something to show you. Will you take a trip with me to Iceland?" "Iceland?" "Just the first leg. A plane to Iceland, then immediately a boat to the North Atlantic, to see the foundation, the beginning of the North Atlantic project. I'm going to have to trust you, and you're going to have to trust me." "Sir," Bill swallowed. He was not usually so open with people, but he was moved by Ryan's passion and his trust. "You trusted me, Governor, right out of the Christmas cracker, and I'll trust you." "Good. But you'll be giving me your point of view, Bill, because I feel you're trustworthy. We've reached our first stop. We'll have a few words with one of our resident artists here, and then we're taking a very late plane to see the North Atlantic project. I'm going to show you a marvel taking shape southwest of Iceland, and I promise that you will be enraptured." Driving a delivery truck later that night, Gorlin spotted the small, discreet sign on the warehouse front. Seaworthy Construction. He drove around the corner and pulled up near the loading dock. Even this time of night the place was a hive of activity. One shift clocking out, another one clocking in. Gorlin turned off the engine and adjusted his stomach padding. Hiring a delivery truck was easy. Coming up with a new disguise had used up another hour. He got the delivery service coveralls, stuffed a pillow in them for a big belly, gave himself a scar, and rearranged the toupee. Most of all, he rearranged his facial expression, made it the expression of a bored wiseacre. "Hey, how you doing?" Gorlin said to himself in the rearview mirror. He made the voice a little higher. He didn't want anyone recognizing Frank Gorland. He was now Bill Foster, delivery driver, because Bill Foster happened to be the name sewn onto the overalls. He looked over the clipboard that the driver of his borrowed truck had left on the dash. Heinz Canned Goods, it said. That'd work. The truck was empty. The stuff had already been delivered somewhere, but the warehouse didn't need to know that. Gorlin climbed down from the truck and stalked over to the loading dock, acting like he was in a hurry to get a delivery over with. He went up the steps like he owned the place. Big steel doors into the warehouse were wide open, and inside a whole separate crew bustled and grunted about crates and pallets supporting intricate steel equipment, the likes of which he'd never seen before. A sign over the doors, bigger than the business sign out front, read, "Authorized Personnel Only." A grumpy-looking man in a long coat, horn-rimmed glasses, and a patch of a mustache was supervising a crew of 8 men offloading a truck back to the loading dock, maybe the biggest truck Gorland had ever seen. Gorland watched for a minute as a hefty wooden crate was swung with a block and tackle, several men wrestling it into place on a wheeled pallet. Some of the other crates in the back of the truck looked big enough to hold a small car. Stenciled on one of the crates was, "Design Facing Building 4. "You!" barked the man in the horn rims. He scowled, not seeming happy to find Gorland staring into the back of the big truck. "What do you want here?" Gorland meditatively chewed a wooden match and considered the question. Then he hooked a thumb at the truck he'd driven here in. "Got a delivery for Orion." He flashed the clipboard he'd brought along. "Canned goods." The man turned to shout, "Careful of that!" at 2 burly workmen, then turned back to Gorland. "Canned goods? They'll be glad to hear that out at the site. Second we get this truck unloaded, you back yours up here." "Hold on now," Gorland said, furiously chewing his toothpick. "This here delivery's for a man named Ryan. You him?" The man snorted in contempt. "Don't be a fool. Mr. Ryan doesn't come here in person. I'm Harry Brown. I sign for everything." Gorland shrugged and turned away. "Says here Mr. Ryan. I don't have no other instructions." "Now wait a minute, hold on." Brown stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. "They go through food out there like there's no tomorrow. We got the word from Rizzo yesterday that we had to step up on the canned goods." "Fine," Gorland said, chewing his match. "Then get Mr.—" He paused to squint at his clipboard as if it was written on there. "Mr. Andrew Ryan out here to sign for it." "Look." Brown seemed to be working hard to hold on to his temper. "You know who Andrew Ryan is?" "I've heard of him. Some big muckety-muck. I don't care if he's Harry Truman. My instructions say he's got a sign or no delivery. I'll come back tomorrow. It's just a truckload of canned food." "We got a ship coming in tonight, and they need those goods. They got an army of men out there to feed." "So why don't they buy 'em something to eat local, wherever that is, till we get this straightened out?" Gorland asked, as if innocently amused. "They don't have a corner grocery there?" "No, you tubby fool, it's off the coast of Iceland, and if he buys in Iceland—" He broke off, frowning. Gorland scratched his head as if trying to puzzle it out. "Well, maybe I can let you have this 1 truckload. How many men's you got out there? 1 truckload gonna be enough? Maybe you want us to send out another?" "Hell, we could probably use 3 more. "Costs more to get it out here that quick. He give you guys enough budget for that?" "Enough budget?" Brown snorted and crossed his arms over his chest. "If you only knew what he spent on the air pumps already. Money's, what they call it, no object. You get it? Now back that truck up here." "I don't know, this whole thing, how do I know it's on the up and up if the guy who ordered it ain't here to sign? Who's in charge at Seaworthy if it isn't Ryan?" "Ryan's the owner, you damned." He took a deep breath, removed his glasses, polished them with a handkerchief. That seemed to calm him. "Ryan's the owner, man named Rizzo over at the administration office. He's in charge." Brown turned to sign a manifest held up for him by a thick-set black man in overalls. Gorland leaned over, trying to make out what was on it. All he could gather was Air Purification System Building 32,33, and the cost of that system added up to well over $1 million. Brown saw Gorland trying to see the manifest and stepped to block his view. "Mister, you sure are a nosy sort." Gorland shrugged. "Just as curious as anybody else. Well, I can't let you sign for this stuff. Where's this Rizzo's office at? Maybe I better talk to him." Brown hesitated, looking at him suspiciously. Then he shrugged and told him, and Garland wrote it down on the clipboard. He turned to peer inside the warehouse. "Hey, that one of those batosphere things?" Brown stared at him. What delivery company you say you were with? Me? Acme. Name's Foster. Yeah, let me have a look at that clipboard of yours. Now who's the nosy one? See you when I get the signature, pal. Gorlin turned and hurried down the stairs. He felt the men on the loading dock staring at him. He glanced back and saw one big fist-faced palooka take a sap out of his pocket and slap it in his palm. He hurried to the truck, forcing himself not to run, and got out of there as fast as he could, smiling to himself as he drove away. Maybe this wasn't going to be a blackmail operation. Maybe it'd be something much bigger. Yeah, if he figured out where to stand, it'd be raining money, and all he needed was a bucket. It's not generally known that I sometimes back Broadway musicals, said Andrew Ryan as the limousine pulled up in front of the theater. I prefer to do it quietly. I have a rather old-fashioned taste in music, they tell me. George M. Cohan or Jolson, they're more my style. Or Rudy Valley. I don't care much for this jitterbug business. Don't understand it. He waved a hand at the marquee. You know the work of Sander Cohen. Some say he is getting a bit long in the tooth, but I think he's every bit the musical genius he ever was. A Renaissance man of the arts, really. Bill read the marquee. Sander Cohen in Young Dandies. Caw! He burst out. Me ma took a liking to Sander Cohen a few years back. Fair wore out his kissin' the tulip on her old Victrola. Ah, yes, I was a fan of his. No one understands me. You shall meet him tonight, my boy. We're just in time to catch his final number. I've seen the show many times, of course, and we'll have a word backstage. Karlowski, this is fine here. The chauffeur, Ivan Karlowski, was a pale-haired man, scarred and impassive, with a distinctly Russian bone structure. He gave a small salute with his gloved hand and nodded. Bill had heard that Karlowski was not only one of the finest auto mechanics around, but also pretty much invincible. No one messed with Karlowski. Bill got out of the limo, instinctively holding the door for Ryan and closing it behind him. A group of swells spilled out of the theater laughing, though the music of the show could be heard through the open theater door. The show was still going on. A bored-looking man in spats and tuxedo was escorting a platinum-haired girl in a white mink. Two other young men followed with elaborately coiffed girls on their arms, all of them tipsy from intermission cocktails. Bill hesitated as Ryan paused, glowering at the swells, seeming to disapprove of them leaving the theater early. Say, laughed one in a top hat, that Sander Cohen is a funny old character. I heard some young men go into his dressing room never come out again, said a sleepy-eyed swell in a bowler hat, more seriously, voice low. Well, you won't get me to one of his shows again, said the top hat as they strolled wobblingly off. Mincing about like that, constantly in the spotlight, all that makeup, looked like a clown. Ryan growled audibly to himself as he glared after them. Drunks. He shook his head, stalking toward the alley between the theaters that led to the stage door. Bill followed, feeling a bit squiffy himself, though he hadn't had a drop today. He felt socially out of his depth with Ryan, but the whole experience exhilarated him too. This way, Bill, Ryan muttered. Those decadent young poltroons. But it's ever that way. Inconsequential people know only mockery. Only the great understand the great. He rapped on the stage door, which was opened by a cigar-chewing bulldog of a man. Well, who is it now? And then his cigar dropped from his slack mouth. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ryan, I didn't realize it was you. Please come in, sir, right this way, sir. Nice night, ain't it? What an arse-kisser, Bill thought, as the man, practically curtsying, let them in. An echoing passage, and then they were backstage, standing in the wings watching Sander Cohen. He was just finishing off his climactic number, Hop Away to Heaven. Strange to see a stage show from this angle, everything looking oddly overlit, the clack of heels on the wooden stage audible, the extreme angle not showing the dancers to best effect. They seemed almost to lumber around. And Sander Cohen was stranger still. The fading Broadway star was wearing a silvery jacket that might have seemed more natural on a Busby Berkeley dancing girl. He had matching silvery trousers with a red stripe down the side. His boots, with heels like a flamenco dancer's, glittered too. He had a rather bulbous head, with thinning hair emphasized by a great pale swath of forehead, not much helped by a spit curl, and a puckish little mustache, upturned at the ends. He did wear a surprising amount of pancake and what seemed to be eyeliner. Cohen was sashaying rhythmically about, singing in a jaunty tenor, spinning a silvery walking stick in his fingers. 2 rows of very handsome young men and pretty girls danced in chorus patterns behind him. Cohen sang, "If you want to hop, hop, hop with me, we'll multiply like crazy, like a couple of bunnies. Oh, hop to heaven, just hop to heaven with me." "Admittedly a trivial number," said Ryan, leaning over to whisper behind his hand to Bill. "But the public needs that sort of thing, you know, something light from time to time. Sander would like to be more serious. Artists should have their chance to work without interference, so long as it's profitable, of course." Bill nodded, hoping that this blighter did have some better numbers than this rubbish. He wouldn't have pictured Ryan listening to this prancing chap, would have thought him more the Wagner type, or maybe Tchaikovsky. But then you never knew what kind of music a man might relax with. He'd once known a bare-fisted bruiser of a longshoreman who thought nothing of taking on 3 men in a bar fight, but burst into sentimental tears when he saw Shirley Temple singing the good ship Lollipop. Wiping his eyes, sniffing, "Ain't she a pip?" The curtain rang down to a rather puny spatter of applause and went back almost immediately so that Cohen could take several bows that no one was asking for. The dancers hurried off stage. A gesture from Ryan and one of the dancers lingered, a corn-fed chorus girl in a bathing suit trimmed in white fur. A great flowing spill of blonde hair fell over her pink shoulders. Golden bangs stuck to her forehead in a light sheen of perspiration. She was a big girl, in an Amazonian voluptuous way, and seemed several inches taller than Ryan, but almost shrank in his presence, while her china blue eyes grew large. "Mr. Ryan!" Her voice was not melodious. It was rather squeakily grating to Bill. He hoped she was a good dancer. Ryan gazed at her benevolently, but with a hungry light in his hard eyes. Then the hunger was somehow folded away, and he seemed almost paternal, carefully reserved. "You positively glowed with talent tonight, Jasmine," Ryan said. Allow me to present my business associate, Mr. Bill McDonough." She barely glanced at Bill. "Did you really think I was good, Mr. Ryan? You could see me out there?" "Of course, my dear. I've watched you dance many times. You're always stimulating." "Enough for a lead? I can't seem to get anywhere in this business, Mr. Ryan. I mean, I got here, but I can't get any farther than the chorus. I've tried to talk to Sander, but he doesn't seem interested in me. He's so involved with his, what does he call them, his protégés?" "A big talent like yours will pop out in good time, Jasmine, don't you worry," Ryan said, as the curtain closed on another uncalled-for bow by Sander Cohen. "Do you really think so, Mr. Ryan? I mean, if you wanted to—" "In fact," Ryan interrupted, with such authority that her voice cut off in mid-squeak, "I'm going to help you. I'm going to pay for you to take elocution lessons. Your only weakness as an artist is, shall we call it vocal presentation? I took such lessons myself once. You'll sound differently, and people will look at you differently." "Elocution! Sure, I know what that is." She seemed a bit frustrated, though. Seemed improving her elocution wasn't what she'd had in mind. "I am founding a new community," he said, glancing about them. "In another place, some distance away. You might call it a resort, in a sense. It will take a while to complete, but given the right dedication, you could work there, in show business. It would definitely be a new start." "Where will it be exactly?" "Oh, foreign places, you know." "Like Bermuda?" "Well, more or less. Sander." "Oh, a resort, that'd be swell," she said, walking away but looking at him as she went, so that she almost collided with Sander Cohen. "Do excuse me, my dear," Cohen muttered with a forced smile. Cohen brightened when he saw Ryan putting on a completely different aspect, beaming, one eyebrow arched. "Andrew, my dear fellow, you caught the show after all!" "We have been standing here entranced. Allow me to introduce you to Bill McDonough." "Bill, eh?" Cohen scrutinized him with sleepy eyes. Earthy," Right you are, Bill said. Keep the old feet on the ground, me. And British, how charming! You know, just the other day I was saying to Noel Coward. He went into a lengthy anecdote, much of which was lost in the buzz of the backstage bustle, but it seemed to be something about Coward's rather embarrassing admiration for Cohen. One wishes he wouldn't fawn so. Bill noticed that Cohen's left eyebrow seemed permanently cocked, stuck higher than the other, never going down, as if he'd been paralyzed in a condition of irony. You're a real artist, not just a cocktail wit like Noel Coward, Ryan said. It's only natural the man should be overwhelmed. You are too good, Andrew. It bothered Bill, hearing this man call Mr. Ryan by his first name. Didn't seem right somehow. He took a step back, feeling that Cohen was standing rather too near him. Andrew, can I expect you at my little opening in the village? Ryan frowned. Opening? Did you not receive the invitation? I shall have to positively flay my personal assistant alive. Ha ha! I have a bit of a gallery show at the Verlaine Club, my new obsession, an art form almost unknown in America. Looking sleepy-eyed again, he turned to explain to Bill. It's a tableau vivant show. Ah, yes, Ryan said to Bill. Tableau vivant. It's a French artistic tradition. They pose people on a stage in different ways to represent scenes from history or drama. They stand there in costume, almost like sculptures. Precisely, Cohen crowed, clapping his hands together with delight. Living sculptures in a way. In this case, they are representing scenes from the life of the Roman Emperor Caligula. Sounds fascinating, Ryan said, frowning slightly. Caligula. Well, well, well. My protégés, such artistic courage. They stand there posed in a state of near undress in a cold room, minute after minute, as if frozen in place. He tossed his head like a stallion and whispered, They're in fierce competition to please me. Oh, how hard they work at it. But art calls for an agony of self-sacrifice, for submission and inverted immolation upon its altar. That's what I admire about you, Sander, Ryan said. Your complete devotion to your art. No matter what anyone thinks, you are yourself completely. That's essential to art, it seems to me, expressing one's true self. But it seemed to Bill that whatever Sander Cohen really was, it was all hidden away, even as he presented another side of himself to the world with great verve. It was like there was a scared little animal looking out of his sleepy eyes, and yet he spoke with flourishes, moved with striking dynamism, queer sort of duck. I may be out of the country for your opening, I'm afraid, Ryan was saying, but I was just telling Jasmine. Oh, Jasmine, Cohen shrugged dismissively. She does have her charms. Believe me, I understand. But, Andrew, I'm told that this show may close rather sooner than we expected. Dandy's was to be my re-emergence, my metamorphosis. And the cocoon, I find, is rather constricting and may squeeze me out too soon. He hugged himself tight, seemed to writhe in his own hug as he said it. I feel positively squeezed. Artists chafe at constraint, Ryan said, nodding sympathetically. Don't worry about the show. Broadway will soon be old hat. We'll create our own venue for genius, Sander. Really? And with what sort of scope? A large audience? You'll see. As for scope, well, there will be plenty of people to appreciate you there. Almost a captive audience in a way. Ooh, nothing I'd like better than a captive audience. But I must away. I see Jimmy signaling desperately to me from the dressing room. Do keep me informed as to this new project, Andrew. You will be among the first to know when it's ready, Sander. It will take some courage on your part. Ryan smiled crookedly. But if you take the leap, you'll find yourself immersed in something beautiful. They watched Sander Cohen strutting off toward the dressing rooms. It seemed to Bill that Cohen was off his trolley. But Ryan was right. Genius was eccentric. As if guessing his thoughts, Ryan said, Yes, Bill, he can be outrageous, exasperating, but all the great ones hurt the eyes and burn the ears a bit. He calls himself the Napoleon of mime sometimes, and so he is when he's miming. Come along, Bill, we're off to the airport, if you're quite ready to go, or are you having second thoughts? Bill grinned. Not me, sir. I'm in A to Z. I'm diving in at the deep end, Mr. Ryan. 4. New York City, 1946. Look, Mr. Gorlin, I don't know that much about it. Merton was sitting in the back room of the clanger, across from what used to be his own seat. Now Gorland was behind the desk, with Garcia standing to one side, eyeing Merton and tapping a blackjack in his palm, while on the other side was Reggie, a bruiser from the Bronx, wearing the doorman's uniform that went with his day job. Gorland knew Reggie from the old days. He was one of the only people alive who knew Frank's real last name, and he sometimes hired him as extra muscle. Tonight, Gorland had to put the fear of God into Merton. Harve Merton needed to have more fear for Frank Gorland than for the powerful Andrew Ryan. I mean, if I knew anything else, Merton went on, wringing his hands, I'd tell ya. Hey, you got any hot advice on the horses, Merton? Garcia asked, grinning. Gorland signaled for Garcia to be quiet. The bookie shrugged, put away his sap, and took out a cigar instead. In the lull, the sound of the bar seeped through the closed door. A girl squealed with laughter. A man hooted, You don't know nothing about Dempsey." "Let's all just think this through, Merton," Gorland said, pouring Merton a drink from the bourbon bottle. "You're telling me you got a job with Seaworthy on the North Atlantic project from this guy Rizzo. You were working as a steward on one of their ships, right? And they take your ass out to the North Atlantic and keep it there for a month and a half, and you didn't see a thing out there." Gorland shoved the shot glass across the desk, and Merton snatched it up. "Thanks. That's about the size of it. I mean, some stuff was taken down, under the water, but—" He laughed nervously. "I didn't go down with it. They were all hush-hush about what was going on down there, much as your life was worth to talk about it," one fella said after he come up. "I don't know what they're up to." "You see, I know what they're up to in a general kind of way," Gorland said, pouring himself a drink. "Building something big, but I don't know what Ryan's angle is, where the money is. You seen him bring up any, ore? Mining goods, gold, silver, oil?" "No, nothing like that, just a lot of ships. Never saw Mr. Ryan. Heard his name sometimes, that's all. I was busy the whole time, seasick, too. I was glad to get back here and look for another job." "Yeah, you'll live to look for another job, too," Reggie said, helpfully, his voice mild. "If you tell Mr. Gorland exactly what he needs to know." "I swear, I didn't find out anything else. I hardly left the galley on that big old ship. Now Frank Fontaine, he might know something. He's got boats going out there to supply him with fish, and they get to talk more. To the guys in the construction." Gorland frowned thoughtfully. "Frank Fontaine, Fontaine's Fisheries, used to smuggle stuff from Cuba up here in those fishing boats of his. Now he's delivering fish? You kidding me?" "I saw him on the dock. That's what he told me. I used to buy some of the rum he smuggled up here for your place." Merton swallowed. "Fontaine says there's more money selling fish to Ryan for that crew out there than there is selling rum to New York. They got a crying need for food out there. Got an army of workers to feed." Gorland grunted thoughtfully to himself. That did dovetail with what he'd heard at the loading dock. The one sure way to get close to that operation was to supply it. A crazy thought came to him, bringing with it some interesting possibilities. But if he did go that far, and far was the word all right, he'd be way out of his own stomping ground. He'd be splashing around in the North Atlantic. There was something about this secret project of Ryan's that fascinated him, that drew him the way rumors of buried pirate gold drew a treasure hunter. Millions of dollars were being sunk into the North Atlantic. He ought to be able to scoop some of it up. Years ago, when Frank Gorland was dodging the law, he'd hopped a freight train. Riding the boxcar, he'd read an old newspaper about the newly minted industrialist Andrew Ryan. There was a picture of him standing in front of a fancy building with his name on it. That picture had stirred something in him. The picture of Andrew Ryan standing there in front of the skyline of Manhattan, like he owned it, had made Frank think, "Whatever he's got, I want it. I'm going to take it from him." Could be now was his chance. But first he had to figure out what Ryan's angle was, what he was up to, or down to, out there with a city down in the cold guts of that dark ocean. Somewhere over the Atlantic, 1946. It's a converted Liberator, really. Andrew Ryan led Bill McDonough through a big, humming aircraft cabin toward the tail. A Stratocruiser now. United Airlines has ordered 11 of them for luxury flights, but this is the prototype. Of course, this is a prop plane, but the next generation will be jets. Saw a jet fighter in the war my last trip out, Bill said. ME-262 it was, German prototype. Didn't even engage us. I reckon they were test flying. Yes, Ryan said distractedly. Fast and efficient, the jet engine. Haven't bothered developing them, not as aircraft, because after the North Atlantic project we hope to need no aircraft. We'll have a great many submersibles, and in time we'll hardly need those. We hope to be entirely self-sufficient. Submersibles? Bill must have misheard him. Bill had mixed feelings about being on this plane. The drone of its engines was just close enough to the sound of the bombers he'd flown on in the war. He'd taken a ship to get to the United States of America after. He'd had enough of planes. Seen his best friend turn to red marmalade that last time out. Inside, though, this plane wasn't much like a bomber. Except for the sound, the vibrations through the floor, the curved inner skin, it could easily be a luxury suite at a hotel. The Victorian-style chairs and sofas were bolted down, but they were luxurious, their silken red cushions trimmed in gold. Lace curtains were elegantly swept back from the windows with silk cords. The cabin was quietly served by 3 liveried servants and a chef. Behind a stainless steel bar, an Asian servant in a red and black jacket with gold braid looked up attentively as they passed. But Ryan wasn't after drinks yet. They passed through a red velvet curtain into an after cabin, smaller, with a metal table bolted to the center of the floor. On the table was a fairly large object, rising like a ghost under a white muslin covering. The room contained almost nothing else, except taped to one interior wall to the left was a full-color drawing of a crowded, highly stylized city. It reminded Bill at first glance of the Emerald City of Oz. Only the city in the colorful drawing appeared to be underwater. A school of colorfully sketched fish swam past its windows. Was it Atlantis, the day after it went down? Ryan strode dramatically up to the table and whipped off the cover. "Et voilà," he said, smiling. He had revealed a scale model of the city. It was all one structure formed of many lesser structures, all in the industrial art style, as if the designer of the Chrysler Building had made an entire small city to go with it. The model was about 3 feet high, a construction of linked towers, sheaths of green glass and chrome, transparent tubular passageways, statues, very little open space between buildings. The structure seemed quite sealed off, and indeed Bill made out what appeared to be airlocks near the bases of several towers resembling artfully turned lighthouses. Outside the airlock sat the mock-up of a small submarine. Through one of the miniature city's transparent panels, he saw what looked like a tiny bathysphere, partway risen up through a vertical shaft. "This," said Andrew Ryan, breathing hard as he said it, the muslin sheet dangling at his side, "is Rapture." A surge of turbulence hit the plane at exactly that moment, making the model city quiver dangerously on its table. Bill stared at it, careful in the turbulence. "Right. Lovely, ain't it? Rapturous-like." "No, Bill. Rapture is the name of this city. What you see here is just the core, the downtown, you might say. Its foundations are already under construction, a habitat for thousands of people beneath the waters of the North Atlantic." Bill gaped at him. "You're taking the piss." Ryan flashed one of his pensive smiles. "But it's true. It's being constructed in secret, in a part of the sea rarely plied by anyone. The architecture is glorious, isn't it? The Wales brothers designed it. Greavy's been implementing their vision, and now so will you, Bill." Bill shook his head in wonder. "It's being built right now?" The turbulence died down to Bill's relief. It brought ghostly memories of being in a plane hit by flak. "How big's Rapture to be, then?" "It will be a small city, hidden away under the ocean, miles to a side, lots of open space inside it. We don't want claustrophobia." The model's shape reminded Bill of the densest parts of Manhattan in some ways, all those buildings packed together. But in this case the buildings were crowded even closer, and even more interconnected. "Do you see what's in there, through that little window?" Ryan pointed. "That is going to be parkland, a park under the sea. I call it Arcadia. We have a system for bringing reflected sunlight down, as well as electrical light. Arcadia will help provide oxygen as well as being a place for relaxation. Now here you see." He broke off at a sudden rough turbulence and the boom of thunder somewhere close at hand. Both men looked nervously at the window opposite the drawing. Bill put one hand to the edge of the table and ducked to see through the port. Black and gray storm clouds billowed angrily outside, flickering with lightning. "Dodgy ride coming." Another boom, another quiver, and Bill closed his eyes, trying to will away the pictures rising in his mind. The boom of a flak shell, the clatter and whine of many small vicious impacts. Another shell exploding just outside, a section of the bomber hull suddenly gone, blown out by the Jerries. Wind roaring in through the ragged gap like a madhouse invader, as Bill McDonough, radio man, sees the curly-headed Welsh lad, a green little blighter just a week out of training, being sucked backward against a 5-foot breach in the curved metal wall, pulled hard by the sudden drop in air pressure, the boy's face contorting in terror. Bill shouts to the pilots, "Reduce altitude!" as he rushes to the young flyer, gripping a stanchion with his right hand so he can try pulling the Welsh lad back with his left, knowing full well it was no good. The boy screams as the suction around the breach jerks him harder into the jagged edge, the sharp metal ripping through his left shoulder. His blood precedes him, streaming out through the gap, and then he follows it, just gone, like a magic act, vanished into the roaring sky. All that remains are scraps of torn clothes and skin flapping on the ragged edges of the bulkhead. The boy is falling somewhere, out in the gray mist. Bill clings to the stanchion as the bomber angles sharply down to equalize air pressure. "Bill, are you all right?" Bill managed a sickly grin. "There's a reason I took a ship to America instead of a plane, Gov. Sorry, I'm all right." "I think we both need a drink." "Right you are, Mr. Ryan. That's the very medicine." "Let's have a seat in the main cabin and ride out this storm. We should be at the airport in another hour or so. Winds are behind us. Then it's to the ship. Come on, I'll have Quee pour you the best single malt you ever tasted, and I'll tell you about the Great Chain." The bar in Staten Island was almost deserted tonight, but Captain Fontaine was there, as arranged, sitting in a booth in the dim corner, frowning at his beer, just waiting for Frank Gorland. Captain Fontaine did look a lot like the man who called himself Frank Gorland, but he was more weather-beaten, a little older. He wore a red watch cap and a long green corduroy double-breasted coat. His calloused red hands showed the life he'd led at sea, first as a smuggler, now as the head of a small fishing fleet. Gorland ordered a bottled beer from the stout barmaid, who seemed to be flirting with a drunken Marine, and carried it over to Captain Fontaine's table. Fontaine didn't look up from brooding on his beer as Gorland sat across from him. "Gorland, seems to me that every time I run into you something goes wrong." "How's that? How about all that cash you made from what I did for you on your last cargo?" "Your cut was near as big as mine, and all you did for it was run your mouth." "Well, running my mouth is how I live, friend. Now look, Fontaine, you want the information I have or not? I'm offering it for free. I'm hoping we can work together again, and we can't do it if you're in jail, so you'd better cock one of those shell-like ears. I've got word they're going to wait till you head out and raid you on the way back." Fontaine slurped at his brew. "They... who?" "Why, Gorland leaned over the table and lowered his voice. "Just the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that's who. Agent Voss is chewing at your rump." Fontaine sat up straight. Gorland looked at him calmly, believing it himself almost as he said, "I got it from my sister's best friend. She's a secretary for them, keeps an eye on things for me." That was the secret to being a good liar, believing it when you said it. "So she's typing up some kind of warrant, and there you are. Captain Frank Fontaine. Smuggling, it says. Drugs, it says." "Keep your voice down. Anyhow, it don't signify. I gave up smuggling that stuff. The company I work for now is bringing me crazy money to bring my catch over to Iceland. Long ways, but it's big money, safe and legal. You mean your deal with Andrew Ryan's operation out there? Fontaine shrugged. Nothing you need to know about. So he took the fish out there himself. Interesting. The exact whereabouts of the North Atlantic project would be on the charts in one of those boats. Gorlin sighed and shook his head. You don't get it. Voss is out to get you. He's going to look down in your hold first time you set to sea and plant the dope down there. You gave him the slip one too many times. I don't believe it. They're raiding you all right, and suppose they don't set you up. They know that Ryan's trying to hide something out there, so they'll take you in for questioning. How will Ryan feel about that? You want to go to jail for standing in the way of an investigation? What proof is there a raid's coming, Gorland? Proof? Just a carbon from the raiding order. Gorland passed it over. Every good con man knows a good forger. You can sell your boats to me and slip off to Cuba. Fontaine looked at the order, and his shoulders slumped. Maybe. It's true I'm sick of being on those boats, like to retire to Cuba, but I want a good price. Sure, I'll give you top money. Fontaine looked at him narrowly. And why would you be so goddamn helpful, Gorland? It don't add up. It's you they're looking for, not me. I'll play fisherman till things cool off, make some money from Ryan, and have the trawlers for when it's safe to smuggle again. Fontaine expelled a long, slow breath. Gorland knew that meant he was giving in. He felt the physical thrill, an almost sexually delicious inward shiver that always came when a mark surrendered. 2 nights later, Frank Gorland was waiting in the pilot-house of a fishing trawler, trying to get used to the smell of old codfish and drinking coffee. The trawler was called Happy Drift. Christ, but it was chilly on this old tub. He heard a hail from the dock and smiled. Captain Fontaine was here for his money. Gorland nodded to his grizzled, gray-haired helmsman and said, "When I give you the signal, head due east." "You got it, boss." "Call me Captain. I'm about to be one." "Aye, aye, Captain." Gorland went down the ladder to the main deck, where he found Fontaine stalking back and forth, scowling. "Gorland, I hear you fired my crew. You're up to something. This whole thing is starting to stink." "Surprised you can smell a stink at this point, but come on down to the galley and I'll explain. I've got a parcel of money for you." Gorland turned and went below decks, humming to himself. Fontaine hesitated, then followed. There was no crew staying warm in Happy Drift's little galley. Gorland planned to pick up the rest of the crew later. On the small fold-out table near the stove was a small brown suitcase. "There you are, Fontaine. Open it up and count it." Fontaine looked at him, and he looked at the suitcase. Then he licked his lips, went to the suitcase, opened it, and stared. It was filled with dead fish, red snapper. "I'm thinking," Gorland said, taking a blackjack from his coat pocket, "of changing the name of this boat to Happy Grift. What do you think?" Captain Fontaine turned angrily to Gorland, who hit him hard with a blackjack, crack, right on the forehead. Fontaine went down like a sack of bricks. Gorland put the blackjack away and went to the ladder, climbed to the deck, turned, and waved up at the pilot-house, where the helmsman Bergman was watching for his signal. The helmsman pointed at the dock, and Gorland remembered he had to cast off. That much he knew how to do. He cast the ropes off, and the boat roared to life, swinging out from the dock toward the open sea. Humming "My Wild Irish Rose," Gorland descended to the galley. Captain Fontaine, face down, was still out cold. Gorland went through the man's pockets, removing his identification, money, personal effects. Might need them. He considered Captain Fontaine, now stirring slightly on the deck, and then he muttered to himself, "Do it. Go all the way, Frank." He took a deep breath, then pulled off his shirt and pants. He dragged Fontaine's outer clothing off him, then switched clothes with him, wincing at the smell of Fontaine's unwashed trousers. Just a little too large. Had to tighten the belt. Then he used his old clothing to tie Fontaine's hands behind him. "What are you doing?" Fontaine asked, starting to come to. "Let me go." "I will let you go right now, Captain," Gorland said. "But you got to climb that ladder. I'll help you." "I need clothes. It's freezing out here." "You'll be all taken care of. Up the ladder." He got the bleary Fontaine up at last and out on the tilting deck. Fog streamed by and wreathed the sea. He glanced at the pilot house. Bergman was facing out to sea. Not that he would probably have cared. The man had done 5 years in prison not so long ago. He was being well paid. He'd go along with whatever his new boss wanted. Fontaine was swaying on deck, goggling blearily about him. We're out to sea? Why are we? I'll show you, Gorlin said, escorting him to the side. You ever notice how much you and I look alike, Frank? We even have the same first name. Possibilities, Frank, possibilities. I've got a whole new concept here. I call it identity theft. What do you think? Then he bent, grabbed the vessel's former captain by the ankles, and tilted him over the side, head first down into the cold sea. A yell, a splash or two, and Captain Fontaine went down. He didn't come up. Captain Fontaine was dead. Long live Captain Frank Fontaine. 5. The North Atlantic, 1946. The Andrew Ryan was pitching at sea anchor that gray morning, and Bill was queasy. The cigarette helped a little. He tried to ignore the steward throwing up over the starboard rail. Gazing into the sea, he watched the frothing bathysphere bob to the surface. These are no ordinary bathyspheres, Ryan said proudly, joining him at the taffrail, his hair so slicked down the considerable wind didn't budge it. Some of the men call them slinkers because they get around with such agility. Never seen the like. Almost elegant it is. Ryan looked at him closely. Feeling seasick? I have a pill. No, said Bill, stepping back from a burst of spray. The spray put his cigarette out, and he flicked the butt overboard. I'll take this rust bucket over your bucketing palace in the sky any day, Governor. He grabbed the rail as the deck pitched under him. Now then, Bill. Ryan took a good grip on the rail himself and looked at Bill closely. Are you ready to go down? I'm informed that the wind's dropping. In an hour the sea will be just calm enough for the launching. Bill swallowed. He looked out to sea at the other 2 platform ships and the retreating shape of the Olympian as it headed back to New York for supplies. The platform ships were modified barges, linked by chains and buoys, marking out a square half-mile of sea. It was an enormous enterprise. He had to do his part and accept going down in the bathysphere. He had been expecting this, but he wasn't eager. Ready, Mr. Ryan. Always ready, me. He expected to change into a diving suit or something aquatic, but an hour later they went as they were, both of them in overcoats. Ryan's cut of the best material, precisely tailored. The bathysphere was hoisted onto the deck, steadied by the stoic crewmen in their rubber slickers and sou'westers, as Ryan and Bill got in. It was roomy enough for 2 inside, with a window in the hatch and small ports on the sides. The smell was a bit like a locker room, but it was comfortably padded and equipped with handholds. Between them was a bank of controls and gauges. Ryan didn't seem concerned with them as the bathysphere was hoisted up, lowered over the side, and released. A light switched on inside as the sea closed over them. Bill, licking his lips, waited for Ryan to somehow pilot the vessel, but he didn't. He simply sat back, smiling mischievously, seeming amused by Bill's transparent attempt at appearing unworried. They sank deeper and deeper. Then the bathysphere stopped with a slight jolt and began to move horizontally of its own accord. It's radio-controlled, Ryan explained at last. We don't have to do a thing. It follows an underwater radio signal to the entrance shaft, uses turbine props. You will experience no discomfort from increased air pressure. There isn't any increased air pressure needed. The same will hold true in Rapture itself. There is no danger of the bends. We have a new method for constantly equalizing air pressure at any depth with no special gases. It will be almost always exactly the same as on the surface, with only minor variations. Bill looked at him skeptically. Air pressure always the same, at any depth? Ryan gave him a mysterious smile, leveraging the opportunity to brag a bit. We have gone to great lengths to keep our discoveries to ourselves. I have found some of the most unusual, extraordinarily talented scientists in the world, Bill, and in some very difficult spots. He peered through a porthole, smiling absently. The hardest one to get at was this quite peculiar but brilliant fellow named of Suchong. He was stuck in Korea during the Japanese occupation. The Japs had accused him of selling their men opium to pay for his experiments. Imperialists have such a narrow view of things. Speaking of marvels, you can just see the foundations of Rapture there, before we get into the dome shaft, and let us have some appropriate music. Bill bent and peered through the port. Below them, electric lights glowed through the blue gloom along the rocky bottom of the sea, lines of lights like landing markers for a plane on a foggy night. He saw the rugged outlines of what might be a decayed volcanic crater, like a miniature mountain range, around a mysterious electrical glow. The music kicked in. Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, the Grofé arrangement for piano and symphony, flowing from hidden speakers in the bathysphere. As the rhapsodic music swelled, Bill made out structures looming through the dark blue water beyond the stony natural ramparts, the frameworks of elegant buildings, the panels of unfinished walls, the silhouette of what might be a statue, tilting as it waited to be craned into place. "The genius of the Wales brothers," Ryan said, as more mighty soaring structures came into view. "Simon and Daniel. Ironic, really, they're starting with cathedrals and coming to build Rapture. But Simon says that Rapture will be a great cathedral, but not to God, to man's will." "How'd you get the foundations done?" Bill asked, peering through the viewport. "That had to be a great challenge." "We retrofitted my steamer, the Olympian, fixed it up to take cargo, and we brought the sinker out here and put it together. It's a big submersible platform. We'd lower it to the bottom with the deep-sea team and everything they needed. It's there permanently, absorbs vibration, offers insulation for the biggest central section of Rapture, brought in the platform ships for the next stages." A small submarine equipped with mechanical arms glided by the construction site. "You can see the remains of a very ancient volcanic cone," Ryan went on, pointing. "That's a clue about Rapture's energy source. You see that dark spot there to one side? That's the opening of a deep crevice, a real abyss. But the city's foundations rest on solid rock. It's quite secure." And then the panorama vanished, swallowed up in shadow. The music continued as they dipped into the dark vertical entrance shaft leading down to the dome. It was as if they were going down a chimney. The descent was sickeningly fast and smooth, until they bumped against the concrete and steel sides of the water-filled shaft with an alarming clang. A metallic squeal came as a hatch in the shaft shut above them. A shivering clunk, and they came to a complete halt. They were in an airlock, Bill reckoned, as the water drained away. A mechanical grating sound and another metallic screech, and the hatch of the bathysphere opened. "Come along, Bill." Ryan switched off the music and climbed out through the hatch. Bill followed and found himself in a short, metal-ribbed passage of rough concrete. Electric lights burned overhead. The smell of the sea mingled with the smell of new cement. 2 strides along the short passage, then a metal door swung open for them, and there was Dr. Greevy, in a long work coat and metal construction helmet. Greevy's mouth trembled as he gazed at Ryan. He backed away to let Ryan enter the sizable hemispherical room, like a courtier backing away from a sovereign. "This is an honor, sir," Greevy sputtered. "But really, it's a bit too risky." "Risky?" Ryan said, looking around. "Nonsense. Bill, he's trying to keep me out of here." But Ryan was chuckling as he looked around at the equipment in the dome. "Only until we have more safety structures in place. McDonough understands." "I'm here now, Greevy," Ryan said, "and I mean to have a look around. I am sinking my life into this project, and I need to see it flourishing. Is Simon here?" "Not here, sir. He's in Sub 3. "Let him do his work. You can show us around." The dome was about 200 feet in diameter, about 35 feet to the ceiling in the center, which was supported by a grid of metal girders. To Bill, the girders looked like steel, but he knew if they were only steel, they'd all be buried under a mountain of salt water. He supposed they must be made of some special alloy. Bill recognized some of the big wheeled machines crowded into the room. Routers as big as small cars, mining drills, scoops and cranes, many of them still dripping water. Some adapted for deep-sea use, looked strange to him. One machine was about 20 feet long, with enormous pincers at the ends of the jointed arms, like the ones on the submarine. "What's that thing do?" Bill asked, pointing to it. "The mechanical gripper?" Greavy said. "That's one of our basic workhorses, remote-controlled. It's a concept that came out of weapons development in the war." "Right, like the teletanks the Russians use. Didn't work out so well, them things." "Our remote control is reliable, like the bathyspheres you came in. Remote-controlled machines speed up construction. Very difficult to set up the foundations of Rapture in this deep, cold water otherwise. We have a good deal of the Hephaestus level set up already, and indeed geological energy is already flowing into the finished units." Greavy glanced at Ryan for approval before continuing. Ryan nodded, and Greavy went on. "It's heat-driven electrical energy drawn from volcanic sources under the seafloor, hot springs and fumaroles, sulfur chimneys and the like. Geothermal, some call it. A virtually endless source of power. Wonderful, isn't it? No coal needed, no oil," Greavy said, rubbing his hands together gleefully. "Once the supply line is set up, the energy flow goes on as long as the Earth retains its heat." "We have 12 domes like this one arrayed around the site," Ryan added proudly. "We sank them, pumped them out, pipe in clean air. The domes are all connected by tunnels we've built right on top of the seabed." "Not sure I believe it, Gov," Bill said, staring at the big gripper. "And here I am looking at it." Ryan chuckled. "Then you shall see it up close. Greavy, ask Wallace to take us in for a closer look." Roland Wallace was a bearded, dour man of about 40, with deep-set eyes and a furrowed brow. Ryan introduced him. "This is a man you can count on to get things done in tough conditions." Wallace led them to a large steel door, one of 3 placed symmetrically around the dome. He checked a couple of dials on a panel beside the door, nodded to himself, and spun the wheel. He grunted as it swung open into a tunnel made of some amalgam, pocked by vents and ribbed in metal. "Now, if you gentlemen will wait to the side here." They pressed against the wall to the right, Ryan with an expression of proprietary pride. After a minute, the battery-powered gripper drove slowly through the doorway, whirring to itself. Affixed to its rear was a small cockpit where Wallace drove. The gripper's jointed black metal arms retracted. Behind him came a little radio-slave tram, reminding Bill of a small funicular without the cable. It seemed to be driving itself, and it stopped in front of Ryan and Bill when the gripper stopped. "Step in," Ryan said, and they climbed into the leather mesh seats of the shuttle side by side. The gripper moved off, and the little shuttle followed. They passed under the electric lights of the tunnel for what seemed a quarter-mile, when suddenly a killer whale flashed overhead, its toothy mouth agape. Bill recoiled. "Oi!" Ryan laughed dryly. "Look closer." Bill leaned out of the tram and saw that the walls here were transparent. They were a heavy polished glass of some kind banded with metal. Light shone upward from electric lamps on the seabed outside the transparent section. He could see the tunnel, mostly cement, occasionally glass, wending out across the seabed toward the framework of Rapture. The foundations of Rapture stood out in shades of dark green and indigo. "It's hard to reckon where the water stops and the glass starts. It's like we're in the water with them," Bill muttered. A diffuse shimmer from the surface far above answered the glow from the seabed lamps. Schools of fish emerged from billowing forests of green kelp and purple sea fans. Tuna, cod, and fish he couldn't identify, gleaming with iridescence, threading in and out of light and shadow. A squid pulsed by, and then another great black-and-white orca swept by. Bill was awestruck. "Look at that bloody thing! Fast as a swallow, but big enough to swallow a man! It's flying right over us!" "Wonderful, isn't it?" Ryan mused, gazing through the curving transparent pane as they rolled along. "Fairly obvious, looking out at a glorious prospect like this one, why I'm calling the city Rapture. Of course, I've always had a fascination with the deep sea. It's another world, a free world. For years I read of giant squid netted from the depths, the adventures of explorers and diving bells and bathyspheres, strange things sighted by submariners. The thrilling potential of it all. I detest the warmongering of the great powers, but world wars did generate workable submarines. Nothing but glass holding out all that water? Bill marveled. We're down fair deep, all that bloody great pressure. I'm not ready to share all my secrets with you yet, Bill, but that is in fact a perfect merging of glass and metal, something new called submolecular bonding, astonishingly pressure-resistant, expensive but worth every cent. The two vehicles paused under the curving transparent pane of the tunnel, and Bill gazed into the shaded blue distances of the sea. He glimpsed great shadowy shapes swimming along out there, murk-veiled outlines not quite definable, appearing and vanishing. An object on the seabed about 500 yards away gave off a faint red glow. "What's that, glowing over there?" "That's our geothermal energy valve," said Ryan. "We lost 3 men setting it up," he added casually, "but now it seems quite secure." 3 men lost? Bill looked at him suddenly, feeling what a deep, cold place this was. "How many have died working out here?" "Oh, not so many. Why, when they built the Panama Canal, Bill, how many do you think died there?" Bill thought back to his reading as he watched the silhouette of a bathysphere drifting by overhead. "If I recall, the French lost about 15,000 men. When the Americans finished the job, another 5,000 died." Ryan nodded briskly. "Risk, Bill. Nothing is built without risk. Build an ordinary house and lay the foundations a few inches wrong, the whole thing might collapse on you. Men died for the canal. Men died in the buildings of great bridges, died attempting to scale the highest mountains. Pioneers died crossing deserts. But we don't take pointless risks. We are observing safety precautions. We don't wish to lose skilled workers." "Ah!" Ryan pointed. "Look there." Bill saw something like a giant lobster flying over, 50 feet long. Then it passed from a patch of dimness into the glow around the edges of Rapture, and he saw it was one of the smaller specialized submarines he'd glimpsed earlier. Beams of light projected from headlights, like shining eyes. Its jointed, pincered mechanical arms were extended to grasp a big ornate segment of metal wall lowering on a cable. Bill watched a gripper move up opposite it, mechanical arms poised to help ease the big metal section into place on a wall. The wall sections appeared to be sculpted, prefabricated metal pieces. Bill thought of the way the Statue of Liberty had been constructed, with the separate pieces made in Europe, then shipped to America and fitted precisely together to form the gargantuan figure. He noticed there was no one in the small cockpit at the rear of the gripper. He could just make out the connective control cable trailing behind it. "How does anyone see enough to control it?" he asked. "The controller watches through a window?" Ryan smiled. "He is watching on a screen. We use a television camera on that one." "Television? Me second cousin in the Bronx had one. Got a headache, me, when I tried to watch one of those boxes not a week ago. Fellas capering about in dresses, dancing packs of cigarettes." "The technology can be used for more than entertainment," Ryan said. He pointed across the site. "One of our supply submarines." Bill saw it gliding along on the far side of Rapture's foundations, a larger submarine without mechanical arms that could almost have belonged to the British Navy, except that it was pulling a massive oblong shape behind it on a doubled chain. "It's towing freight in some kind of container," he remarked. "There's a little air in the cargo bag for buoyancy," Wallace said. "Mostly it contains some dry goods and medical supplies, all netted together." "Costly process," Ryan said. "Off we go, Wallace." Wallace returned to the gripper, and they drove on, through tunnel after tunnel, passing through domes crowded with tool racks, machinery, tables. Here and there a lighted window looked out into the deep. Just outside a dome window, a crowd of translucent pink jellyfish billowed, trailing long, delicate-looking stingers. A strong smell of sweat and old laundry was a physical presence in the domes. Some were partly screened off, and Bill glimpsed men sleeping in cots back there. "The construction goes on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week," Ryan said. "The men work in shifts, 10 hours on, 14 off. We have a recreation dome where beer is sold, music is played, movies are shown. They showed the latest Cagney film there last week." "Fan of Hopalong Cassidy myself," Bill murmured, as they passed into another covered tunnel. A transparent panel gave a glimpse of workers in deep-sea diving suits wrestling a culvert-sized copper pipe into place. "We'll be sure to get you some Hopalong Cassidy films to watch when you're down here," Ryan said. "Will I be working down here a great deal, then?" "You'll be with me in New York much of the time, and in Reykjavik. I need the perspective of someone I can trust, but we'll be down here too. I intend to supervise the next stage closely. Rapture will be my legacy. I fully expect to spend the rest of my life down here once the city is built." Bill tried to conceal his shock. "The rest of your life, Governor? All of it? Down here?" "Oh, yes. The ant society up above is not for us, and radiation from the atomic wars, when they come, will last for many years above the surface of the sea. We'll be safe down here." That's when Bill noticed the hissing sound of wheels through water. He looked over the lower window frame of the little transport and saw 2 inches of water accumulated on the floor of the tunnel. "What's that? Wallace, pull us over. Look at the floor." The 2 vehicles jarred to a stop, and Bill climbed out. He knew that Ryan wasn't pleased to have him suddenly giving orders, but he also instinctively knew this could be a matter of life and death. "Look there!" Bill pointed to the thin coating of water over the amalgam floor. Wallace was getting out, flashing an electric hand torch. "What the devil? We haven't had any leaks in this section." His eyes had grown big, his hands trembled, making the light jiggle on the wet floor. "Didn't you say the water pressure wasn't a problem?" Bill asked, examining the curved walls of the tunnel more closely. "Well, these tunnels aren't entirely made of the new alloy. It's tremendously expensive to make. We keep most of that back for Rapture itself, only the support ribs. But they should be enough when you consider the steel mesh in the concrete, the doubling of—" "What's this about?" Ryan asked nervously. "Wallace, is there something I should know?" "Need to get you back to Dome 1, sir." But Wallace, eyes flicking about, looked more scared for himself than for Ryan. "Let's identify the problem first," Ryan snapped. "There," Bill said, pointing. "You see? The support ribs, they're about 1.5 feet farther apart in that spot. Someone's been sloppy. The weakened support's yielding to pressure, stressing the concrete. You see? It's trickling through at the bottom." "I swear to you this flooding wasn't here 2 hours ago," Wallace said, looking around desperately. I passed through this very section. There was no leak." "That's bad," Bill said. "Means it's happening fast, and it's going to accelerate. We've got to get Mr. Ryan back right bloody now before it—" A resounding high-pitched crick, and water began to sheet powerfully down from the edge of a metal rib supporting the tunnel, about 40 feet down. A crack spread visibly through the ceiling, like a slithering living thing. There was a squeal, an extended creaking sound of metal buckling. A sizzling sound then, followed by sparks spitting down, and several of the lights went out near the spraying, hissing leak. Wallace backed away from it, bumping into the little funicular where Ryan was staring down the tunnel. Bill grabbed Wallace's arm, squeezed it hard to snap him out of his panic. "Wallace, listen. This thing I came here in, can it go back without the gripper?" Yes, there's a switch. I can reverse it. But there's not room for 3 men, and I doubt it could carry so much weight. It's not meant for—" "Quiet and listen. Get in it, take Mr. Ryan back to the next dome. Soon as you get there, communicate with the other domes. There must be some kind of public address system." Yes, there is." Wallace was staring aghast at the sheets of water shushing down, spraying hard on the tunnel floor, driving water to surge against their ankles. "Tell them to seal off the domes connected to this tunnel." "What about you?" Ryan asked. "Someone can watch for me, and if there's time, they can let me through. I'm going to work up a temporary support to slow this down. Go!" Right, Wallace jumped into the little transport beside Ryan and flicked a switch. Bill just had a glimpse of Ryan's appalled face looking back at him as the transport lurched off down the tunnel the way they'd come. He turned and ran, splashing through deepening water, up to his shins now, to the idling gripper. He climbed into the cockpit, aware of the strengthening smell of brine and a kind of fog thickening in the tunnel. Mist rose from the swirling, swishing flood. In the wan light of the gripper cockpit, he found a series of switches, levers, a small steering wheel, a gear shift, an accelerator pedal. Bill flicked the toggle on a switch labeled grip, and the mechanical arms extended and opened their pincers in front of him, like a lobster warning off arrival. Two levers jutting beside the steering wheel seemed to control the arms. The rising water was already seeping into the cockpit when he worked out how to manipulate the mechanical arms. Bill leaned out of the cockpit, peering upward in the muted light, and made out the spot he was looking for before another two overhead lights sparked, sizzled, and went out. He shifted gears and drove the gripper forward a few yards, leaving a wake in the water behind him as cold brine gathered around his ankles. God send the gripper mechanism didn't short-circuit before he could do the job. The sounds of metal creaking were becoming ominously loud. Bill took a deep breath and then manipulated the arms so that they bent at the nearest joints, angling sharply upward. He forced them hard against the ceiling, just where the water was spraying through, and the leak slackened. It was still coming, but not so fast. He noted a switch marked hold and flicked it. The gripper's arms went rigid, holding in place, but already he could see the mechanical arms shivering, starting to buckle. Heart thudding, he clambered quickly out, knocking his head against the metal cockpit in his hurry. "Bloody bugger and fuck!" Bill grabbed a spanner from a toolbox at the back of the gripper and hurried down the tunnel, splashing through shadow towards the lights, the salt water above his knees now. Another squealing sound from behind. The sea was going to crash through and flood the tunnel. Damn quick, too. But he might have the leak slowed down just enough to see to it Mr. Ryan got to safety. He wasn't optimistic about his own chances. Then he was in a lighted area of the tunnel, sloshing as fast as he could around a curve, and seeing a steel doorway up ahead in the recessed arch of a dome entrance. He splashed up to it, almost falling again. No window in this door, no intercom grid. The door was equipped with a wheel that could be used to open it, but he didn't dare unless they judged it safe. They'd have water pressure gauges. They'd know better than he would. He couldn't risk all those lives for his own. He'd brought the spanner to let them know he was here, and used it to bang hard on the door. He heard faint voices on the other side, but couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. It sounded like an argument. He looked over his shoulder and saw a wave rushing toward him along the tunnel. That was it, then. He was done for. He'd be toes up in no time. But then the door grated within itself and swung open. Water rushed past his knees into the dome. "No!" he shouted. "Close it! No time! Don't let the water in!" But strong arms were circling him, Ryan dragging him into the bright lights and human smells of the dome. Bill turned, and with Ryan and Wallace, took hold of the handle on the door and pulled. The water flow was with them, helping them slam the big metal door shut. They got it closed only a moment before the big wave rushing down the tunnel struck it with a dull booming. "Good Lord, but that was close," Wallace said, panting, as the water receded about their ankles. "Thank God you're safe, Mr. Ryan." Ryan turned to Bill, and then they spontaneously shook hands, grinning at each other. "Don't thank God, Wallace," Ryan said. "Thank a man. Thank Bill McDonough." The Lighthouse, Rapture, 1947. It was a chilly, breezy early evening as Andrew Ryan stepped off the launch. Ryan gestured for his bodyguards and coxswain to wait in the boat, then turned and climbed the steps of the great lighthouse structure. It was modeled on ancient descriptions of the lighthouse of Alexandria, and it radiated that classical majesty. He paused partway up to take it all in, entranced by the tower, the surface entrance to Rapture. He had ordained this. This was the manifestation of his will. "Welcome to Rapture," read the metal letters over the great, round, copper-plated Securus door. To either side of the Art Deco entrance rose streamlined chromium figures of men, statues built into the walls, looking as if they were supporting the building, their elongated upraised arms straining for the heights. The door opened as he approached, and Chief Sullivan, smiling, emerged to shake his hand, along with a beaming Greavy, a wryly glum-bearded Simon Wales, and Bill McDonough, looking a bit stunned. Ryan was glad Bill was here to see this. He had sensed doubts in Bill sometimes. Now Bill would see, they'd all see, that the impossible was possible. Wales nodded to Ryan, barely managing a smile. "I think you'll be pleased, Andrew." He had a mild Dublin accent. "Sure, we're nearly there." The architect wore a pea-jacket, a black turtleneck sweater, and black trousers, his round, balding head shiny with perspiration, his bruised-looking eyes gleaming. They entered the high-ceilinged, hexagonal chamber, like the interior of a particularly grand observatory, their footsteps echoing on the marble floors. Intricately trimmed, picked out in precious metals, the entryway to Rapture had the spacious marble and gold gravitas of a Capitol building's rotunda, exactly as planned. Ryan felt a certain awe, gazing up at himself, at the giant gold bust of Andrew Ryan looking gravely down at whoever entered this place. The expression was stern, but not angry. It expressed authority, but also objectivity. It gave notice. Rapture would tolerate only the worthy. The statue seemed oddly mute, however. You would add a banner to let people entering here know that they were on the brink of a new society where men were not cramped by superstition or big government. No gods or kings, only man. He made a mental note of it. You would not forget. And why not have welcoming music playing for those entering the lighthouse? Perhaps an instrumental of La Mer, a whimsically pertinent song. Wales was talking about veneers and trim, certain endemic leakage issues that have Daniel quite concerned. But Ryan scarcely heard him. Wales was caught up in a designer's fixation on details, superficialities. It was the big picture that was thrilling, and gazing about himself now, Ryan was almost speechless with its power. Sullivan led the way to the bathysphere that would take them down the shaft of water, a kind of specialized elevator, into Rapture herself. "After you, sir," Sullivan said. Mouth dry with excitement, hands gently trembling, Ryan climbed into the bathysphere, the first transport in the Rapture metro. The others followed and took their places in the small craft, knees nearly touching. It was a bit crowded, but it didn't matter. The air crackled with anticipation. Too bad the bathysphere's television screen was blank at the moment. In time it would show a short film, Welcome to Rapture, for those permitted secret immigration to the new undersea colony. Down they went, bubbles in the water-filled shaft streaming past them. The bathysphere's cable creaked, but the ride was comfortable. "Run smooth as silk, this," Bill chuckled. Then they'd arrived at the first vantage, the lounge from which they'd view the city of Rapture. The bathysphere opened almost soundlessly. They climbed out of the bathysphere, and Ryan clapped Bill on the shoulder. "Bill, you've been down here a lot more than I have. You know the best view. Lead the way." Simon Wales didn't seem pleased at that, but Bill had a great deal to do with the internal structure of Rapture. "Got guts and garters in me hands," he'd said once. And Ryan simply liked Bill McDonough better than Wales. Though his genius was undeniable, there was something subtly unstable about the glum, spade-bearded man, as if Simon Wales were always a heartbeat from a shout that never quite burst free. Bill grinned and made a sweeping, right-this-way gesture. They struck off toward the big picture window to one side, where blue and green-tinted light rippled across the floor. Ryan stepped up to the window and gazed out at Rapture. The marvel rose up before them, seeming almost a natural outgrowth of this aquatic world, as much a part of the planet as the Himalayas. Electrically illuminated canyons of steel and glass gleamed. Art Deco towers soared. Sunken buildings stood sturdily, dry inside. Watertight skyscrapers reared without a sky in sight to scrape. The lines of Rapture's magnificent architecture seemed to rocket toward the reticulating surface of the sea some distance above, where light and shadow played tag. A school of golden-tailed fish swam by the window like a flock of birds, glittering as they passed. A raft of sea lions gamboled by up above, silhouettes near the surface. Baselights streamed colored rays up the sides of the building, subtle reds and greens and purples, attiring the towering edifices in a royal splendor. It was as impressive as the Grand Canyon or the Swiss Alps, but it was the work of man. It took Ryan's breath away to look on it. "Of course it's not quite finished, but you see what man's will can do," Ryan said, his voice catching with emotion. In the distance, down the street crisscrossed with glass tunnels, an electric sign rippled with the gay life of an undersea Times Square. Ryan Enterprises, the first of many electric signs that would shine within the cold, dark sea. Billboards, neon signs, all the trappings of a truly free market would be found here, both inside and outside, a shining declaration of liberty and unrestrained enterprise. "It is a wonder, is Rapture," Bill said huskily. "One of the wonders of the world," adding with a touch of regret, "Pity most of the world won't know." "Oh, in time they will," Ryan assured him. "All who survive the destruction of the upper world, they will know Rapture. One day it will be the capital city of all civilization." "You've done it, sir," Greavy declared, his voice trembling with an emotion he rarely showed. Wales glanced at Greavy. "We've done it, all of us," he said, irritated. "Oh, it's not quite fully realized, Greavy, but it is alive," Ryan said glowingly. "A new world, where men and women will stand up on their own 2 feet in the glory of competition. They will empower themselves with struggle." Bill said, "But what about populating this miracle? Gotta fill up all those buildings, Gov." So far, only a relatively few people lived in Rapture, mostly maintenance workers, engineers, some security. Ryan nodded and took a folded paper from his coat pocket. "I've brought something along I wanted to share with you." He unfolded the paper and read aloud to them. "Letter of recruitment." He cleared his throat and went on. "Tired of taxes? Tired of bullying governments, business regulations, unions, people expecting a handout from you? Want a new start? Do you have a skill, an ambition to be a pioneer? If you're receiving this notice, you've already been considered and selected to fill out an application for a life in Rapture. This amazing new enterprise will require emigration, but it will cost you nothing except sweat and determination to come and take part in a new world. If our vetting team has done its job, you are not a trade unionist. You are a believer in free enterprise, competition, and carving your own path through the wilderness of the world. There is room for up to 20,000 pioneers to thrive in this new society. We ask that you show this letter to no one, whatever your decision. If you're interested—" Ryan shrugged and folded the letter. "Just one of our recruiting tools, discreetly distributed. An early draft, of course. Rapture's not quite ready for the bulk of its population." "Has Prentice Mill made any progress on his express?" Ryan asked, turning to Wales. Wales grunted. "Oh, that he has. 2 stations completed, a good deal of rail laid down. He's down in Sinclair Deluxe supervising construction." He sniffed and drew a pipe from his coat and then stuck it in his teeth but didn't light it. "Complains he needs more workers, of course. They all do." "The Express is its own business," Ryan pointed out. "Let him get busy and hire more workers himself. Those who are finished working on the outer shell can start on the rail." He turned to gaze out the window at Rapture again. Who knew how long it would take to grow, this almighty expression of his will that could continue proliferating in steel and glass and copper and rhenium, long after Andrew Ryan himself had passed away. Part 2. The Second Age of Rapture. I believe in no God, no invisible man in the sky, but there is something more powerful than each of us, a combination of our efforts, a great chain of industry that unites us. But it is only when we struggle in our own interests that the chain pulls society in the right direction. The chain is too powerful and too mysterious for any government to guide. Any man who tells you different either has his hand in your pocket or a pistol to your neck. Andrew Ryan. 6. Apollo Square, Rapture, 1948. Standing on the stage with Ryan, Bill McDonough exulted in Ryan's speech as it boomed through Apollo Square. Rapture rose in sturdy magnificence around them. To build a city at the bottom of the sea. Insanity! But look around you, my friends! Andrew Ryan's voice boomed with only a little feedback squeal. Wearing a caramel-colored double-breasted suit, his freshly barbered hair slicked back, Ryan seemed to emanate personality from the podium. Bill could feel Ryan there, to his left, and the almost frighteningly deep conviction in his tone kept his listeners riveted. The crowd of more than 2,000 seemed a bit stunned by their surroundings when they'd first come. Now Bill could see them nodding, the pride shining from their faces, as Ryan told them they were a unique people in a unique place, each one of them with a chance to make their own destiny within the walls of Rapture. Those at the front were mostly the moneyed patricians, eccentrics, and pioneering professionals Ryan had recruited, the determined blue-collar types milled at the back of the crowd. Hands clasped in front of him, Bill stood to Ryan's right, and as close to Elaine as propriety allowed. Beside Bill and Elaine stood Greavy, Sullivan, Simon and Daniel Wales, Prentice Mill, Sander Cohen, and Ryan's new personal assistant, the statuesque beauty Diane McClintock. She looked like she fancied herself a queen. Bill had heard she was originally some cigarette girl Ryan had picked up, and now she was putting on airs. Under the bunting swath stage overlooking the square, a tape recorder took down Ryan's speech. He planned to record all his speeches and put edited sections of them out as inspirational talks on public address throughout Rapture. "But where else," Ryan demanded, "could we be free from the clutching hands of parasites?" His deep voice resonated in the gleaming windows looking out to the shadowy, light-shafted depths of the sea. Bill nudged Elaine and nodded toward the windows as a school of large fish swam up to the glass. The fish seemed to be taking in the speech, ogling Ryan as if awestruck. She hid a smile behind her hand. Bill wanted to take that hand and kiss it, draw his new fiancée away from this pensive crowd, up to the privacy of his apartment in Olympus Heights, celebrate the culmination of so much hard work with another sort of climax. But he had to be satisfied with winking at her, as Ryan went portentously on. "Where else could we build an economy that they would not try to control, a society that they would not try to destroy? It was not impossible to build Rapture at the bottom of the sea. It was impossible to build it anywhere else." "Hear, hear," Greavy said, leading a patter of applause. "The Ant Society misunderstands the nature of true cooperation," Ryan boomed. "True cooperation is enlightened self-interest, not grubbing parasitism. True cooperation is not based on the blood-sucking that the parasites call taxation. True cooperation is people working together, each for their own profit. A man's self-interest is at the root of all that he accomplishes. But there is something more powerful than each of us, a combination of our efforts, a great chain of industry that unites us. It is only when we struggle in our own interest that the chain pulls society in the right direction. The chain is too powerful and too mysterious for any government to guide. The great chain may sound mystical." Ryan shook his head contemptuously. "It is not. Some would imagine the hand of their so-called God behind every mystery, the best of human nature, the laws of natural selection. Such is the power behind the great chain, not God. We need no gods or kings in Rapture, only man. Here man and woman will be rewarded with the sweat of their brows. Here, without interference, we will prove that society can order itself with unfettered competition, with unfettered free enterprise, with unfettered research. I have scientists in Rapture working on new discoveries that will astound you, and the persecution of the small-minded is all that kept those discoveries from happening till now. Science will advance without the oversight of pompous tyrants who would impose their personal view of morality on us." He cleared his throat and smiled, his tone becoming friendly, fatherly. And now, in celebration of the opening day of Rapture, a song performed by Sander Cohen, written by Miss Anna Culpepper. Anna Culpepper was an unfinished English major, a naive but ambitious young woman whom Ryan had recruited out of her third year in college and who fancied herself a lyricist. Wearing a tux, the impish performer stepped up to the microphone. Bill winced. Cohen got on his nerves. From somewhere canned music played, and Cohen sang along. The paradox of our city is the freedom of the chain that holds you to me, a chain that oh so strangely, so very strangely, sets me at liberty. As the blue world scintillates outside our gates, and the fish gyrate, and the lovely, lovely ocean awaits. It was a sluggish number, taking a long time to reach its chorus, and Bill lost interest, letting his attention wander to the majesty of Apollo Square, Rapture's Grand Central Station. Rapture's architecture and design was a fusion of the style of the World's Fair of 1934, an event that had a great impact on Andrew Ryan, and the industrial grandiosity of the art of the great chain. To either side of the stage, heroic statues of electroplated bronze, 40 feet high, the elongated forms of sleek, muscular, idealized men, stretched their arms toward the heights as if straining for godhood. To Bill, they looked a bit like giant hood ornaments, but he'd never say as much to Ryan, who loved that sort of art. Bill had been a trifle taken aback the first time he'd seen a towering statue of Ryan, like the one at the other end of the big room. There were many about Rapture, the figures looming magisterially, seeming to embody an iron determination. In Apollo Square, relief images of lines of men, cheerfully pulling chains, decorated the walls. Everywhere was art decoratif trimming, often shaped like rays of light emanating from glistening knobs, intricate borders evoking both the industrial scale of the modern world and the temples of Babylon and Egypt. As the song droned on, Bill felt suddenly giddy, riding an inner rush of amazement at what he'd helped build. The Waleses had created the look and feel of Rapture, but he and Greavy had built its flesh, its bones, its inner workings, and Ryan was its animating soul. They'd done it with the help of all those men who'd labored in the tunnels under the sea, who'd risked their lives in the completed watertight sections of Rapture, levels built from Hephaestus to Olympus Heights. Rapture was a reality, a small city 3 miles to a side so far, rising from the depths to tower over the deep seabed. Rapture. They'd really done it. Oh, there weren't enough maintenance workers, there were still more heating ducts to be put in, still pipe to be laid in some levels. So far, only 3 of the 5 geothermal turbines were running in Hephaestus. Slow seepage was a problem in some areas, but Rapture was real. A man had conceived it, funded it at gigantic cost, spending the kind of money that small countries spent every year, and saw it through to completion. It was breathtaking. He looked over at Sullivan, who always seemed gloomy, worried. Rumors were still rampant about G-men sniffing around in New York, wondering if Ryan was dodging taxation on some new project. Some of the faces in the crowd seemed pinched with a vague anxiety of their own, were staring restlessly around at their strange new habitat. A lot of Rapture's people were high-tone types, moneyed or formerly moneyed knobs who'd become disaffected with society. They'd come here looking for a new start and liking the fact that a wealthy man like Ryan had offered them one. Bill hoped it was all worth it. So much was sacrificed down here. Like the time he'd seen 3 men boiled alive setting up the geothermal central heating. The volcanically heated water in the feed pipes had been released at too high a pressure, something he'd tried to warn Wallace about, and the pressure burst a pipe joint. Superheated water gushed to fill a room in seconds. Barely got out in time himself. Wallace should have known better after that close call the first day in the domes. Bill had felt those deaths hard. He'd watched the men die through a port, and the sight had given him nightmares for a week. That first accident, though, in the dome tunnel had cemented Bill's relationship with Ryan. He had saved Andrew Ryan's life, and Ryan had rewarded him with a nice raise for one thing. But he wondered if money really meant the same thing down here. Initially, most of the inhabitants of Rapture were required to change their money for Rapture dollars, some percentage kept by Ryan to pay for maintenance services. And what would happen to a man when his Rapture dollars ran out? People couldn't wire out for money, or even send letters out of Rapture. Did they really understand how sealed off from the outside world they were? The song ended, and Elaine reached over, giving Bill's hand a discreet squeeze. Long as Elaine was there, Bill was happy. It didn't matter where they were. He had helped build something glorious, something unprecedented. Sure, Rapture was untried, was a glaringly new idea, a gigantic experiment, but they'd planned Rapture down to the last detail. How badly could it go wrong? The North Atlantic, 1948. A raw morning on the North Atlantic. Broken light slanted fitfully through silver-gray clouds. Wind snapped the tops off waves, smacking packets of salt water into the men manning the decks of the Six Fontaines fisheries trawlers. The man who now called himself Fontaine had invested some of his own cash, and somewhat to his surprise, he'd made a success of Fontaine's fisheries, selling tons of fish to Ryan's project, and to Reykjavik. Cold comfort, so to speak. Frank Fontaine, formerly Frank Gorland, could see the peculiar little tower rising tantalizingly from the waves, a quarter-mile off. Beyond it were two ships, one of them the platform ship with its winches and hoists. Slabs of ice still floated about the trawler, brightly white against the green-blue water. The object was to get from up here to down there, to get safely into the city marked by that anomalous lighthouse. The first time Rapture's buyers had come to his trawlers to purchase fish, he'd given them a letter to take down to Ryan. To the overseer of the undersea colony, the commerce between us has made me aware of your enterprise, and I have inferred something of its heroic scope. I have always yearned to be a frontiersman, and an appreciation for the mysteries of the deep draws me to offer you my services. I have a plan for harvesting fish underwater using modified submarines. Up above, this idea is dismissed as crackpot. I hope that you, clearly a forward thinker, will be more open-minded to this innovation and enterprise. Accordingly, I request your permission to relocate to your colony and develop my subaquatic fishery. Yours sincerely, Frank Fontaine. In fact, he'd sent variations of the same letter with 3 different deliveries to Rapture. Standing at the prow of the pitching deck of the trawler, unscrewing the top of his flask, Frank Fontaine asked himself, "Am I after fish or a wild goose?" Sure, he always dreamed about a big paying long con, but this one was threatening to go on indefinitely, and though it was afternoon and supposedly summer, it was cold as a son of a bitch out here, made a witch's tit seem like a hot toddy. Was it worth giving up Gorland, becoming Fontaine? A city under the sea. It was becoming an obsession. Fontaine looked up at the streaming charcoal-colored clouds, wondering if it was going to storm again. Just being on this damn tub was too much like work. Talking to the men who picked up the fish for Rapture's food supply, Fontaine had confirmed that Ryan had indeed built some gigantic underwater habitat, a kind of free-market utopia, and Fontaine knew what happened with utopias. Look at the Soviets. All those fine words about the proletariat had turned into gulags and breadlines, but a utopia was a pure opportunity for a man like him. When this undersea utopia fell apart, he'd be there, with a whole society to feast on. Long as he didn't step too hard on Ryan's toes, he could build up an organization, get away with a pile of loot. But he had to get down to Rapture first. The trawler lurched, and so did Fontaine's stomach. A small craft was being lowered over the side of the platform ship, a 30-foot gig. Men descended the ladder and clambered aboard it. When it started motoring towards the trawlers, almost a quarter-mile away, it was bristling with men, rifles glinting in their hands. But he hadn't come this far to run. He waited as his crew lined up behind him. Peach Wilkins, his first mate, came to the rail. "Doesn't look good, boss," Wilkins said, as the launch came steadily closer. "What they need all those guns for?" "Don't worry about it," Fontaine said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. The launch cut through the tossing waves and then came about to ease up against the trawler's starboard side. A man in early middle age, wearing a topcoat, rubber boots, and leather gloves, climbed the ladder and swung aboard, followed by 2 burly, watchful younger men in watch caps and slickers, rifles on straps over their shoulders. Looking chilly and gray-faced, the older man braced himself on the bucking deck and looked Fontaine up and down. "Name's Sullivan, Chief of Security for Ryan Industries. You're Frank Fontaine, am I right?" Fontaine nodded. "That's me, owner and operator, Fontaine's Fisheries. Mr. Ryan's been watching your operation out here. Seen you build it up, edge out the competition, make a success of it, and you've done a good job of supplying us. But you're nosy. You've been asking questions about what's down below." He hooked a thumb at the sea and grinned unpleasantly. "You even bribed some of our platform workers with booze." "I just want to be a part of what you're building down there. I sent several letters." "Sure, we got the letters. Mr. Ryan's read 'em." Sullivan looked the trawler over. "You got anything left to drink on this boat besides water?" Fontaine took out the flask, passed it over. "Help yourself." Sullivan opened the flask, drank deeply. He passed it back empty. "Listen," Fontaine said, "I'll do what I have to, anything it takes to make my way, in Rapture." Sullivan pursed his lips. "You know, once you go where Mr. Ryan is, you ain't coming back. You live there, you work there, maybe you do real good there, but you don't leave there. There ain't a whole lot of rules, but that's one of 'em, and that takes commitment, Fontaine. You ready for that?" Fontaine looked out to sea as if he were thinking, puzzling out some great truth. Then he nodded to himself. There'd been a kid at the orphanage. Whenever the nuns asked him if he wanted to please God, the kid had looked at them all misty-like. The kid had ended up a priest. Fontaine put that simple misty-eyed belief on his own face, and he said, "All the way, Chief." Sullivan gave him a long, close look, and then grunted. "Well, Mr. Ryan liked your letters, and he's inclined to offer you a place in Rapture. Says you've earned it, sticking at your vigil out here. I guess we're taking a chance on you. Same offer goes for your men." "So, when do we go? Down to Rapture, I mean." Sullivan chuckled and turned to look at the sea, then nodded to himself. "Right now." And at exactly that moment, the crew of the trawler gasped and pointed, seeing a submarine suddenly rise to the surface in a roaring wash of froth just 40 yards off the port bow. 7. Sinclair Solutions, Rapture, 1948. "So what's your problem with this Tenenbaum woman?" Chief Sullivan asked. He shifted in the stiff little straight-back chair across from Sinclair's desk. Glaring visibly through the big round window behind the desk, a Sinclair Solutions sign glowed in red-gold neon outside, against the indigo backdrop of the sea. Augustus Sinclair rubbed his clean-shaven chin at that, as if he wasn't sure of the answer himself. The pharmaceuticals investor was a trim, darkly handsome half-Panamanian in his 30s, with a faint line of mustache. You had to look close to see the mustache wasn't just penciled in. "Well, she's been working for us, development, see? Me, I don't understand what exactly she's working on. Something to do with heredity, I gather, but I'm a big booster of science. That's one reason Andrew asked me down here, I guess. That's where the money is. New inventions, new drugs. Why, if a man can—" "We were talking about Bridget Tenenbaum," Sullivan reminded him. Sinclair had a tendency to rattle on, and it was almost 5 o'clock. Ryan's security chief was looking forward to a half-bottle of what passed for scotch in Rapture, which he had stashed in his apartment. "This Tenenbaum," Sinclair said, running a finger along the negligible line of his mustache. "She's a damn peculiar woman, and I just want to make sure that if she's working for us, she's not breaking any rules around here. She had her own lab for a while, financed by a couple of interests around Rapture, and those guys dropped her like a hot potato. See, word got out she used to do experiments on people for this doctor of Hitler's. Vivisections, and I don't even want to think about it. Now we do some human experiments at Sinclair, you got to... But we don't kill people off, we don't force them. We pay them good. If a man's hair turns orange and he starts acting like a monkey for a week or two, why, it doesn't do him no harm in the long run." Sullivan started to laugh, then realized that Sinclair wasn't joking. "But Tenenbaum," Sinclair went on, "she's taken blood from people by the bucket, and more than one of them collapsed." "You afraid you're doing something unethical?" This is a word that didn't get too much use in Rapture. Sinclair blinked. Unethical? Hell, Chief, I've been on the same page as Andrew about altruism, all that stuff for years. Why do you think I was brought in so early? Worrying about ethics? I don't do it. I came here to strike it rich. You won't catch me blowing my last bubble for any other personage." He jabbed a finger at Sullivan to emphasize the words. "Plural or singular. I read every issue of Popular Science Mechanics front to back. I'm a hard charger behind the Rapture science philosophy. But... Yes? Well, there's some rules here, ain't there? I just feel like people might get up in arms if we go too far. I'm not sure this Tenenbaum isn't likely to do that, or that other fellow Suchong. We got detention for troublemakers, but they've got to be, say, outright murderers, thieves, rape, major smuggling, stuff like that. We're strict about watertight integrity, and about leaving Rapture. But apart from that, Sullivan shrugged, not much in the way of laws. Fellow opened a shop called Rapture-Grown Coca the other day. Grows his own coca bushes under some kind of red lights. I'm hearing he makes cocaine from the leaves, or claims he does. Might be anything in those syringes. Give me a bit of a turn, seeing the people come out of there look like they might get up to any goddamn thing. But Ryan's all right with it, so I guess taking a bit of extra blood, as long as it's voluntary, he shrugged, isn't a problem. Yeah, well, I hope it isn't. Sinclair shook his head. My old man was sure we got to do things for the greater good, and what happened? I don't hold with worrying about anything but number one. Still, I don't want to get the public up in arms, either. You hear any rumblings like that? People talking unions, that kind of thing? Sullivan had been thinking about his scotch, but this stopped him. You heard something, I take it? Mr. Ryan worries constantly about communist infiltrators. Some rumors from our maintenance guys. Heard him talking about that place the workers have made up for themselves down below. Not much more than a shack town. Who knows what goes on down there? Sullivan pulled a paper and pencil from his coat. Got any names for me? Sinclair opened a desk drawer, took out a pint bottle. A few. Care for a drink, Chief? It's that time of day. This is from my own Sinclair Spirits distillery. Very good, if I do say so myself. Augustus, you're a man after my own heart. You pour, all right. Lower Wharf, Neptune's Bounty, 1949. Andrew Ryan had an odd feeling as he looked up at the sign that read, Fontaine's Fisheries. He and Chief Sullivan watched two burly workmen on stepladders hanging it from the ceiling of the Lower Wharf area. Ryan didn't believe in omens, in anything supernatural, but there was something about that fisheries sign that bothered him. Frank Fontaine had installed an office, a conveyor belt for fish, big freezers for long-term storage down below. Nothing unexpected. But the feeling of vague dread returned every time Ryan looked at the neon sign, and it seemed to increase, becoming an inner shudder as the neon sign was switched on. A nice-looking sign, really, with Fontaine's in electric blue neon, fisheries in glowing yellow, under a neon fish shining against the wooden backdrop. "Seen enough of Neptune's Bounty, boss?" Sullivan asked, glancing at his pocket watch. It was cold in here, they could see their breath, and they'd been inspecting new businesses for hours, trying to get a sense of what was taking root in Rapture. Ryan heard a splashing of water on the pylons nearby and glanced over to see a small tugboat-style vessel pulling up at the wharf, the smoke from its engines sucking into vents on the low ceiling. The lower wharf was an interior space designed to look exterior, with shallow water around the jutting wooden dock and the occasional boat from neighboring chambers where fish and other goods were offloaded. Another peculiarity of Rapture, a boat that wasn't a submarine, putting around deep under the surface of the sea. "Mr. Ryan, how are you, sir?" Ryan turned back to Fontaine's Fisheries to see Frank Fontaine standing at the open door, hands in pockets, dressed in a yellow overcoat and three-piece tailored suit, black shoes decked out in spats, bald head shining in the blue light from his sign, Fontaine's own name glowing over his head. Stepping out beside him, smoking a cigarette and squinting past the smoke, was the thuggish bodyguard Fontaine had brought in recently. Reggie something. Reggie was looking at Sullivan with a kind of smirking contempt. Ryan nodded politely. "Fontaine, you seem to be settling in all right. I like the fishery sign. Neon brightens Rapture up." Fontaine nodded, glancing up at the sign. "Sure, just like the 40 Deuce. I help you, Mr. Ryan? I was just about to check on my fishing sub." "Ah, yes, the fishing subs. I like to keep tabs on them myself." "That right? Got you worried?" Fontaine's tone was cool, a little mockery behind the respect. "Rapture leaks enough," Ryan said wryly. "We don't want too much coming in or too much slipping out. Nobody comes or goes without our authorization." "For a place that likes to keep the rules down, Rapture sure got a lot of 'em," Reggie muttered. "We've got only as many rules as we need,"
Ryan said. "No robbery, and nobody leaves Rapture, or brings in stuff we don't want here. No outside product or religion, no Bibles, holy books of any kind. Luxury goods, we're going to make our own soon as we can. No letters, no correspondence with the outside world. Secrecy is our protection." "I couldn't miss the contraband rules," Fontaine chuckled, "being as you posted them in my office in big black letters, or your man there did." Sullivan grunted to himself. "I think you understand me," Ryan said, carefully keeping his tone civil. "The fisheries could be a weak link." Ryan hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Fontaine was a forceful entrepreneur, and Ryan liked that. He'd even outbid Ryan Enterprises for some shop space, all in the spirit of Rapture. But Ryan needed to let Fontaine know where the boundaries were. "The only thing a fisherman should bring to Rapture is fish." Fontaine winked, flashing a smile. "We have no trouble identifying what's fish and what isn't, Mr. Ryan. There's the smell, the scales." Reggie laughed softly. Ryan cleared his throat. "We're all individuals here, Fontaine, but we're also part of the great chain of industry. The great chain unites us when we struggle in our own interest. If anyone breaks that chain by bringing in contraband, that's a weak link. Even ideas can be contraband." Fontaine smiled. "The most dangerous kind, Mr. Ryan." "I do wish you luck and a prosperous business," Ryan said. "Might feel more like I'm part of things if you invited me to join the Rapture Council," Fontaine said mildly, lighting a cigar with a gold lighter. "Care for smoke?" "No, thank you." Ryan examined the cigar. "I presume that is a Rapture-made cigar?" "Naturally." Fontaine raised the cigar for Ryan to see. Ryan smiled noncommittally. "You perhaps have the impression the Council is some grand, powerful organization. It's a very loose commission to oversee enterprise, keep a bit of an eye on things without interfering. Time-consuming, to be honest." Ryan wasn't enthusiastic about bringing the glib, forceful Fontaine into the Rapture Council. He liked competition, but not breathing down his neck. "But, I'll take your request under advisement." "Then we're in good shape," Fontaine said, blowing blue cigar smoke in the air. The man seemed relaxed, certain of himself, unworried, and maybe there was something in his eyes that Ryan recognized, a hint, a flicker that suggested Fontaine's willingness to do whatever he had to do to get what he wanted. Olympus Heights, 1949. "Mr. Ryan likes to talk about choices," Elaine was saying, "and I keep wondering if we made the right one, coming to Rapture in the first place." "We did, love," Bill said, glancing around the comfortable flat with some satisfaction. He patted her pregnant tummy absently with his left hand, his right around her shoulders. They sat gazing out at the sea from their viewing alcove. Before opening day, Ryan had purchased a great many furnishings wholesale and warehoused them in the undersea city, selling them at a profit to Rapture entrepreneurs. He'd brought in raw materials, too, and a modest manufacturing base had sprung up. Elaine's tastes didn't run to the rococo excess found in so much of Rapture. She had chosen simple lines, craftsman-style furnishings, curving dark wood, polished redwood tables, silver-framed mirrors. A smiling portrait of Bill, his mustache curling up, his russet hair starting to recede, hung over their shark leather living room sofa. Materials found in the undersea environs around Rapture were being increasingly used in furnishings. Locally mined metals, many-hued corals for tabletops and counters, glass from deep-sea sands, even beams and brass from sunken ships. The curving window of the viewing alcove, the glass arching over them sectioned by frames of rhyanium alloy, looked out on a deep channel between towering buildings. An uneven dull blue light prevailed through the watery space, the new glowing sign across the way, seeming to ripple in the funhouse lens of the water, read, "Fun in Fort Frolic. Always a grand floor show at Fleet Hall." "I don't mind the smell of Rapture," Elaine said. "It's kind of like the laundry room of the building I grew up in, kind of homey, some of it." "We're working on that smell, love," Bill put in. "The sulfur smell, too." "And I don't mind so much not seeing my family. But, Bill, when I think of raising a child here—" She put her hand over his, on her swollen belly.
That's when I worry. What will the schools be like? And living without churches, without God. And what will the child learn of the world up above? Just the hateful things Ryan says about it? And will she, if it's a she, will she really never get to see the sky? Oh, in time she will, love, in time. Someday when Mr. Ryan thinks it's safe, the city will be built higher up, above the waves, and we'll come and go freely. Bob's your uncle, but that's a generation off at least. It's a dangerous world out there. Bloody atom bombs in it. I don't know, Bill. When we went to dinner in Athena's Glory with him and his friends, well, Mr. Ryan ranted a good deal, don't you think? On and on about the world above and how we have to accept our choice and rejoice in it. And to be stuck in Rapture with, well, some of the people here, like that Steinman, he kept touching my face, talking about how it was so close, and yet, what did he mean? Bill chuckled and tightened his arm around her shoulders. Steinman's a prat, all right, but don't worry, we'll all be just fine. I'm going to protect you, darling. You can trust me to do that. It'll all come right in the end. Atlantis Express, Adonis Station, 1949. Stanley Poole had never been this nervous on a reporting assignment. Maybe it was being this close to larger-than-life personalities like Andrew Ryan, Prentice Mill, and Carlson Fiddle, them being all casual-like, almost acting like he was one of them. The four men were sitting together at the front of the first train car. Poole couldn't quite make out what Ryan and Mill were saying over the rumble of the Atlantic Express. A pensive, pinch-faced man, Mill seemed worried about something. They were all on their way to the Adonis Luxury Resort, though it was far from finished. Only the Roman-style public baths were ready, steaming for bathers. Ryan wanted the Rapture Tribune to report some progress. To Poole's right were Mill and Ryan. To his left sat Carlson Fiddle, a bespectacled, nattily-dressed, soft-faced man, gently wringing his hands in his lap. Fiddle looked put upon and preoccupied, and prissily startled as the train lurched into motion. The kind of fussy little man who made you think of an old lady. It was like he'd spent too much time with his mother. They'd just come from the future site of what was to be Ryan Amusements, and now as the train started for Adonis, Poole sensed that there was a story in Carlson Fiddle's pensiveness. "Well, Carlson," Poole began. "May I call you Carlson?" "No," Fiddle said, frowning at the floor. Poole winced as he took out his pen and notebook. He knew he wasn't a person who easily commanded respect. As the train passed through a tunnel, he could see his reflection in the dark window, beyond Fiddle. The reflection was sickly, the dark glass making him look even more hollow-eyed than normal. But at best, how did anyone take him seriously, with those jutting ears, that skinny neck and protruding Adam's apple? The gauntness was worse lately. He had trouble keeping his food down. Maybe it was the binges on booze and drugs he'd gotten into since arriving in Rapture. Poole cleared his throat and tried again. "Quite a job you've got, Mr. Fiddle. Designing Ryan Amusements, I mean. Amusement park for the kids. That the ticket?" He smiled encouragingly, hoping Fiddle would get the joke, but not a flicker of amusement came from the guy. Fiddle adjusted his glasses. Yes, we'll have animatronics, some interesting, exhibits planned. I'm a bit baffled about what Mr. Ryan wants exactly." He glanced sharply at Poole. "Don't quote that in the paper, about me being baffled." Poole winked at Fiddle. "Oh, Mr. Ryan was clear." He lowered his voice. "This is going to be a puff piece all the way, all about the swell new constructions coming, the new branch line, the spa. So what's this animatronics thing?" Tired of adjusting his glasses, Fiddle adjusted his tie. "Oh, not everyone calls it that, but there was that Westinghouse exhibit in 39 with Electro the Robot and his little pal Sparko. That kind of thing. Animated mannequins, some say. They'll talk to visitors." "Animated mannequins? Do tell." Fiddle went back to gently wringing his hands in his lap. "It'll be about the history of Rapture. I'd like to put in some fairy tale material, too, to keep the kids coming back. Maybe something like the Walt Disney cartoons, but well, never mind. Just print that I think it's a wonderful project, and I'm looking forward to making it a reality." "Sure thing." The train jolted as it took a turn, rising up to pass into a transparent tunnel through the sea. Coldly magnificent, like some sunken fairyland, Rapture rose about them. A school of big fish zigzagged by, glinting silver. A private bathysphere whipped along below them as they entered another building. Poole glanced over at Ryan and Mill when Mill raised his voice. "He does keep implying, Andrew, that eventually—" Come, Ryan said equably. "You worry too much, Prentice. Augustus is not some predator of the sea." Mill snorted bitterly. "Then what does Sinclair mean when he says, 'Enjoy the Atlantic Express while you have it'?" "Oh, that's just one businessman using a bit of psychology on another. He probably plans to make you an offer and wants you to worry about a takeover, keep you off balance. Perfectly normal business tactic." "But it's not a public company." "Perhaps it should be. You need not sell out to Sinclair. You could pump up your liquidity by selling shares freely about Rapture. Rapture is still growing. It's a bubble that will never burst. You will want the capital for investment, Prentice. Here's our new luxury resort." The train slowed as they came into the station near Adonis. Poole, scribbling on his notebook, was somehow aware of Ryan's scrutiny. He looked up to see Andrew Ryan frowning at him. Ryan raised an inquiring eyebrow. "You do remember our talk? Nothing unauthorized, Poole." Poole swallowed, tempted to point out that Ryan's heavy hand on Rapture's newspaper was counter to his talk of freedom. But then Ryan was the major shareholder in the Tribune, and Stanley Poole had never heard of a newspaper that expressed an opinion its owners didn't like. "You betcha, Mr. Ryan," Poole said cheerfully, winking. He rubbed his nose but quickly stopped, knowing it was an irritating mannerism. Man, he'd like to get out from under that hawkish gaze of Ryan's, get a bottle from Sinclair Spirits and a little sniff-sniff from Le Marquis d'Epoch, that new liquor and drug shop over in Fort Frolic. "This branch line, Mr. Ryan, mighty impressive. Quite a view." Ryan nodded, his expression becoming neutral. But he kept staring, a look that could be felt like a finger prodding at Poole's forehead. "I do think I may have some special assignments for you in time, Poole, if you prove to be discreet. I'll need someone very discreet indeed." The doors of the train slid open, and Ryan forgot about Poole, turning to clap Prentice on the shoulder, smiling. "The doors were a tad slow to open once we arrived, don't you think, Prentice? Let's make them brisker. Let's keep Rapture moving ahead." Medical Pavilion, 1949. "Bill, do we have to do this?" Elaine whispered, as she lay back on the examining table, awaiting Dr. Suchong. "Why do I have to see these two? I don't think that Tenenbaum woman is even a doctor. And Suchong, he is some kind of brain surgeon or something. What does he know about obstetrics?" She smoothed out the hospital gown so it covered a bit more of her pregnancy-swollen belly. Bill patted her tummy. "The regular doctor was booked up, love. I mentioned to Ryan you were having some unusual cramps, and he insisted that someone here would see to you. Tenenbaum and Suchong were working with Gil Alexander, who's doing a bit of work for Ryan." He shrugged. Elaine licked her lips and said nervously, "I heard someone say she's got a reputation of being kinda crazy with her experiments." "Haven't heard that. She's just another genius type that Ryan took an interest in. Sure, she's odd. They all are. Can't make people understand what she wants half the time." "Ah," Dr. Suchong said, bustling in, his glasses catching the shine in the overhead lamp. His thin Asian face had a faint gloss of sweat. "Here is soon mother." Bridget Tenenbaum came drifting in after him, a very young woman, superficially pretty, but with bruised-looking eyes, a shapeless bob of brown hair, a distant expression on her face. Both of them wore lab coats, Tenenbaum with a skirt of a shabby brown dress showing under her white coat. "Third trimester, yes?" she said. "Interesting." Her accent, mixing German and Eastern European, was almost as pronounced as Suchong's. "Well fed, yes. Circulation good." Elaine scowled. Bill could see she felt like a lab animal. Tenenbaum hadn't even said hello. But it was true. She wasn't what you'd call a physician. She just happened to be available today. It was all a bit slapdash for Bill's liking. "Yes, she is, what is expression, well along," Suchong remarked, prodding at Elaine's belly. "Yes, I can feel the offspring moving, almost ready for emergence. The creature wishes to come out and feed." Tenenbaum had turned to a nearby table of instruments, moving them minutely, squaring them up so that they were at precise right angles and equidistant. "Mrs. McDonough," Suchong said, examining Elaine's thighs, "does fetus make the reflex movements with extremities?" Elaine rolled her eyes. "Do you mean does the little one kick, Doctor? The child does, yes." "Excellent sign. Long since I have examined a fetus. Difficult to obtain them in a healthy state." He stepped around to her feet, reached out, and pulled her legs apart with a sharp, decisive movement of his hands, like a butcher preparing to gut a chicken. Elaine made a squeak of surprise. "Here, Doc, easy on my girl," Bill said. Suchong was lifting up the hospital gown, and he and Tenenbaum were both leaning over the exam table, frowning at Elaine's private parts. Suchong grunted, pointing. "Interesting distension there, and there, you see? Part of a peculiar metamorphosis of pregnant woman." "Yes, I see," Tenenbaum said. "I have dissected many in this stage." "Enviable. Perhaps you have specimens?" No, all my specimens were taken when the Americans came, but—" "Bill!" Elaine squeaked, snapping her legs shut and pressing the gown down over her crotch. "Right. See any problems, you two?" Bill said. Suchong looked at him in puzzlement. No, she will do very well. It would be interesting to probe a bit." "Won't be necessary, Doc. We're off." Bill helped Elaine down from the table. "Come on, love. Back in here. There's your clothes. Time to get dressed." He heard Andrew Ryan's voice from the lab next door. "There you are, Dr. Suchong. Is all well?" Suchong said, Yes, nothing abnormal. I am glad you came here, Mr. Ryan. Please to look at Experiment 37. Bill stepped to the door of the lab with half a mind to tell Ryan how coarsely Elaine had been treated, but he stopped, staring. Andrew Ryan, Suchong, Gil Alexander, a researcher who worked for Ryan most of the time, and Bridget Tenenbaum were gathered around a big motley figure in a sort of glass coffin filled with water. The case was hooked up to a tangle of translucent tubes. Bill had only met Gil Alexander a few times, a serious-eyed man with a thick mustache. He was quite professorial and intelligent, but it seemed to Bill cold-blooded. Stretched out in the glass coffin was a man whose body seemed a patchwork of flesh, and in some places steel. Corpse-pale, the man lay motionless in the bubbling water. Bill thought it could have been a drowning victim. Gil Alexander was adjusting a tube sinking into the supine man's left leg. "A little inflammation. Not bad. We have good induction." Bill found himself staring at the exposed left leg. It looked as if flesh and metal were fused at the thigh. It was all puckered, and Bill thought he saw the skin quiver, as if reacting to a perfusion of bubbles. He wanted to speak up or leave, but there was something that held him, something weirdly fascinating in the scene. "You see, Mr. Ryan," Tenenbaum said, "fusion is incomplete, but I feel if we were to perhaps try viral gene transfer, we make body more capable of unifying with—" "Bah!" Suchong said, glancing at her in annoyance. "You always think genes the way. Viral transfer of genes is entirely theoretical, not needed. Body can be conditioned so that cells bond with metal. We have no way to control genes without a breeding program." Forgive me, Doctor," she said, her voice faintly contemptuous, as she needlessly straightened tools on a nearby table. "But you are mistaken. The way will reveal itself to us when we consider Gregor Mendel." Alexander seemed amused by the simmering between Suchong and Tenenbaum. He smiled, Bill noticed, but said nothing. Ryan made a dismissive gesture as he frowned over the figure in the transparent, liquid-filled coffin. "I'm more interested in the practical uses. I need a process that makes our men capable of longer hours out there." "Core!" Bill burst out, as the legs of the supine man contracted, an armored knee striking the top of the glass case, cracking it. Water spurted up through the crack. Ryan and Suchong turned to stare at Bill. Tenenbaum and Alexander seemed more caught up in changing the flow of a chemical through the tubes that communicated with the glass coffin. "Bill," Ryan said softly, coming over to him. "I thought you'd gone." "Just leaving," Bill said. "That fellow in there all right?" Him? Oh, he's a volunteer, helping us with an experiment. Ryan took his arm. Come, let's leave them to it, shall we? How's Elaine? And he escorted Bill from the lab. Fort Frolic, 1949. Bing Crosby crooned, "Wrap your troubles in dreams" from flower-shaped speakers, and Bill hummed along as he escorted Elaine along the upper atrium. There was just time for a stroll before the musical at Fleet Hall. Bill had brought Elaine for a Christmas season outing. Their friend Mariska Lutz was looking after the baby. "It's funny about this place," Elaine murmured, as she and Bill strolled along the balcony walk of Poseidon Plaza in the neon-bright upper atrium of Fort Frolic. Elaine wore a shiny pink satin dress, and Bill wore a white linen suit. Other couples hurried by, dressed up, hair coiffed, faces glowing with laughter. Almost like New York, Bill thought. "What's funny about it, love?" he asked. They were passing the entrance to the surprise games of Chance Casino, with its big knight's helmet projecting between Sir and Prize. The neon sign seemed to radiate sheer insistence in an enclosed space. There was no sky to put them in perspective. "Well, I thought it'd be really different from the surface world. It is, of course, in some ways, but—" She glanced through the windows at the people working the slot machines. "The idea was to bring just the best of the world down with us, but maybe we brought some of the worst, too." Bill chuckled, tucking her hand under his arm. "That happens when a place is settled with people, love. They bring their worst and best with them wherever they go. People've got to have some place to let their hair down. Got to have their Fort Frolic." They went down the stairs to the lower atrium, past Robertson's Tabaccaria, and she sighed as they passed Eve's garden. She looked at it askance. A strip club was necessary, was it? Bill shrugged. "Especially necessary, some would say, with all the men we've got here. Men building, working maintenance. Now me, I don't need any such diversion. I've got the best-looking bird in Rapture to admire." "Well, don't expect a strip show." She batted her eyes at him like a flapper in a movie. "Until we get home, I mean." "That's my girl." She laughed. "Oh, I don't mean to sound like a balloon nose. Let's get some wine and Sinclair spirits, or maybe something in the Ryan Club. You'd probably rather have ale." "It's wine for my lady, but we've got tickets for the show at Fleet Hall, love. Thought we'd have our drinks after." "Oh, Fleet Hall. I've been wanting to see it. That Footlight Theater place is kind of cramped." "Fleet's big. Mr. Ryan planned for big all through Rapture." She glanced quizzically up at him. "You really admire Mr. Ryan, don't you, Bill?" "What, me? You know I do. Gave me everything I've got, he has. I was installing toilets, love, and he made me a builder of a new world." They passed the liquor and drug emporium Le Marquis d'Epoque, which was quite thronged mostly with young men. He saw someone he knew inside, the rat-faced Stanley Poole, shifting from foot to foot, nervously buying a vial of some narcotic. Bill hurried on, not wanting to talk about the place with his wife, and not wanting to make small talk with the execrable Poole. The piped music had become Fats Waller jazzily banging out the jitterbug waltz. Happy voices echoed from the high spaces of the atrium. People looked a bit ghostly in the reflected light from the neon, but they were happy ghosts, smiling, teasing one another. A young red-haired woman squealed as a young man pinched her. She remembered to slap him, but not very hard. Bill saw one of Sullivan's constables, Big Pat Cavendish, looking like a hotel dick in his cheap suit and badge, swaggering about, hands in his pockets and gun on his hip, leering at a parcel of young girls. Elaine brightened when they came to the Sophia Salon, and Bill resigned himself to standing about with his hands in his pockets, as Elaine poked through their finery in the high-fashion boutique. He bought her a nightgown and a new coat to be delivered to their flat, and then it was time to go back upstairs to Fleet Hall. They hurried out of the boutique and up the stairs, where Bill spotted the architect Daniel Wales talking to Augusta Sinclair, but the younger Wales was in close conversation with a mercurial businessman, and didn't even look up. Bill peered up at the ceiling, thinking about watertight integrity, and was pleased to see no sign of leakage. Some parts of Rapture were more scrupulously maintained than others. This one was pampered like a baby's bottom. It seemed to Bill that Rapture was thriving. The Atlantic Express rumbled efficiently from one building to another. Shops bustled with business. Rapture's galleries and atriums glowed with light. Its Art Deco fixtures gleamed with gold leaf. Crews of workmen kept the carpets clean, picked up trash, and repaired cracks in bulkheads. Looking down at the lower atrium, the increasing crowd and the shining signs, Rapture seemed fully alive, thrumming with economic brio. And just maybe Mr. Ryan, the Wales brothers, Greevy, just maybe they couldn't have done it without Bill McDonough. Bill and Elaine reached Fleet Hall, pausing to admire the grand blue and white sign. The archway was tricked out with radiant lines of white neon. A buzz of mingled conversations came from inside. Bill pressed Elaine's arm to him and bent and kissed her cheek, and they went in. The big ornate concert hall was thronged, and they had seats in the orchestra section. The lights went down, the band struck up, and the musical Patrick and Moira commenced. It was a Sander Cohen production, thankfully without Cohen in it, and Elaine was enthralled. Bill found it all rather sentimental and a tad morbid. The play was about a ghostly couple who found each other in the afterlife, but he was happy to be there with Elaine, pleased she was having a good time. She seemed lost here on occasion. Now he felt like they'd really found their place in the world, deep under the sea. Heat loss monitoring, Hephaestus, 1950. Bill almost had the heat monitor adjusted. Temperature control was just one of Rapture's numerous points of vulnerability, one of many maintenance linchpins that had to be constantly adjusted to keep the city from breaking down. The city under the sea had been settled for just 2 years, a little less, but there was a great deal of repair to be done already. Caught between fire and ice, me, Bill thought. A certain amount of the cold water outside Rapture was drawn in through sea vents to modify the heat from the volcanic gases used to drive the turbines. Water in one was cold enough to kill a man from hypothermia in under a minute, the water in the other hot enough to boil him. Bill had witnessed both tragedies. Bill turned wheels to balance the mix of frigid coolant and volcanically heated water. He glanced out the window into the sea, where a complex of transparent pipes glowed dull red, conveying mineral-rich heated water from geothermal sources. Bill could faintly smell sulfur, though they tried hard to filter it all out. Still and all, the air in Rapture was usually cleaner than it was in New York City. Clean air was provided by gardens like Arcadia and the intake vents in the lighthouse structures. The heat meters were bobbing just right now. He had the balance. Pablo Navarro was working at the other end of the apparatus-crowded room with Roland Wallace and Stanley Kybers. "That Navarro's always looking for a leg up," Wallace grumbled, coming over. "Wants to be head engineer of the section, don't you know?" "That's Greavy's call, mate. But I don't know, as Pablo keeps the job hot enough to deserve that title. How's Kybers working out?" "Getting his work done. Good technical know-how, but those Aussies, they're odd, and he's the sullen sort, don't you know?" "Every Australian I ever knew was a sullen old sod," Bill said absently, eyeing the meters. "Old and steady so far. Anyhow, there was an intercom buzz for you. Mr. Ryan wants you in central control." "Should have told me before. Right, I'm off." Bill checked the meters once more and then hurried out, hoping Elaine would be working in Ryan's office. He found Ryan pacing in front of his desk. No sign of Elaine. "Ah, Bill, I sent Elaine home early." Bill felt a sudden inner coldness. "Is she all right?" Yes, Ryan said distractedly. "Seemed fine, wanted to look in on the nanny. Perhaps she came back to work too soon after the baby was born. How is the child?" "The little one's right as rain, smiling and waving her arms about like she's conducting a band." Splendid. Bill hoped Elaine was all right, but she had insisted on getting a sitter and going back to work. She seemed to get cabin fever in the flat. Not easy to take the baby in a stroller through the park in Rapture, a bit of a journey to the small park areas. "Bill, would you come with me? I have to have a chat with Julie Langford. I'd like your opinion on the new tea garden in Arcadia, and some other things. Plenty to talk about along the way." They traversed several passages and then entered a transparent corridor between buildings, sauntering untouched through the sea itself. Heat vectored through the floor, protecting them from the North Atlantic's frigidity. "I'm hearing rumblings in Rapture I don't like, Bill. Ryan muttered, pausing to watch a school of bright fish swim frantically by, pursued by an orca. Out there, it's all as it should be. The big fish eats the smaller fish. Some fish elude predators and thrive. But here, there are those who disturb the balance. Bill stepped up beside Ryan, the two of them gazing through the glass like two people chatting at an aquarium. "Rumblings, Governor? Which sort? The pipe sort or the people sort?" "It's the people, if you want to call them that." Ryan shook his head and added, "Parasites," his mouth twisting sharply with the word. "I thought we could weed them all out, but people are tainted, Bill. There are rumors of union organizers here in Rapture. Unions in my city. Someone is encouraging them. I'd like to know who and why." "Haven't heard anything quite like that myself," Bill remarked. Stanley Poole caught some union talk in the tavern. There's a pamphlet being passed around complaining about unfairness to the working man of Rapture. People be intense. They naturally need to blow off steam, Gov. Toss around their ideas free-like. Even some ideas we don't like, Mr. Ryan. Unions and whatnot. Now, I won't defend them," he added hastily, "but there's a kind of marketplace of ideas, too, yeah? People need to be able to trade in ideas." "Huh. Marketplace of ideas. Maybe. I try to be tolerant. But unions, we saw where that leads." Bill decided not to argue that one. They both silently watched a blue whale swim majestically overhead. Bubbles streamed up from the seabed. Lights blinked on in the buildings of Rapture, rising spectrally through the blue-green water. The Wales brothers' designs mixed sweeping lines with a certain artful intricacy. The architecture seemed calculated to project boldness, even bravado. A neon sign across the watery way, running vertically down a building that could almost have been from mid-Manhattan, read Fleet Hall. Another neon sign glowed in grape purple to advertise Worley's Winery, the letters rippling with intervening sea currents. Most of the apartment buildings had square windows, not portholes. For the most part, they looked like apartment buildings on dry land. The effect at times was more like a sunken Atlantis than a metropolis deliberately built beneath the sea, as if the polar ice caps had melted, flooding Manhattan, its steel and stone canyons immersed in a deep, mysterious watery world without a clear horizon. "It could be," Ryan went on at last, "that we were too hasty in some of our recruiting for Rapture. I may have picked some people who were not as like-minded as I'd hoped." "Most of our people believe in the Rapture way, Mr. Ryan. There's plenty of free enterprise in Rapture." Bill smiled as a stream of bubbles rose a few inches beyond the glass. "It's bubbling with it." "You hearten me, Bill. I hope everyone stays busy, competing, carving out their place in our new world. Everyone should branch out, create new businesses. Do you still plan to open a tavern?" "Right enough I do. Fightin' McDonough's it'll be called, after me old man. He was a boxer in his youth. We'll have a grand opening party for you." Ryan looked up, toward the heights of the towers mounting through the sea. Hard to see the tops of many of them from here. He took a deep breath, looking pleased, seeming to buoy into a better mood. "Look at it, rising like an orchestral climax. Rapture is a miracle, Bill, the only kind of miracle that matters, the kind a real man creates with his own two hands, and it should be celebrated every day." "Miracles need a lot of maintenance, Mr. Ryan. Thing is, we're short on people to deal with the sewage, the cleaning, and the landscaping in Arcadia. We got posh types who never suffered worse than a paper cut, but precious few who can dig a ditch or plumb a pipe." "Ah, we'll have to lure men who have the skills we need then, find ways to house them. We'll bring them in, don't you worry about it. The light attracts the enlightened, Bill." Bill wondered how that would work out, bringing ever more blue-collar workers, men who might not take to a place where the governor despised unions. Could be trouble down the road. "Ah," Ryan said with satisfaction, "a supply sub is coming in." They watched the submarine ghost by overhead, its lights glowing against the indigo depths. From here, its lines muted by the depths, the sub looked like a giant creature of the sea itself, another kind of whale. It would be heading to Neptune's bounty. Bill watched the sub angle downward for the hangar-sized intake airlock that led up to the wharf in Fontaine's fisheries. "Dunno," Bill said. "We might be encouraging unions, but I can tell you one person I don't much trust is that Frank Fontaine." Ryan shrugged. "He's quite the productive one. He's got a lot of enterprise rolling. He keeps me thinking. I like the competition," adding, as if thinking aloud, "within reason." Fontaine had worked with Peach Wilkins to develop a way to do Rapture's fishing more discreetly, underwater. A few simple adaptations to the smaller subs, refitting them to drag nets, and they had purely subaquatic fishing. But the fishery gave Fontaine a potential access to something that Bill knew made Ryan nervous: the outside world. His subs left Rapture on business of their own, and they might be contacting anyone out there. Every year Ryan cut more ties with the surface world, liquidating his properties, selling factories and railroads. "You think maybe Fontaine's using the subs to bring in contraband, Gov?" he asked suddenly. "I'm monitoring that possibility. I warned him, and it seemed to me he took the warning seriously." "Some smuggling's going on, Mr. Ryan," Bill pointed out. "A Bible turned up in the workers' quarters." "Bibles." Ryan said the word with loathing. "Yes, Sullivan told me. The man says he bought it from a fellow I didn't know over at Apollo Square." Bill had no love for religion himself, but privately he thought some people probably needed it as a safety valve. "All I can tell you, Mr. Ryan, is that I've never trusted that bugger Fontaine. He talks all silky-like, but none of it feels like real silk." "We can't assume anything, you know. Come along." Bill sighed. Sometimes he got tired of being, "Come along, Bill." An electric eye triggered the semicircular Securus door to slide open. They strode along corridors decorated with posters extolling the glories of Rapture's commerce, down a curving stairway to a bathysphere station where a banner declared, "Commerce, Independence, Creativity." Ryan remained silent, brooding as they went. Bill expected to take the Atlantic Express, but Ryan ignored the train station and continued to the Rapture Metro. They passed a party of maintenance workers who tipped their hats at Ryan. He paused and shook hands all around. "How's it going, boys? Patching up the ceiling? Good, good. Don't forget to invest some of your paychecks in one of Rapture's new businesses. Keep it growing, fellas. You working for Bill here? If he isn't treating you right, don't tell me about it." They laughed all around at that. "Start a competing plumbing business, give old Bill here a run for his money, eh? How do you like that new park of ours, by the way? Seen it yet? Fine place to take the ladies." When he was in the mood, Ryan could be quite convivial, even chummy with the working man. He seemed almost to be performing for Bill today. Ryan put his hands in his pockets and rocked on his heels as he reflected. "When I was a young boy, my father took me to a park well, it was in a foreign capital. The Tsar was still alive then, but my father's business was faltering, and that park lifted his spirits. 'This is where I met your mother,' he said. So, boys, if you want to meet the right young miss, we've got just the place. Plenty of privacy for sparking the ladies, eh?" The workmen laughed. He clapped two of them on the shoulders, wished them a profitable day's work, and sent them on their way. The men went away beaming. They'd be able to boast of chatting with the great Andrew Ryan. Ryan led Bill into the waiting bathysphere. With its hatch lowered into place, Ryan tapped the selector for their destination and hit the go lever. The bathysphere dropped neatly into its passageway, and then set out horizontally with a bubbling whoosh. The two men sat back, riding in companionable quiet till they were halfway to the nearest airlock for Arcadia, when Ryan said, "Bill, have you heard residents whining about not being permitted to leave Rapture?" "Here and there," Bill admitted reluctantly. He didn't want to snitch on anyone. "You know we cannot trust anyone outside Rapture, Bill. We'd have American intelligence agents down here, or the jackals from the Committee for State Security, fast as—" He snapped his fingers. "It can be odd for some down here, sir. There's some wonder as if they made the right choice immigrating to Rapture." "I have no respect for quitters. You don't visit Rapture. It's a way of life." He shook his head bitterly. "They are spineless. They were told before they came that there were certain inviolable rules. No one leaves. There is no place for men like us on the surface." Bill was in awe of Ryan. He knew it, and Ryan knew it. But maybe it was time to give Ryan some guff about this lockdown, because he was afraid that if Ryan stuck to this policy, it could be explosive. It's human nature, Governor, to want freedom to come and go. People get stir-crazy like when you pen them up. You believe a man should make a choice, but how can the poor sod choose to stay in Rapture? We took that choice away. A man has thousands of choices in Rapture, but that one he gave up when he came to this world, a world that I created. I built it with money and resources earned with my sweat. It's all a lot of absurd whining. In time we will expand Rapture across the seabed, and there will be far more room to move about. He flicked his hand in a gesture of contemptuous impatience. They entered into a contract coming here. In the end, our choices make us what we are. A man chooses, Bill. They chose, and they must accept the responsibility. Bill cleared his throat. Natural enough for some blokes to want to change their minds. The bathysphere reached its destination, clunking into place, and the hatch creaked open, but Ryan made no move to get out. He remained in his seat, looking at Bill with a new solemnity. "Have you changed your mind, Bill?" Bill was taken by surprise. "No, this is my home, Mr. Ryan. I built this place with my bare hands." He shrugged. "You asked what I've heard." Ryan looked at him for a long moment, as if peering into Bill's soul. Finally he nodded. "Very well, Bill. But I'll tell you something. The residents of Rapture will be purged of the habits of ant society. They must learn to stand up beside us like men and build. I plan to start a new program of civic education, banners, a great many more of them, educational announcements on televisions and public address and billboards. I'm bringing in someone to help us train them to see that the world outside Rapture is the real prison, and Rapture is the real freedom." Ryan climbed out of the bathysphere. "Come along, Bill, come along." 8. Andrew Ryan's office, 1950. "Miss Lamb," Diane announced. "Dr. Sophia Lamb." There was a certain coolness in her voice as she said it, Andrew Ryan noted. Had she already taken a dislike to the woman? Dr. Lamb had been a kind of missionary, both physician and psychiatrist, working in Hiroshima before and after the bomb. Maybe Diane was intimidated. Diane was sensitive about her working-class background. "Escort her in. Have the guards wait outside." Diane sniffed, but went back into the outer room and held the door for Sophia Lamb. "He'll see you now, Dr. Lamb," Diane said, as if wondering why he was seeing her. "Splendid. It's been a long journey. I'm curious to find the final chamber of this great nautilus shell of a city." Ryan stood politely as she strode in. Dr. Lamb carried herself like the educated, well-heeled, elite professional she was. He knew protocol would matter with her. She was tall, almost cruelly slim, her blonde hair coiffed into large curls atop her head. She had a long neck, a narrow face with stark bone structure, icy blue eyes behind stylish horn-rimmed glasses, lips darkly rouged. She wore a navy blue dress suit with sharp white collars and dark blue pumps. "Welcome to Rapture, Miss Lamb. Won't you have a seat? I hope your journey wasn't too exhausting. It's a pleasure to have you join us in our brave new world." She sat in the chair across from him, crossing her long, pale legs. "Brave New World, a reader of Shakespeare. The Tempest, was it not?" Her long, slender fingers expertly extracted a platinum cigarette case from her small handbag as she went on, looking blandly at him. "Oh, brave new world that has such creatures in it." "Are you surprised, Miss Lamb, that I'm familiar with Shakespeare?" Ryan asked, coming around the desk to light her cigarette with a gold lighter. She blew smoke at the ceiling and shrugged. "No. You're a wealthy man. You can afford to educate yourself." It was not an obvious criticism, yet somehow it was condescending. But she smiled, and he saw a glint of charisma. "I must say," she went on, glancing around, "this place is remarkable, quite astonishing, and yet no one seems to know about it." "As few as we can manage. We work hard at keeping it secret, and we shall require you to keep it secret too, Miss Lamb. Or should I call you Dr. Lamb?" He waited for her to say, "Oh, call me Sophia," but she didn't. She merely nodded, just faintly. Ryan cleared his throat. "You are well aware of the driving forces behind Rapture, its philosophy, its plan, the Great Chain." "Yes, but I can't claim to completely understand your operative philosophy. I am, of course, attracted by the possibilities of a new society that has no interference from the outside world, a self-sustaining colony that might rediscover human possibilities, the possibility of a society free from the warmongering of the upper world." "I understand you were in Hiroshima when—" "I was in a sheltered outlying place. But yes, people I sometimes worked with were burnt to shadows on the walls of their homes." Her eyes held a flat horror at the memory. "If the modern world were a patient in my care," she shook her head, "I would diagnose it suicidal." "Yes, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, they were a large part of the reason we built Rapture. I suspected you might understand our imperative after seeing what happened there firsthand. I'm certain the surface world will commit nuclear suicide in time, Dr. Lamb. 1 generation, 2, 3, it will happen, and when it does, Rapture will be safe here below. Self-sufficient and thriving. Rapture is deliverance." She tapped her cigarette ash into the brass floor ashtray beside her chair, nodding eagerly now. "That is the great appeal for me, deliverance. A new chance to remake society into something innately good. Everyone has a duty to the world, Mr. Ryan, and we've lost all that, up above and all the grubbing chaos of that perverse civilization." Ryan frowned, not exactly understanding her, but before he could ask her to elucidate, she went on. "And I was gratified to hear that everyone has equal opportunity here, including women, presumably?" She glanced at him questioningly. "In ordinary society, the male hierarchy crushes our dreams. They see a woman with a spark—" She crushed her cigarette out angrily in the ashtray, "and they crush it out. Lady doctors, as they call them, are sometimes tolerated, but real advancement for a woman in the field? No." "Oh, yes, I see." Ryan thoughtfully stroked his mustache with the ball of his thumb. "Theoretically, everyone in Rapture started on an equal footing, and anyone could rise to the top with hard work, enterprise, talent, ruthless dedication to the simple liberating power of free enterprise, even women." He'd invited Sophia Lamb to Rapture because she'd graduated at the top of her class. She was said to have written brilliant theses, which Ryan hadn't had time to read, and to have shown a fearlessness in psychiatric experimentation. Scientific fearlessness was axiomatic to Rapture. "You can compete with the rest of us here," Ryan said firmly, as much to convince himself as her. "But of course your initial work would be to evaluate Rapture, help us develop a means of preparing the public for the future. More pressingly, some residents may be developing psychological problems, little, personal difficulties that bubble up from isolation down here. Your first task will be to diagnose those problems and suggest a solution." "Oh, of course, that is quite understood. But later, if I want to develop my own institute here in Rapture?" "Ah, yes, that would be splendid. Why shouldn't people have a psychiatric doctor to consult with? A whole institute for self-exploration." "Or perhaps for redefining the self," she murmured. She stood. "If you'll excuse me, I'd like to be shown my quarters. The trip here has been a lot to absorb. I need to change, rest a bit, and I'll need a full tour of Rapture. I'll start my diagnosis right away, this evening." "Good. I'll have Chief Sullivan send over his files about problem people, the little malcontents cropping up, the complainers, and so on. You can start with those." Neptune's Bounty, Rapture, 1950. Bridget Tenenbaum was walking down the chilly dock toward the water, thinking that perhaps she might get some fresh fish for dissection. If they were iced, she could extract their genetic material with some hope it might be intact. She didn't have a definite contract with Sinclair Solutions anymore, but she could still use their lab after hours, since she had the door combination. The tale of her attempt to extract semen from one of the submariners with a large syringe had gotten her dropped, unreasonably she felt, from Sinclair's research labs. Certainly she'd used bad judgment in implying she wanted something else from the man's evil-smelling genitals. Perhaps she'd thrust the needle into his gonad rather too vigorously. But for him to run screaming from the lab, naked from the waist down, with a syringe dangling from his groin, trailing blood and shrieking, "The crazy bitch put a spike in my goddamn nuts," seemed like an overreaction. Since then, she'd scarcely seen Rapture's founder, nor had she been able to get an appointment with the man. There was always an excuse from that snippy Diane McClintock. Sometimes she wished she were back in the camp, working with her mentor. At least they had real creative freedom. Bridget sighed and tugged her coat closer around her shoulders. It was always nippy down here in the strange underwater docks, a kind of artificial cavern, really, within Rapture, filled with water, where the delivery boats pulled up, loaded with fish and other approved goods brought from the submarine bays. The docks were wooden, the walls and ceiling were metal. The water lapped at the pylons with a strange, hollow, echoing whisper. A constable and a black man who seemed to be a deputy were walking past, both of them looking at her curiously. She saw a couple of dock workers in heavy pea-jackets standing on the pier below her, waiting for a small tugboat-like vessel to pull up so they could offload it. They were amusing themselves as they waited, tossing a ball back and forth. She recognized both of the men. She'd seen them under Dr. Suchong's hands. He'd tried to cure one of them, Stiffy, of a partial paralysis, and the other one saw her first. He was a stubby-nosed man with a wind-burned face, but his red face went white when he saw Tenenbaum. He dropped the ball and clapped both hands to his genitals. "No, you don't, lady. You ain't getting near 'em." He backed away from her, shaking his head. Lady." "Don't be such a fool," she called out wearily, searching for the right English words. "I'm not here for you. I want fresh fish." "You're calling them fish now, are you?" the man demanded, backing away and falling off the dock into the water. He got up, sputtering, spitting water. It was only 4 feet deep here. "Ha-ha, Archie!" the other fisherman called gleefully to him, going to pick up the ball. "You finally got that bath you've been avoiding." "Screw you, Stiffy," Archie called, splashing off toward the approaching boat. "Ahoy there, give me a hand, I'm coming aboard." "Ha, what are you scared of a skinny little dame for?" Stiffy yelled, laughing. She approached Stiffy, putting on a professional, officious manner so that he wouldn't try to become too familiar. "You throw the ball. It is very unusual for you, no?" she asked, staring at his hands. She had stood by and observed when Suchong had examined him. "Your hands, one paralyzed, the other only half working. This I remember. You carry some things on your shoulders, not do so much work with hands." "Sure, that's why they call me Stiffy. I got another kind of stiffy, lady, if you—" She gave him her severest frown. "Do not trifle with me. I only wish to know, how can you catch ball now? With fingers that were paralyzed. Dr. Suchong repaired your hands, yes?" "Suchong? Hell no. Made a lot of excuses. Funniest thing, we had a net full of fish, see? I was scooping 'em out of the net, sorting 'em out, that much I could do anyhow, and there was some kind of sea slug mixed in with 'em, flopping around. Weirdest-looking little slug you ever saw. Little bastard bit me on the hand." Stiffy chortled. He didn't seem angry about it at all. "I didn't even know they could bite. Well, my hands got kind of swole, but when the swelling went down," he looked at his hands in renewed wonder, "they started to come to life." He tossed the ball in the air and deftly caught it. "You see that? Before that little bastard bit me, I couldn't do that. No way, no how." "You think it was the sea slug that released paralysis?" "Something in that bite. I could feel it spreading out, like in my hand." "Ach, indeed." She peered at his hands, saw the curious bite marks. "If only I had this creature. You can find another such sea slug?" "I still got the same one, chucked in a bucket of seawater. It was such a crazy-looking little thing I actually thought I could maybe sell it to one of you scientist types. You want to buy it?" "Well, perhaps I do." Sophia Lamb's office, 1950. I guess I shouldn't have brought my kids to Rapture, but they told me we had to come together, the whole family or nothing. They said they needed skills with a boiler I'd be taken care of and make a pile of dough. Dr. Sophia Lamb was watching the middle-aged man in the workman's overalls pacing back and forth in her office, wringing his hands. "Wouldn't you like to relax on the couch as we work on this, Mr. Glidden?" No, I can't, Doc," Glidden muttered. He sniffled, as if trying not to cry. His eyes were bruised looking from fatigue. His thin lips quivered. His big hands were reddened from his work in the geothermal plant. "I need to get back home. You see, my wife, my kids, they're alone in the new apartment, if you can call it an apartment. A dump is what it is. A lot of shifty characters around there. I feel like the kids ain't safe in that place. They're having to share it with another family. There ain't enough housing in this crazy town. Nothing I can afford, I mean. They said there'd be more housing here and better pay. I thought it was a road to riches thing like the Comstock mine. They talked like—" He bit his lip. She nodded, shifted in her chair, and made a note. She'd heard a similar story from a number of workers she'd interviewed as part of her project for Ryan. "You feel you were misled about what would happen here?" "Yeah, Glidden broke off, stopping in the center of the room, staring at her suspiciously. You work for Ryan, right?" "Well, in a manner of speaking." "So no, I wasn't what you'd say misled." He licked his lips. "They were straight with me." "It's all right. You can say what you really think," Sophia said, reassuringly. "It's true that these therapeutic sessions will be summed up in a report, but I'm not naming specific people in my report. It'll be about trends." "Yeah? How come this therapy thing here is free? I wouldn't have come except my wife says I'm all tense and like that, but free? Nothing's free in Rapture." "Really, you can trust me, Mr. Glidden." "So you say. But supposing I get fired because of this, maybe they blackball me, so I got no work, and then what? You can't leave Rapture. You can't leave, not even you, Doc. You think I'll let you leave if you want to? No." "Oh, well, Her voice trailed off. She hadn't given much thought to leaving Rapture. There seemed so many possibilities here. But what if she did try to leave? What would Ryan do? She was afraid to find out. "I'm in the same boat, so to speak, with you, Mr. Glidden," she smiled. "Or under the same boats." He crossed his arms in front of him and shook his head. He wasn't going to say anything else. She wrote, "Subjects are typical in mistrust of Ryan and feeling of alienation, social claustrophobia at boiling point for some, financial status a key factor. Higher incomes show less anxiety." She underlined higher incomes and then said, "You can go, Mr. Glidden. Thanks for coming in." She watched Glidden rush from the room, and then she went to her desk, unlocked a drawer, and took out her journal. She usually preferred it to the audio diaries. She sat down and wrote, "If the Rapture experiment fails, as I suspect it will, another social experiment could be carried out in this strange undersea hothouse. The very conditions that make Rapture explosive, its sequestering from the outside world, its inequities, could be the source for a radical social transformation. It's something to consider. The danger of even contemplating such a social experiment is enormous, however. I must not let this journal fall into Sullivan's hands." Sophia put the pen down and wondered if what she was contemplating was too risky. Politics, power, an idea that was becoming an idée fixe. Possibly it was sheer madness. But madness or not, it had been growing like a child within her all the time she'd been in Rapture. She'd been quietly gestating the notion that what Rapture could destroy, men like Glidden, it could also save, if it were guided by a new leader. She could turn Rapture sharply to the left, from within. Dangerous thinking, but the idea would not go away. It had a life of its own. Pumping Station 5, 1950. Bill McDonough was switching on drainage pump 71 to pump out the insulation and ventilation spaces in the walls of the Mermaid Lounge when Andrew Ryan walked into Station 5. Rapture's visionary genius was smiling, but seemed a bit distant, distracted. "Bill, how about taking a quick inspection walk with me, as we're both near Little Eden, or are you handling an emergency?" "No emergency, Mr. Ryan, just a bit of an adjustment. There, that's done it." Soon they were strolling along the concourse of Little Eden Plaza, walking past the gracious facade of the Pearl Hotel. People ambled by, couples arm in arm, shoppers with bags. Ryan seemed pleased by this evidence of thriving commerce. Some of the shoppers nodded shyly to Mr. Ryan. One rather matronly woman asked for his autograph, which he patiently provided before he and Bill hurried on. "Anything you're particularly concerned with around here, Mr. Ryan?" Bill asked, as they walked past the Plaza Hedon apartments. "There's talk of chemical leakage, and we had some kind of complaints at a shop in the area, so I thought I'd look into both at once. I don't care much for complaints, but I like to know what's going on and had some free time." They came to a corner that was covered with what appeared to be a thick green-black chemical leaking from a seam in a bulkhead. It smelled of petroleum and solvents. "There it is, Bill. Were you aware of it?" "I am, sir. That's why I was adjusting the valves in Station 5, trying to cut back on flushing so I could reduce this here toxic overflow. There's a factory upstream, you might say, or anyway upstairs from here, turns out new signs and the like. Augustus Sinclair owns the place, what I remember. They use a lot of chemicals, dump them in the outpipes, but they corrode the pipes and the solvents work their way out to the sidewalk. What might be worse, the rest of it gets dumped out of Rapture, Mr. Ryan. I checked on it. These chemicals, they go out into the ocean and down current. Could be they'll get all mixed up with the fresh fish down there. We could end up eating these chemicals when we eat those fish." Ryan was looking at him with arched eyebrows. "Really, Bill, how ridiculously alarmist. Why, the ocean is vast. We couldn't possibly pollute it. It would all be diluted." "Right enough, sir, but some of it accumulates, what with currents and eddies, and if we create enough of a mess—" "Bill, forget it. We've got sufficient concerns right here inside Rapture. We'll have to replace those pipes with something stronger, and we'll charge Augustus for it." Bill gave it one more try. "Just thought it'd be better if he'd used chemicals that wasn't so corrosive, Gov. Could be done, I reckon, if—" Ryan laughed softly. "Bill, listen to yourself. You'll ask me to regulate industrial waste next. Why, old Will Clark up in Montana created a wasteland around his mines and refineries, and did anyone suffer?" He cleared his throat, seeming to recollect something. "Well, perhaps some did, yes, but the world of commerce is restless. It's like a hungry child that keeps growing and never quite grows up. It becomes a giant, Bill, and people must get out of its way or be stepped on by its 10-league boots. Oh, I'll look into stronger drainage pipes outside factories to prevent a mess on the sidewalk. Ryan Industries will build Rapture, and Rapture will build the factories. Come along, Bill, this way. Ah, here's the other problem." They'd come to a shop in Little Eden Plaza called Gravenstein's Green Groceries. Across the street, more of a wide passageway, and a little ways down was another larger business called Shep's Shop Mart. Reeking garbage of all sorts was piled up high in the gutter around Gravenstein's. Bill shook his head, seeing every kind of garbage imaginable, most of it decaying. The fish heads were especially pungent. Shep's, by contrast, looked immaculate. A small man in a grocer's apron rushed out of Gravenstein's as they approached. He had a hatchet face and flap-like ears, intense brown eyes, curly brown hair. "Mr. Ryan!" he shouted, wringing his hands as he ran up to them. "You came. I must have sent 100 requests, and here you are at last." Ryan frowned. He didn't respond well to implied criticism. "Well, why have you let all this trash pile up here? That's hardly in the spirit of the great chain." "Me letting it pile up? I didn't, he did. Shep did it. I will pay any reasonable price for trash pickup, but he—" Gravenstein pointed across the street at the big man stepping out of Shep's. Gordon Shep wore a big blue suit, his swag belly straining out of the jacket. He had a jolly face, an unpleasant gold-toothed grin, and an enormous cigar in his hand. Seeing Gravenstein pointing at him accusingly, Shep crossed the street, shaking his head disparagingly, and managing a good deal of swagger despite the obesity. He pointed at Gravenstein with his cigar as he walked up. "What's this little liar here yelling about, Mr. Ryan?" Ryan ignored Shep. "Why should this man be responsible for your trash, Gravenstein?" Bill could guess why. He remembered that Shep here had diversified. "First of all," the smaller man said, shaking, clearly trying not to shout at Ryan. "It's not all mine." "Pfft," Shep said, chuckling. "Prove it." "Some of it's mine, but some of it's his, Mr. Ryan. And as for what's mine, he runs the only trash collection service around here. He bought it 2 months ago, and he's using it to run me out of business. He's charging me 10 times what he charges everyone else for trash collection." Bill was startled. 10 times? Shep chuckled and tapped cigar ash onto the pile of garbage. "That's the marketplace. We have no restraints here, right, Mr. Ryan? No price controls. Anyone can own anything they can buy and run it how they like." "The market won't bear that kind of pricing," Bill pointed out. "He only charges me that price," Gravenstein insisted. "He's my grocery competitor. He's got more business than I do, but it's not enough. He wants to corner the grocery business around here, and he knows if garbage piles up because I can't afford to pay him to take it away, nobody'll come to shop at my place. And nobody does." "Looks like you'll have to move it out yourself," Ryan said, shrugging. "Who'll look after my shop while I do that? It's a long way to the dump chute, and I shouldn't have to do that, Mr. Ryan. He shouldn't be gouging me, trying to run me out of business." "Shouldn't he?" Ryan mused. "It's not really a business practice I admire. But the great marketplace is like a thriving jungle, where some survive and become king of their territory, and some don't. It's the way of nature. Survival of the fittest weans out the weaklings, Gravenstein. I advise you to find some means of competing or move out." "Mr. Ryan, please, shouldn't we have public trash collection service?" Ryan raised his eyebrows. "Public? That sounds like Roosevelt or Stalin. Go to one of Shep's competitors." "They won't come clear over here, Mr. Ryan. This man controls trash pickup in this whole area. He's out to get me. Why, he's threatening to buy the building and have me evicted, Mr. Ryan. Now, I believe in competition and hard work, but—" "No more whining, Gravenstein. We do not fix prices here. We do not regulate. We do not say who can buy what." "Hear that, Gravenstein?" Shep sneered. "Welcome to the real world of business." "Please, Mr. Ryan," Gravenstein said, hands balling into fists at his sides. "When I came down here, I was told I'd have an opportunity to expand, to grow, to live in a place without taxes. I gave up everything to come here. Where am I to go if he drives me out? Where can I go? Where can I go?" A muscle in Ryan's face twitched. He looked at Gravenstein with narrowed eyes. His voice became chilled steel. "Deal with it as a man should, Gravenstein. Do not whine like a child." Gravenstein stood there, shaking helplessly, pale with rage. Then he ran back into his store. Bill's heart went out to him. But Ryan was right, wasn't he? The market had to be unregulated. Still, there were other problems cropping up in Rapture from predatory types. "Say there, Ryan," Shep said. "How about coming in the office for a drink, eh?" "I think not, Shep," Ryan growled, walking away. "Come along, Bill." They strode onward, and Ryan sighed. "That man Shep is an odious sort. He's little better than a mafioso. But the marketplace must be free, and if some eggs are broken to make that omelet, well—" There was a shout from behind, and a yell of fear. Bill and Ryan turned to see Gravenstein, hands trembling, pointing a pistol at Shep in the midst of the passageway. Gravenstein shouted, "I'll deal with it like a man, all right!" "No!" Shep shouted, stumbling back, the cigar flopping from his mouth. Gravenstein fired, twice. Shep shrieked, clutching himself, staggering with each shot, and then fell like a great sack of dropped groceries onto the passageway floor. "Damn it!" Ryan grunted. "That now is against the rules. I'll have a constable on the man." But that would not be necessary. As Bill watched, Gravenstein put the gun to his own head and pulled the trigger. Sophia Lamb's office, 1950. Sophia Lamb balanced her notebook on her knee, poised her pen, and said, "Tell me about this feeling of being trapped, Margie." "There's one way I can get out of this burg, Doc," Margie said in a flat voice. "If I kill myself." She sat up on the therapy couch and chewed a knuckle. She was a slender, long-legged, brown-haired woman in a simple blue dress, worn-out white flats, a small, shabby blue velvet hat. The paint on her fingernails hadn't been renewed for a long time. They were patchy red. Margie had a sweet, lightly freckled face with large brown eyes, her face going a bit round and her belly pooching out. She was a couple of months pregnant. But maybe not. Maybe killing yourself doesn't get you out either. Her large brown eyes seemed to get larger as she added in a whisper, "I've heard there's ghosts in Rapture." Sophia leaned back in her chair and shook her head. Ghosts are in people's minds. So is the idea that you have to escape. That's just a notion that's haunting you. And after what you've been through— "What I've been through? Maybe I got only myself to blame." She wiped tears away and took a deep breath. "They said I'd have a career as an entertainer here. I should have known better, Doc. My ma always said, you don't get a free ride in this world, and she was right. Ma died when I was 16. My pop was long gone, so I was on my own, working as a taxi dancer when I got recruited for Rapture. I come here full of hopes and dreams, end up in that strip joint in Fort Frolic. Eve's Garden, what a joke. All the big shots come there, grinning like apes at the girls. I've seen Mr. Ryan there even. When he got interested in Jasmine Jolene, what airs she put on, I can tell you, the manager of that place, I wouldn't have sex with him, so he fired me. It's not supposed to be part of my job." "Naturally not," Sophia wrote. "Consistent pattern of disappointed expectations and patience." "So I tried to get work some other place in Rapture. Waitressing, you know. Nope, no work. Sold most of my clothes. Ran out of money, ran out of food. Living on stuff cadged out of trash cans. Asked to be taken back to the surface. No way, sister, they tell me. Never thought I'd ever end up a whore. A little dancing for money, sure, but this, selling my assets to those fishermen down at Neptune's Bounty, all the damn day in the bar, or on my back in the rooms they got out behind. And Fontaine, you said I had to give him a percentage. My ma always said so. I get stubborn, and I told him to go to hell on a sled. He tells that Reggie to knock me around." Sophia clucked her tongue sympathetically and wrote, "No recourse for those stricken by bad luck. No works project administration here. Nothing to catch those who fall. Enormous potential for social ferment." "You're in my care now," Sophia said soothingly. Her heart was wrenched at Margie's story. "I can even offer you a job." "What kind of work?" "Gardening, assisting. I intend to start a new program I'm calling Dionysus Park. Nothing you'll have to be ashamed of, but I will need something from you. I need your trust, your complete trust." Margie sniffled, and her eyes welled with tears. "Gee, if you help me— Gosh, you got it, Doc. I'll trust you from here to the stars." "Good," Sophia smiled. "If you could get people to trust you, really trust you, you would get their loyalty, too." And she would need loyalty, unthinking loyalty for what she had in mind, a gradual revolution, first in mind and then in fact, transforming Rapture from within. Between Neptune's Bounty and Olympus Heights, 1951. Frank Fontaine felt like a fat kid with the keys to a candy store. Gliding through the sea in his private radio-controlled bathysphere, from Neptune's Bounty to the station for Olympus Heights and Mercury Suites, past neon signs for several shops, including one of his own, Fontaine reflected on what a feast Rapture was for a man like him. Ryan kept business regulations to the absolute minimum. If you had enough Rapture dollars to hire a space from Ryan Industries, you could open pretty much any business you wanted. Fontaine had even cultivated one of Ryan's bookkeepers, Marjorie Dustin. As long as he diddled Marjorie every so often and kicked her some cash, she cheerfully added 40% on paper to his fresh fish take. Ryan Industries was paying for 40% more fish than they received. He knew Ryan had men keeping an eye on him. That very morning, Fontaine had spotted that Russian thug Karlovsky following him through the lower concourse. Ryan was setting up security cameras around Rapture. Not a lot of them yet, but more were coming, and Ryan controlled them. Hard to keep a secret for long from those cameras. Fontaine watched an enormous fish with a gigantic mouth swim past. He had no idea what kind it was. It swiveled an eye to look through his bathysphere port, seeming intrigued. Fontaine shook his head, amused at how much he'd grown accustomed to living in a giant aquarium. Maybe someday, when he'd gotten control of Rapture, he could use the undersea city as his base for forays onto dry land. He'd always have a place to escape to, where the cops would never find him. Fontaine caught a glimpse of one of his own subs sliding by below, heading toward the underwater wharf entrance, dragging a net full of glistening silvery fish. Silver, like silver dollars. Cash just swam along in the sea, and all you had to do was find some sucker to scoop it up for you. Sometimes he thought he was the only guy in the world who wasn't a sucker. People in Rapture were getting sick of eating fish. Fontaine had started smuggling in beef, which was all but impossible to get in Rapture otherwise. Shortage was opportunity. A lot of these saps were even feeling short on religion, so Fontaine brought in Bibles, which was sure to make Ryan angry. Ryan hated religion, whereas Fontaine simply laughed at it. The bathysphere arrived at the station, locked into place, and Fontaine emerged. He hurried past a group of snazzy partiers heading through the metro for one of the nightclubs. The overhead lights were dimming as they were designed to do in the evening, to give people in Rapture a more normal sense of night and day. Fontaine took a tram up to Olympus Heights and then the elevator to his place in Mercury Suites. He arrived just in time to grab a quick bite before his meeting. He walked through the marble-lined rooms, past small bronze statues of dancing women and the comforting paintings of New York City scenes. He did miss New York. He sat at a marble-topped, gold-legged table by the big window, looking out on the blue lamp-lit sea, where glowing purple jellyfish wafted by like skirts on invisible dancing girls. His cook, Antoine, made him a beef bourguignon with seaweed and a few lonely leaves of lettuce on the side. He drank a glass of pretty dull Worley wine, and then the doorbell rang. Reggie let them in. "The boss is in here," Reggie said. Reggie ushered Dr. Souchong and Bridget Tenenbaum into the sitting room. "Keep an eye on the door, Reggie," Fontaine said. "We don't want to be interrupted." "Sure thing, boss." Dr. Yi Souchong was still wearing a long white lab coat over a shabby suit peppered with rusty spots that looked like bloodstains. Bridget Tenenbaum wore a calf-length blue dress. She walked somewhat awkwardly in red pumps, clearly unused to them. She was a young woman, the wonder kind, they'd called her. Her face, however, its angularity reflecting Belarusia, was marked by experience. There was a cold distance in it. Fontaine understood that distance. He didn't let anyone close to him either. But there was something almost robotic in her movements, and she never met his eyes, though sometimes he felt her watching him. She obviously dressed up for the meeting with a touch of lipstick, awkwardly applied. She wasn't so bad, despite her tobacco-stained teeth and chewed-down fingernails. As they sat on ornate sofas across from each other, Fontaine ran a hand over his bald head, wondering if he should grow out his hair, but women seemed to like him bald. "May I smoke, please?" she asked. "Sure you can. Have one of mine." He passed her the ornate silver cigarette box he kept on the coral and glass coffee table. She took a cigarette with trembling fingers, inserting it into an ivory holder she produced from a small pocket in her dress. Fontaine lit it with a silver lighter shaped cunningly like a seahorse. She glanced at him as she blew smoke toward the ceiling, then looked quickly away. Both of the scientists, sitting widely apart, seemed quite stiff and formal, seemed like they didn't trust him. They'd get over it when he started shoveling mounds of money over them, something nice and cozy about a blanket of cash. Souchong was a lean Korean, wearing wire-rimmed glasses. He must have been twice Tenenbaum's age. She didn't at all seem in awe of him, though he had a string of degrees. "How about some wine?" Fontaine asked. She said yes, and Souchong said no at precisely the same instant. Souchong laughed nervously. Tenenbaum just stared fixedly at the end of her cigarette. Fontaine got wine for himself and her and said, "Dr. Souchong, I understand you've been working for Ryan Industries." Souchong sighed. "Souchong works for himself. There is the Souchong Institute and Laboratories. But contracts with Ryan and Sinclair, yes." "And Miss Tenenbaum, you're working as a free agent?" "Yes, this is a good description." She looked past him, over his shoulder, as if she were trying to give the impression of looking at him without quite being able to. "This is where I say, you're all wondering why I called you here," Fontaine said, putting down his wine glass. "I asked you two here because I'm thinking there's bigger opportunities in this science stuff than I ever thought of. I've got people who work for Ryan giving me the inside skinny. What I hear, you two are feeling somewhat frustrated." Tenenbaum bobbed her head, her eyes flickering at everything but Fontaine. "This is true, what you say. Ryan says work on anything, but research costs money. Financial support is, what is the word, inconsistent." She flicked her eyes at Suchong. "Dr. Suchong does not wish to make Mr. Ryan angry, but we both need more." Suchong frowned. "Woman, do not speak for me." But he didn't deny it was true. They were ripe and ready to pluck. "Well now," Fontaine said, "given the right situation, the three of us could start our own little research team. Suchong, I understand you're working on a new kind of tobacco." "Not precisely." Suchong's accent was heavy. It took Fontaine a moment to translate precisely into precisely. "Suchong alters genetics of another plant to make nicotine into sugarcane. We will extract and make nicotreats, nicotine candy." "Clever," Fontaine said, grinning. "Yeah, I've been reading up on this whole genetics business. You could make all kinds of things by switching genes around, seems to me. Maybe miniature cattle we could keep down here somewhere for fresh beef, yeah? And from what I hear, you could switch a person's genes around. You could make changes in people, right?" Her frown deepened into a scowl, which she directed at the floor. "What do you know of that?" "Just rumors. That you're paying for some kind of special sea slug. I hear you've bought 10 of them." She nodded once, briskly. "I would buy more if I could. No ordinary sea slug. This species is a living miracle. I asked Ryan to help fund these experiments. He was not listening." She sniffed, taking her cigarette butt from the holder and dropping it vaguely toward the ashtray. It fell onto the table and smoldered there. She gnawed at a nail, her eyes unfocused, seeming halfway in another world, oblivious as Fontaine reflexively put the cigarette out in the ashtray. Making a sudden awkward pushing gesture with her hand, she went on. "Ryan, he put me off. Maybe later. All this sort of thing." "You on the point of a breakthrough?" "Perhaps." She glanced at Suchong. He shrugged. Fontaine smiled. "Then it's something I want to invest in. I'll pay well for a stake, and Ryan doesn't have to know about it. When you're ready, you can come and work for me completely, both of you. I figure this genetics dodge could be the wave of the future, and I've got a few things in mind. The two of you could work on it. Suchong could bring you into his lab, and I could pay your salary, for now. Maybe get this guy Alexander involved. Only I don't want Ryan to know about any of this. I want it on the quiet, see? He'll move in and take anything we come up with otherwise, and he'll find some excuse to keep all the rights to himself." Tenenbaum smiled crookedly. "Meanwhile, Ryan pays for Suchong's expensive lab, yes?" "Why not let him pay for the big stuff?" Fontaine said, toying with his wine glass. "I'm doing good here, but Ryan controls more resources in Rapture. He's got deeper pockets. For now." "Suchong needs more research money, yes," said the Korean abruptly, "but also needs something else." He put his hands on his knees, leaned stiffly forward, his eyes washing out behind his glasses as they caught the sea lights from the window. "Yes, we both think of altering human genes. Difficult to do without humans. What Suchong really needs is young humans. Their cells have very much more possibility. But everyone crazy about children. Overprotect them." He made a face. "Vile creatures, children." "Don't much like kids, eh?" "Suchong grow up in a household where my father is very poor servant. Only children there, the brats of rich men. They treat me like a dog. Children are cruel, must be trained like animals." "Children, all are lost creatures," Bridget Tenenbaum said softly, her voice almost inaudible. "You were pretty young when you started working as a scientist, Miss Tenenbaum," Fontaine prompted. "Understand what makes them tick and you can wind up their clock, set them for whatever time you want." "How'd that happen?" She took a sip of wine, lit another cigarette, and seemed to gaze into another time. "I was at German prison camp, only 16 years old, important German doctor. He makes experiment. Sometimes he makes scientific error. I tell him of this error, and this makes him angry. But then he asks, how can a child know such a thing? I tell him, sometimes I just know. He screams at me, then why tell me? She smiled stiffly. Well, I said, if you're going to do such things, at least you should do them properly. She took a drag on her cigarette and made a ghostly little smile, and a ghost of cigarette smoke rose from her parted lips as she let the smoke drift slowly out of her lungs. Suchong rolled his eyes. She tells that story many times. Fontaine cleared his throat. I don't know as I can get you the kind of experimental subjects you're talking about right away, Doc, Fontaine said. Might draw too much attention, but what I can get you is some grown-up guys who've run afoul of the rules around here. A couple of guys disappear from detention, who's going to care? We'll give out they escaped and got drowned trying to get out of the city. Suchong made a single brisk nod. That can be useful. So, supposing you could find a way to control genes, Fontaine said, toying with his wine glass. Is it true what I heard, that genes control how we age? Again, Suchong said no, and Tenenbaum said yes at the same moment. Suchong grunted in irritation. This is Tenenbaum theory. Genes only one factor. Genes, they are almost everything, Tenenbaum said, sniffing. But I mean, you could help a man stay young, Fontaine persisted. Maybe change his body in some way, give him more hair, stronger arms, a longer, If we could sell that and give a guy, more talents, more abilities. Yes, Tenenbaum said. This is something my mentor talked about, to enhance a man's powers, make him der Übermensch, the Superman, a Superman or woman. Many risks in this, but yes, with time and much experimentation. When Suchong get money and experimental subjects, Mr. Fontaine? Suchong asked. Fontaine shrugged. I'll get you the first research payment tomorrow. We'll work out a contract, just between us. Fontaine paused, reflecting that if he had to give them shares in the business, it might cost him a lot of money in the long run. But once he had the basic products started, the technology going, he could hire other researchers cheaper, and then he could get rid of Suchong and Tenenbaum, one way or another. He smiled his best, most convincing, most open-hearted smile at them, never failed to lure the suckers in. I'll get you the contract and the money fast, but we've got to do it carefully. Free enterprise or not, Ryan watches everything. 9. Lower Wharf, Neptune's Bounty, March 1953. Chief Sullivan didn't like being out on the lower wharf when the lights had been dimmed this much. He could still see to get around, but the shadows around the pylons multiplied and seemed to squirm at the edge of his vision. This wasn't a safe place, even in broad daylight. A couple of guys had disappeared on this wharf over the past week. One of them had been found, or what was left of him, his body carved up pretty good. Seemed to Sullivan, when he'd examined the body, that those nice straight cuts had been made by scalpels. Sullivan's boots creaked on the planks as he walked to the end of the wharf. The cold came off the water. The smell of fish was strong, the reek of decay. 3 wooden crates were lined up together on the wharf with a curious palm print logo on them, but he figured breaking into them wasn't likely to provide him proof of the contraband smuggling he knew was going on. They were marked rotten for discard and smelled like it. He figured Fontaine was too smart to have his contraband right here on the wharf. The lower wharf resembled a wooden pier. It slanted down toward water released into the big chamber that enclosed part of the fisheries. The shallow water around the wooden projections was mostly just to give a feeling of a real wharf, to break up the claustrophobia, part of the psychology of Rapture design. A big electric sign hanging from the ceiling, switched off, read, Fontaine's Fisheries. The walls here were mostly corrugated metal. Above the lower wharf area was the upper wharf, with cafes and taverns like Fighting McDonough's, the tavern owned by Bill McDonough, though he had little time to run it in person. The wharf area felt to Sullivan like a kind of man-made cavern, wood and sand and a pool of water below, the looming walls, the ceiling overhead. It was like an undersea cave, only the walls and ceiling were metal. The actual docking area for the fishing submarines, complete with cold storage vaults, was hidden down in the back, in a fish-reeking labyrinth of passages, conveyor belts for seafood processing, and offices, like the wharfmaster's office. The wharfmaster was Peach Wilkins, Fontaine's man. So far, Wilkins had stonewalled Sullivan when it came to the smugglers. Reaching into the pocket of his trench coat to feel the reassuring grip of his revolver, Sullivan descended the switchback ramp to get closer to the water. The briny water lay quiet as a sheet of glass, but something splashed off in the shadows close to the wall. He drew the pistol, but kept it low, thumb ready to cock the hammer back. He bent down, glanced under the pier, thinking he saw a dark shape moving back there in the dimness. Sullivan squatted a little more, trying to peer into the darkness under the pier, but saw nothing but the glimmer of water. Nothing moved. Whatever he thought he'd seen was gone. But then he saw it, bobbing back there, close to the corrugated metal walls. Someone had been pushing a floating crate along. He wished he had a flashlight. A distinct splashing sound came from back near the crate. He raised the revolver and shouted, "Come out of there, you!" He was distantly aware of a creaking noise on the ramp behind him, but his attention was fixed on the darkness under the pier, where that splashing had come from. "You in there! I'm going to start opening fire if you don't—" He broke off, hearing the creaking more distinctly behind him, and turned, in time to see the silhouette of a man against the dim light of the ceiling, leaping down at him from the higher wharf ramp, a monkey wrench in the stranger's hand poised to bash Sullivan's skull. Sullivan just had time to twist himself to the right, so that the monkey wrench came whistling down past his left ear, thumping painfully into his shoulder. Then the man tackled him. Sullivan was slammed backward, hand convulsively firing the pistol. He heard the man grunt as they both splashed into the shallow seawater. Sullivan twisted as he fell, coming down on his left side. Salty water roared in his ears and choked him. Big rough hands closed around his throat. A great weight bore him downward. He struck out with the gun butt, felt it connect with the back of the man's head. The two of them thrashed. Then Sullivan got his feet under him and managed to stand, thigh-deep, water streaming off him. The other man was getting up, staggering, blood dripping from a head wound. A big, square-jawed, ham-fisted man in a pea-jacket glared at him with one little brown eye through black hair pasted down by water. He'd lost the monkey wrench in the water. The man swung a bunched fist hard at Sullivan. Sullivan jerked back so that the blow missed, but he was sent off balance. He tried to fire the gun, but water had gotten in and it misfired. Sullivan was staggering back to try to stay upright. The man grinned, showing crooked teeth, and sloshed toward him, big hands outstretched. A flash from up on the wharf, a gunshot, and Sullivan's brawny assailant grunted, gritted his teeth, took one more step, then fell on his face in the water. He thrashed for a couple of moments, then went limp, floating face down. Sullivan steadied himself and looked up to see Karlowski smiling coldly down at him from the wharf ramp, pocketing a smoking pistol. The air smelled of gun smoke. "Nice shot," Sullivan said, as blood welled from the hole in the left side of the stranger's head. "Assuming, that is, you weren't aiming for me." "If I shoot at you," Karlowski said in his Russian accent, "you already die." Sullivan pocketed his own pistol, grabbed the dead man by the collar and dragged him to the lower ramp, laboring in his water-heavy clothing. Pulling the thug onto the ramp, he bent over, aware of the pain from a deep bruise in his left shoulder, and turned the corpse over. There was just enough light to make out the face. He still didn't recognize him. Or did he? He reached out and wiped wet hair away from the dead man's face. He'd seen that face in a photo, in the Rapture admissions records, a maintenance worker. "The guy tried to brain me with a wrench," he said, as Ivan Karlowski joined him. "I heard you shoot," Karlowski said, "but you miss." "Didn't have time to aim. You see anybody else on the other side of the wharf?" "Da, running away. Could not see who." "I've seen this one's file. Don't remember his name." "Michael Lasko, Ukrainian. All sons of bitches Ukrainians. Lasko, he work maintenance, then do something for Peach Wilkins. I heard in they bar maybe he knows about smuggling, so I follow him this morning. The bastard lose me down in the docking maze, some hidden passages down there. Seemed like this particular Ukrainian son of a bitch wanting to do me in. Shivering with the chill from the water soaking his clothing, Sullivan went through the dead man's coat pockets and came up with an envelope full of Rapture dollars and in another pocket a small notebook. He opened the notebook. It contained a list blurred from the water. He read it aloud. Bibles, 7 sold, cocaine 2 grams sold, liquor 6/5, letters out 3 at 70 Rapture dollars each. Looks like he's smuggling, Karlowski said. Sullivan shook his head. Looks like Fontaine or Wilkins don't have much respect for me, like I'm supposed to believe this guy is behind it all. He's not going to keep a notebook listing cocaine and Bibles. I doubt he knew how to spell them. The envelope with the cash in it was payment to this knucklehead to try to take me down. They were okay with it if he got killed, make it look like the smuggler was all done for, take the heat off them. He tossed Karlowski the envelope. You can have that, for saving my life. Come on, I'll send someone down to pick up this patsy. He started back up the ramp, hurrying into better lighting. Shit, I hate walking with salt water in my pants. It's rasping my ballsack, goddammit. Let's get a drink. I'll buy you a vodka. Vodka is good to get smell of rotting fish out, and smell of dead Ukrainian, even worse. A Locked Laboratory, Rapture, 1953. Absurd Tenenbaum! Dr. Souchong jeered as he walked ahead of Frank Fontaine and Bridget Tenenbaum. This discovery is very great, Tenenbaum retorted confidently. She seemed to simmer with subdued excitement. Mr. Fontaine, you will see. Frank Fontaine's deal with Dr. Souchong and Bridget Tenenbaum hadn't quite paid off yet. Maybe, he figured, as he followed her and Souchong into the laboratory, today was the day that particular roll of the dice was going to come up lucky sevens. Tenenbaum's excitement, which she almost never showed, seemed to hint she'd stumbled across something explosive. Tenenbaum led the way to a sedated man in a hospital gown, lying on a padded gurney in the most secretive inner chamber of the laboratory complex. She looked the unconscious man over with analytical coolness as she spoke. Germans, all they can talk about is blue eyes and shape of forehead. All I care about is why this one born strong and that one weak. This one smart, that one stupid. All the killing. You think the Germans could have been interested in something useful. Today, I think we have found something very much useful. The sleeping man on the gurney was bound to it with leather restraints. He was quite an ordinary-looking man of medium height, brown hair, blotchy skin. Fontaine had seen him playing poker and fighting McDonough's, Willie Brougham. On the white metal table beside Brougham was an enormous syringe with a thick red liquid in it. Occupying most of a shelf beyond the table was a 5-gallon aquarium tank bubbling with seawater. Immersed in the tank, pulsing repugnantly on a bed of sand, was one of Tenenbaum's slug-like wonders. It was about 8 inches long, with a primitive armor fringing its edges. It had striated, grainy skin, faintly incandescent blue panels on its humped back, teeth gnashed at one end on its elongated body. A small tapered tail twitched at the other. These Tenenbaum, she believes genes answer to everything. Souchong thinks genes are important, but the control of subject's mind, conditioning of synapses, these things are more important. Who controls such, controls all. I like that, Fontaine said. Conditioning is something real interesting to me. Read about it in some magazine. The Nazis were experimenting with it. Tenenbaum cleared her throat and said, Now this man, Brougham, he is wounded. I will show you injury. She lifted up the gown of the man on the gurney, and Fontaine winced to see a nasty, puckered, ragged tear in the man's flesh, about 7 inches long, haphazardly taped shut just above the groin. He tries to use fishing hook to steal fish from fishery tanks. Ryan's men catch him, slice him with his own hook. Now we have extracted special material from slugs, purified it. This material is made of special stem cells, unstable, highly adaptable. Please observe. She picked up the syringe and jammed it in the flesh just above the man's groin. Brougham's back arched, his body reacting, but he didn't wake. Fontaine winced at the sight of the 3-inch needle piercing deeply into the man's gut. "Now," she said, "observe the wound." Fontaine did, and nothing happened. "Ha!" Dr. Souchong said. "Maybe it not work this time, and your great theory, poof, Tenenbaum." Then the skin around the wound twitched, reddened, and the serrated flesh inside the wound seemed to writhe about and seal shut. In a minute, only a faint scar remained of the ragged gash. It had healed before their eyes. "I'll be damned," Fontaine said. "I call it Adam," said Brigid Tenenbaum, "because from Adam in the myth came life for mankind. This too brings life. It destroys damaged cells, replaces them with new ones, transferred by plasmids, unstable genetic material. Now stem cells can be manipulated, their genes changed. We can make them this, make them that. If it can do this, heal instantly, what else can it do? Transform a man, a woman? Into what? Many things. Endless possibility." Souchong chewed at a thumbnail, staring at the experimental subject. Then he pointed. "You see there, on his head, some lesions." She shrugged. "Hardly visible, a few minor side effects. Some may have much more. Your man with the miracle hands, that one behaves a little strangely now, and there are some curious marks on his arms, like cancer, uncontrolled cell growth." "So that's the key," Fontaine mused. "These stem cell things in this Adam, you can use it to change things up in a man, give him special abilities like we discussed?" "Precisely," she said proudly. Fontaine could tell she was speaking to him, though she never looked at him. She would turn her head his way, but her eyes were always fixed on some point over his left shoulder, as if she were talking to an invisible person behind him. "Growing hair, growing a bigger pecker, bigger muscles, bigger breasts for the ladies, bigger brains for the highbrows." "It is all possible, this Adam." "Huh," Souchong said. "You do not tell him how Adam must be constantly re-energized." "Not a concern, Dr. Souchong," Tenenbaum said, listening to Brome's heart with a stethoscope. "I have designed for Energizer. We call it Eve," she frowned. "But the sea slug can only make so much Adam and Eve. These sea slugs, we believe they are also parasites. We find on sharks, other creatures. Maybe they can be attached to human beings. A person could become a factory for Adam. Then we have more Adam for experiments." She scratched thoughtfully in her unwashed hair. "Working with my mentor, all he thought of was how to find greater power in men, to breed them, to change them. Working at his side, I was thinking of another researcher, a greater one." "Ha ha!" That was the first time Fontaine had ever heard her laugh, a brittle, almost inhuman sound. "So this Adam thing," Fontaine went on, looking at the healed skin on the sedated man. "If you could get enough sea slugs, maybe some people to work with as, what would you call them, hosts, you could mass-produce this stuff?" She nodded to the imaginary person behind Fontaine. "In time, yes." "But," Dr. Souchong shook his head, "Souchong believe Adam could be addictive. My study of human beings shows me anything that makes easy change in people, the people quickly become addicted. A man feels bad, takes drink of alcohol, very quickly feels a little better. He becomes addicted to alcohol. Same with opium. Maybe same with Adam. Quick fix in man, addictive. Organism develops need for it. Souchong observe agitation in this man Tenenbaum found on dock. Sometimes he is, what is it you people say? He is high." Addictive? Even better. Fontaine thought of the time, risk, and expense of bringing in Poppy from Kandahar. Yeah, he could feel it. His cultivation of Souchong and Tenenbaum was paying off. "Keep on this," Fontaine told them eagerly. "I'll make it worth your while, worth all our whiles." Medical Pavilion, 1953. Sitting pensively behind his inner office desk in the medical pavilion, Dr. J.S. Steinman was bored and tired of fighting his own impulses, and only just now beginning to understand why he'd come to Rapture. Steinman took a cigarette from the box on the coral desk, lit it with a silver lighter shaped like a human nose, and got up to open the curtains on his office porthole so he could gaze out at the sea, at kelp and sea fans waving in the current. Restful, that view. Nothing like New York. Always hectic in the Big Apple, people interfering with a man. It was the implied condemnation he resented, the small-minded judgment of his greatness. How to explain what it was like to reach out for the planet Venus in hopes of making it his pocket watch? How could he explain that he was sometimes visited by the goddess Aphrodite? He had heard the goddess's voice so clearly. "My darling Dr. Steinman," said Aphrodite, "to create like the gods is to be a god. Can only a god fashion a face? You have done it again and again. You have taken what was lumpen and made it exquisite. You have taken the mediocre and made it the marvelous. But in every man and woman's face a secret is hidden, the lost perfection, masked. Under the face of a woman whom low, vulgar people regard as beautiful is another face, the perfect face, the platonic ideal, hidden under the surface beauty. If you can liberate the perfect face from the almost perfect, you become a god. What is more important than beauty? It was I, Aphrodite herself, who inspired the poet Keats. Truth is beauty, beauty is truth. The hidden symmetry underlying the ugly irregularity of surface reality. And here is the paradox. Only by passing through the dark gate of chaos, through the shadowy valley of so-called ugliness, is the quest at last completed and the hidden perfection found. Oh, how the goddess had thrilled him. Yes, it was true that he'd heard her voice while taking ether, cocaine and ether by turns, in fact, but it had been no mere hallucination. He was sure of that. So when Ryan had approached him, saying that innovative surgeons would be needed in Rapture, he'd heard Aphrodite whispering to him again, "Here it is. Here is the chance. Here is the opportunity. Here is the secret realm you've dreamed of, where you can at last unearth perfection, a refuge where the small-minded scorners cannot find you." Steinman blew a plume of blue smoke toward the ceiling vent and turned to look at himself in the office mirror. He knew very well he was a handsome man, the elegant chin, the striking ears, the dark eyes, that understated, perfectly clipped mustache like an accent mark over a bon mot when he uttered a witticism. And yet there was another face under that one waiting to come out. Did he dare to find his own perfect face? Could he do surgery on his own face, perhaps using a mirror? Could he— "Doctor, Miss Pleasance is waking up." He glanced up at the doorway, where his assistant waited for him. Miss Chavez, a small, pretty Puerto Rican woman in a white uniform, white shoes, nurse's cap. She didn't seem surprised to find him gazing into the mirror. Chavez was a petite little creature with a heart-shaped face, Cupid's bow lips. Could he find that perfect face underneath Miss Chavez's features? Suppose he were to reduce the pterygoideus muscles by half, then doubly tighten the temporalis muscle, and he might just bisect the eyelids. All in good time. "Ah, yes, go ahead and begin unwrapping her face, Miss Chavez. I'll be right there." Miss Sylvia Pleasance was engaged to Ronald Greevy, son of the Reuben Greevy who worked closely with Ryan. They were an influential family in Rapture. He stubbed his cigarette out on the seashell ashtray on his desk and walked down the hall. Stretched out in the recovery room, Miss Pleasance was wearing a nightgown and socks. She had a sheet draped modestly over her. Look at those fat little arms. Too bad he couldn't cut into those fat little arms and reduce them, perhaps down to the bone, even expose the bone in places, like ivory jewelry. Nurse Chavez had cranked the upper part of the patient's bed to a 45-degree angle and was beginning to unwind the bandages. Miss Pleasance's large green eyes were gazing out at him from the gaps in the mummy-like facial wrap with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Her red hair spilled almost stylishly over one side of the bandage. He thought once more that there might be a certain appeal to leaving the bandages on, forever. One would see only the hair and eyes, and mystery, like a mummy. Sylvia Pleasance's face was slowly revealed. Nurse Chavez gasped and clapped her hands together. "Isn't she lovely, Doctor? You've done a wonderful job." He sighed resignedly. It was true, all quite lovely. He hadn't done anything experimental with this woman. He was trying not to do anything unusual in his new practice, just give them what they wanted. But it was hard. The temptation had been strong. She had a conventionally attractive, delicately sculpted face now, with dimples on her pale cheeks, a matching dimple in her chin. It was a sweetly rounded visage, but with all the unpleasant chunkiness gone. Her fiancé would probably be pleased. She looked rather like an adult Shirley Temple. How tiresome. But the Pleasance woman cooed over her reflection when Nurse Chavez gave her the hand mirror. "Oh, Doctor, it's perfect. God bless you." Yes, he muttered, approaching, taking her chin in his hands, turning her head from side to side, looking at it under the light from the gooseneck lamp. Yes, only I cannot escape the feeling that there is more, far more to be done, some hidden perfection lurking underneath this pretty little mask. What? Miss Pleasant seemed startled. She swallowed and drew back from him. She frowned and looked at herself again in the hand mirror, turned her head this way and that. "No, this is what I wanted, exactly. I'm amazed at how you got it. I wouldn't alter it a jot, Doctor." He shrugged. "Just as you like. I simply think," thinking to himself, "if I could just cut a 1/4 inch off the nose, and then perhaps narrow the forehead, entirely remove the orbicularis oculi." But aloud he said, "I'm so glad you're pleased with the results. Go ahead and let her get dressed, nurse. Release her to her fiancé, and I'll, He turned vaguely and walked, as if through a dream, back to his office. Surgical knives are so limited. If only there were some way to transform people on the cellular level. If one could only sculpt people genetically. If only a surgical artist could reach into the very essence of a person, transform the subject from within, just the way God would. The way Aphrodite would want him to. Fontaine's Fisheries, 1953. It was late. Fontaine's office was closed, the shades drawn. Reggie was somewhere outside, keeping watch. Fontaine and Tenenbaum were alone in the fisheries office on a comfortable sofa. Bridget Tenenbaum was stretched out, wearing a negligee and red pumps. Fontaine was half sitting on the edge, leaning over her hands clasped in his. Beside them on the floor was an empty Worley wine bottle and their glasses. Fontaine wore only his boxers and a T-shirt. His clothes were folded neatly on a chair at his desk across the room. She seemed frightened, and yet he could see anticipation in her eyes, too, when she glanced at him, and always looked quickly away. "You look kind of scared," he said. "You sure about this?" I do not like to be touched," she said. "But I need it, when the feelings of desire come. What I dream of is a man who simply takes me. I will make some token resistance, but it will not be real. I must fight a little. I can only do it that way." "Well, kid," he said, using his voice of reassurance, "you came to the right shop." She'd cleaned up rather nicely and put on some perfume, even seemed to have brushed the cigarette stains off her teeth. "So this is something you haven't done exactly, but you imagined?" he asked. "Yes, I'm afraid to touch, but I must be touched." "What they call a contradiction in terms. That's you, eh?" "Perhaps. Now, please, put the blindfold on me." "Oh, yeah." He took the black blindfold from his pocket and tied it over her eyes. "There, you can't see me now." "No, now that I cannot see you, you can touch me, if you hold my arms down." He pressed her arms back by her wrists to either side of her head and stretched out on her, pressing his hips to hers. She tried to twist away, but she wasn't trying hard. "Just remember," Fontaine said, as he did his duty, enjoying it more than he'd thought he would. "You want it done your way? You do your work my way. You work exclusively for me." Ryan Amusements, 1953. Bill McDonough felt a bit foolish taking the journey to the surface ride alone. It was made for Rapture's children, really, to satisfy their curiosity about the surface world. Supposedly. In a few years, his child would want to go on a ride in Rapture's only amusement park. Bill wanted to know in advance if what he'd heard about the ride was true. If it was, the ride would probably upset Elaine. He'd been here before to do some maintenance work, but he hadn't taken the tour. He'd bought a ticket and everything. Now he climbed into the ride car, shaped like an open bathysphere, and settled back. It lurched into motion and then creaked along its track into the tunnel. The car rumbled slowly past an animatronic mannequin of Andrew Ryan sitting at his desk, looking almost fatherly. The mannequin moved and gestured in a herky-jerky way and talked. "Why, hello there. My name is Andrew Ryan, and I built the city of Rapture for children just like you, because the world above's become unfit for us. But here, beneath the ocean, it is natural to wonder if the danger has passed." "Crikey," Bill muttered. The Ryan robot gave him the willies. Then the car moved on to the mechanical tableau that warned about taxation on the surface world. Up on his left was a farmhouse, where a farmer tilled his field and his happy wife and child stood behind him. Then a giant hand, truly gigantic, moved clutchingly into the tableau, reaching down from above. It had suit sleeves on it, like the suit worn by a bureaucrat. It grabbed the roof of the house and tore it off. The taxman taking away all that the man had worked for. The animatronic farmer slumped in despair. "On the surface," said the deep voice of Andrew Ryan, booming from hidden speakers, "the farmer tills the soil, trading the strength of his arm for a land of his own. But the parasites say, no, what is yours is ours. We are the state. We are God. We demand our share." "Oh, Lord," Bill said, staring at the hand. It was terrifying, that giant hand. And the hand, as if from some cruel bureaucratic Jehovah, came inexorably down in other tableaus as the ride trundled slowly onward. An animatronic scientist made a glorious discovery in his laboratory, rose up on a pedestal in triumph, and then he was crushed back down by that giant hand from above. On the surface, the scientist invests the power of his mind in a single miraculous idea and naturally begins to rise above his fellows. But the parasites say, no, discovery must be regulated. It must be controlled and finally surrendered. That one ought to make Suchong and his like happy, Bill supposed. The next tableau showed an artist painting away in rapturous inspiration, before a giant hand came down and suppressed his freedom again. The final tableau was the most frightening of all. A child was happily watching television with his family. Then Ryan's godlike voice warned, "On the surface, your parents sought a private life. Using their great talents to provide for you, they learned to twist the lies of church and government, believing themselves masters of the system. But the parasites say, no, the child has a duty. He'll go to war and die for the nation." And the giant hand came down, pushed through the wall, and dragged the child away, into the darkness, into death. Bill shook his head. This was all about scaring children, it seemed to him. He'd heard that Sophia Lamb, when she'd first come, had given Ryan the idea, an amusement ride that was a kind of aversion therapy, a way of imprinting children with a revulsion for the surface world, and a consequent commitment to the only alternative, Rapture. Between the big tableaus, animatronic Ryans appeared, lecturing, hectoring, warning the child about the horrors of the surface world. As the ride ended, he heard Cohen's song, "Rise, Rapture, Rise," playing. "Oh, rise, Rapture, rise! We turn our hopes to the skies. Oh, rise, Rapture, rise! Upon your wings our dreams will fly. A city in the ocean's deep, a promise that we'll always keep, to boldly turn our eyes upon the prize. So rise, rise, rise! Oh, rise, Rapture, rise! We merrily sing this reprise. Oh, rise, Rapture, rise, to help us crush parasites despised." Bill sighed. He was going to do whatever he could to keep Elaine away from here. She wouldn't understand. She already had her doubts about Rapture, and this would only deepen them. Whatever happened, they were committed to Rapture and Andrew Ryan, weren't they? Dionysus Park, Rapture, 1954. How can a house divided stand, Simon? Sophia Lamb asked gently as they sat in the sculpture garden of Dionysus Park. Simon Wales sat beside her on the carved coral bench, smoking a pipe, seeming troubled. Margie and several of Sophia's other followers were scattering fish gut fertilizer around the plants at the other end of the park's gallery of sculptures. Across from them was an example of unconscious art, a sculpture by one of her followers showing a squirming octopus, but the creature had a human face that was oddly like Andrew Ryan's. Rapture is designed for conflict, for competition, but can this marvel of a community survive that division bottled up down here? We need unity to make Rapture thrive. And that means a communal concept, not a competitive one. Simon glanced around nervously. Really, you shouldn't use those kinds of... Well, Ryan would regard that as red propaganda. Could be dangerous. They're building a new detention center, and I have a feeling Ryan might want it for, people who talk about undermining his master vision. Sophia shrugged. If I must go to prison, so be it. The people need me. More are coming every day, Simon. The vision of wholeness is taking hold. Rapture must be a single society, not some schizophrenic social organism forever wrestling with itself. Look at what's been happening. People forced into prostitution, living on top of one another. How is that better than the surface world? If he suspects what you're up to. She chuckled. He's convinced I'm on his team. I advised him on how to set up that little child training amusement park. It's absurd, really. I doubt if it does anything but frighten children, but he believes it'll train them to accept Rapture. I gave him an edited report on all my... She glanced at him. I can trust you, can't I, Simon? He looked at her with a stunned expression and swallowed hard. But of course. How could you doubt it? You know how I feel. Mommy, look, Eleanor said, pipingly. Sophia glanced over to see her small daughter, just 3 years old, in her pink pinafore, dragging one of the audio diaries behind her. I'm going to play with the Mr. Diary you gave me. Sophia nodded. Wonderful, my love. His voice lowered. Simon asked, Don't you think it's time she had some contact with other children, Doctor? No, they're under the influence of the poisonous paradigm of Andrew Ryan. I will keep her right here, train her in safe isolation, make her a paragon of the society to come. And, he cleared his throat, what happened to her father? As to that, it's a private matter. Eleanor was sitting in the grass, talking to the tape recorder as if it were a friend. She clutched a small screwdriver in her hand. Hello, Mr. Diary, want to play? She mimicked its voice. Actually, I'm quite busy right now, Miss Eleanor. Maybe later. Well, all right, but do you mind if I take you apart while I wait? I promise I'll put you back together. Wait, you can't do that. No, wait, Eleanor. And to Sophia's surprise, Eleanor commenced stabbing at the tape recorder, breaking it apart with a screwdriver. 10. Laboratory Complex, 1954. Some plasmid effects proved to be more difficult than we expected, Bridget Tenenbaum said, leading Fontaine down the hallway. Suchong was leaning out an open door, gesturing for them to come. Suchong is ready now for demonstration. Feeling a bit sick inside, but determined to see this through, Fontaine followed Tenenbaum to the lab's experimentation room. As they entered, Fontaine saw it was the same experimental subject as last time, the fellow Brougham. But now he was awake, though not entirely awake. His eyes were open and flicking about. They were in Lab 3 of Fontaine Futuristics, an almost bare room but for a cabinet, a brushed steel table of instruments, and an examination bed fitted with restraints. Steel walls were textured with rust and rivets. The room smelled of antiseptics and seawater leakage. He heard it dripping between the walls. A single naked electric light bulb glowed in the middle of the ceiling. The floor was covered with what looked to Fontaine like a thin carpet of black rubber. "You guys don't go in for extras, do you?" Fontaine observed. "Maybe a little decoration." "We will add more equipment later," Dr. Suchong said, bending over the table. "Decorations are superfluous." He selected a syringe and set about drawing a glowing blue fluid from a beaker. The man on the table looked at the syringe with frightened eyes. He writhed and made a mewing sound. "In time, Suchong will add computers, such other devices." "Computers?" Fontaine asked. "What's a computer?" "Like adding machine," Suchong said, putting alcohol on Broham's shoulder. "But faster, smarter. Mr. Ryan has designs. We can take to Fontaine futuristics. Now, injecting the solution we call Eve, it will activate the atom we have already incorporated into him." He injected Broham's shoulder with Eve. The man strapped to the table groaned and tried to pull away. Suchong relentlessly drove the syringe plunger home. "We are ready," Suchong said. "Please back away from subject." All three of them backed away from the man on the exam table, all the way to the door. The subject was muttering to himself, visibly quivering in the leather restraints, shuddering, shaking, till shaking became convulsing. He shrieked, and his back arched, bones audibly creaking. Fontaine was afraid the guy was going to snap his own spine. "It's coming out of me! It's coming out of me! It's coming out of me!" Broham shrieked. Then there was a sizzling sound, the smell of ozone and burning flesh, and blue electricity arced up, passing from the man's restrained hands to his head, the arc crackling for a moment, and then it snapped up at the electric light, which burst and went out. The room went dark, black as the pit of hell. "What the devil?" Fontaine said. As if the devil in question were responding to Fontaine, a reddish-blue glow surged up again, much brighter now, illuminating the room. The exam room strobed in and out of visibility, Broham's hands hissing great fat sparks that blackened the walls. The only light source was the eerie glow generated by the man on the table. A hissing sound filled the room. The glow in the man's eyes began to pulse. Fontaine shook his head, not at all certain of what he had gotten himself into. He realized he should have brought Reggie, maybe Lance, too. "Doctor!" Tenenbaum shouted. "The tranquilizer!" Fontaine saw for the first time that Suchong had something ready in his hand. It looked like a gun, but when he fired it at the man on the exam table, it made a soft spitting sound, and there was no muzzle flash. The man yelped, and Fontaine saw that a dart of some kind had shot into the man's hip, where it waggled with his movements. Those movements calmed, and the light diminished as the electrical glow ebbed away. "You see," Suchong said, "when mine shuts down, his power too shut down." "We should have insulated that light bulb," Tenenbaum said, reaching back to open the door, as the last of the electrical shine vanished. The light from the hall indirectly illuminated the chamber, and the three of them approached Brohm, who once more seemed semi-conscious, moving his head gently from side to side. The experimental subject seemed relatively unhurt, to Fontaine's surprise, though the man's hospital gown was reduced to charred threads. "He should have gotten burned, shouldn't he, with all that electricity shooting around in him? Maybe he's all burned inside himself." Tenenbaum shook her head as she examined the experimental subject, taking his pulse. "No, he is not burned. This is part of plasmid phenomenon. He emanates the electricity, but is not harmed by it. Not exactly harmed." "So what's the practical use of this stuff?" Fontaine demanded. "How are we going to make money on it?" Tenenbaum shrugged. "Can be used to start engines, galvanize equipment that is missing power, yes?" Looking closer, Fontaine saw there was a mark on Brohm, around his eyes. Not exactly scar tissue, but more like a thickening of the skin, a cancer-like growth across his face. Radiating outward from his eyes was a fanciful mask of thickened red tissue. "You notice the extraneous tissue," Dr. Suchong said, nodding. "Does not seem lethal, but it is curious. Some subjects have more than others." "Some of them? How many of these guys do you have?" "A few still arrive. Come, this way." He led the way from the chamber. Fontaine was glad to get out of there. He might have gotten fried during that demonstration. "So, what did we just see? that was a plasmid, right?" He added wonderingly, "Lightning coming out of a man." Dr. Suchong paused in the barren metal corridor under a naked yellow light and rubbed his hands together. Fontaine and Tenenbaum lingered with him in the hall, all of them a little shaken up. Fontaine glanced through an open door into a small, cluttered lab where one of the nondescript sea slugs squirmed in a bubbling aquarium on a table, seething with fluid-filled tubes. "Suchong is most impressed by plasmid possibilities. Powerful electric charge, drawn from atmosphere, can be used to activate machines, or to attack enemies, maybe for self-defense against sharks when our men work in sea. That Broham, he cannot control it, but soon Suchong will improve stem cell communication with the nervous system. Soon a man can control this power, and other powers." Fontaine found that his pulse was racing with a mounting excitement. "What other powers?" "We have found special genes can be changed with stem alteration using Adam, so a man has power to project cold as Broham project lightning, power to project fire, to project rage, to make things move with power of mind alone." Fontaine looked at him. Was he in earnest, or was this a cell job? Was Suchong trying to con him? But he'd just seen a sample of plasmid power. If that's true, Adam is the ultimate score. Adam and Eve. It's fucking amazing. Tenenbaum nodded, looking through the door at the sea slug in the aquarium. "Yes, the little sea slug has come along and glued together all the crazy ideas I've had since the war. It can resurrect cells, bend the double helix, so that black can be reborn white, tall can be short, weak can be strong. But we are just beginning. There is more we need, Frank. Much more." Fontaine grinned and winked at her. "You'll get whatever you need. Fontaine Futuristics will transform Rapture. I feel it in my bones." Tenenbaum looked curiously at Fontaine, right at him, but he suspected she could look right at him only because she was thinking of him as a specimen. "Really? You feel that in bones?" "No, that's just an expression. What I'm saying is this is going to go big, and it's got to be presented big. I'm going to buy space from Ryan Industries, and we're going to move Fontaine Futuristics out of this dump into the best-designed location in Rapture. It'll look like the inside of a mansion, with lots of decor and sculpture, so that people will sense the power behind those doors." He broke off, shaking his head, thinking that he was starting to sound like a businessman. "Won't have to do it long," he told himself. "The bunco possibilities in this one are all about selling something to people they only think they want, until they've got it, and once they've got it, it's got them, meaning I'll have 'em in my hip pocket." Suchong glanced at the sea slug and licked his lips. Something was troubling him. "But, Mr. Fontaine, there is danger." He looked gravely at Fontaine. "Danger in using Adam and in developing plasmids. You should know before proceeding. Come this way. You shall see." They went down a metal-walled corridor, feet clumping on wooden planks. The air at this end smelled like raw chemicals and curdled human sweat. They came to a steel door stenciled, "Special Studies, Keep Out." Suchong put his hand on the knob. Perhaps we should not go in," Bridget Tenenbaum said suddenly, not looking at either of them but holding the door shut with the flat of her hand. She stared at the closed door. "Why?" Fontaine asked, wondering if they were planning to lock him up in there. It occurred to him that maybe he should be careful around scientists who strap random people to tables and inject them with things. "It is dangerous inside, perhaps diseased." Fontaine swallowed, but he made up his mind. "There can't be any part of this I don't know about. It's all my business." He wanted plasmids, bad, but he needed to know what the risks were, if this was something that exposed him too much. She nodded once and stepped back. Suchong opened the door. Immediately, a disturbing, unnatural smell emanated from the room. It was a scent Fontaine would expect from exposed human brains when the top of the skull was sawed away. His stomach lurched, but he followed Suchong one step, just one, into the room. "We tried to mix some genes from sea creatures with human," Suchong was saying. "Give man powers of certain animals. But—" The musty, ill-lit rectangular chamber was about 35 feet by 30, but it seemed smaller because of the shifting heap of the thing that dominated it. Clinging to the walls opposite Fontaine was something that might have once been human. It was as if someone had taken human flesh and made it as malleable as clay, bones and flesh made pliable, and plastered it onto the wall. Beaded with sweat, the mass of human flesh seemed to simply cling there, spread over 2 walls and a corner. A bloated face muttered to itself, at the center of the creature near the ceiling. Several human organs were exposed, including a heart and kidneys, damp and quivering, dangling like meat in a butchery from crust-edged gaps in its body, the creature's big limbs. "What the hell?" Fontaine blurted. The thing's beak clicked and muttered in response. Fontaine turned and dashed from the room. He went 5 paces down the hall, and feeling dizzy, gagging, came to a stumbling stop, leaning against Rapture's cold metal bulkhead. He felt a surge of relief when he heard the door of the special studies room clang shut. Tenenbaum and Suchong strolled up beside him, Suchong with his hands casually in his coat pockets, looking faintly amused. Tenenbaum seemed almost humanly concerned for him. "So," Fontaine swallowed bile, "you got this process under control or not?" "We do now," Tenenbaum said, looking thoughtfully at the yellow overhead light. "Yes, we will not be producing more of those." "Then, I want you to do something for me. Kill that thing in there, incinerate it. No traces left. I want no bad publicity. I want more plasmids like the one that makes lightning, but more variety, more controllable, easy to package. Stuff that makes a man smarter, stronger. The stuff that makes us money. You understand? Money." Ryan Amusements, Rapture Memorial Museum, 1954. Stanley Poole stood at the outer edge of the small crowd waiting for Dr. Lamb to begin, discreetly passing out flyers on the maintenance station 17 in Apollo Square advertised a free public lecture from the eminent psychiatrist Dr. Sophia Lamb on a new hope for the working man. The lanky swan-necked blonde in the modish horn rims stepped up in front of the museum's Rapture Grows tableau with its stylized images of Rapture's founding workers. She gazed at the little crowd like a prophetess, her benevolent expression condescending but motherly, her smile infinitely knowing. She pressed the button to start the museum tableau's recording. A friendly male voice intoned, "After the platform is secured, work progresses at an astounding rate. Designed to be the foundation of Rapture, workers toil around the clock to create the metropolis you see today." "Do you hear that?" She clasped her hands behind her back and chuckled ironically, making eye contact with the small crowd, mostly low-level workers, all listening raptly, though Poole realized that Simon Wales was there too. "That recording," Sophia Lamb went on, "is a compact little insight into Rapture. Workers toil around the clock to create the metropolis. And in the Laying the Foundation exhibit right over there, what does the recording say?" Her voice was mockingly arch as she recited, "Engineers work to overcome obstacles such as diamond-hard rock, obstinate sea life, and unexpected casualties. Think about it, my friends. How much needless suffering have we taken for granted?" She shook her head sadly. "Unexpected casualties? Oh, Andrew Ryan fully expected them. He just didn't care. A great many lives were lost in building Rapture. Those lives were sacrifices to the god that is the human ego, Ryan's ego. The common man and woman in Rapture is overworked and underpaid. They're left exhausted. They toiled around the clock to create this city, but how much of what they created do they really share in? What did Andrew Ryan really offer but paper? A little something called Rapture dollars, mere documents, paper money, paper for paupers, and precious little of that. Who, I ask you, really owns Rapture? The people who built it? Or the plutocrats who control it? The many or the few? You know the answer." A good many in the crowd were nodding. Some frowned, unsure, but most seemed convinced. They'd been thinking something of the sort themselves, Poole supposed. Here was someone who said it right out loud. Dr. Sophia Lamb, a psychiatrist using her psychology on the common man. "This woman Lamb is becoming troublesome, Poole," Ryan had said. "See what she's up to. Stay discreet." If Ryan could hear this, Poole thought, he'd blow his carefully barbered top. Sophia Lamb paused thoughtfully, then pointed at the ornate walls. "Rapture looks like a great big palace at times, doesn't it? It abounds in luxury, but where's housing for those who maintain it? You're crowded into places like Maintenance 17, but that's traditional in a palace, isn't it? There are the luxury quarters for the elite, and then there's the little cubbyholes under the stairs where the servants live. Palace servants have always outnumbered kings and queens, yet we blindly continue to serve them. My vision of a new, united Rapture is revolutionary. Yes, revolutionary. I say it proudly, and yet all I'm bringing is a new spirit of cooperation, my friends, a new shape for love. Cooperation in a place like Ryan's Rapture is transformative, and the word I'm bringing is a sacrament, the beginning of a new church of cooperation. I have had an inspiration that seems to come from some cosmic place of certainty, and it is telling me that Rapture's foundation on competition is cracking. Competition is division, my friends. A house divided cannot stand." As she spoke, Poole noticed she became more intense. Her nostrils flared, her eyes flashed, her hands fisted. She radiated charisma, just as Ryan did. But her magnetism was somehow powerfully maternal. Poole glanced at Simon Wales and noticed he seemed totally captivated by Lamb. She went on, declaring loudly, "We must evolve to heal Rapture, and we will heal it by redesigning it from within. We will create a true utopia, and utopians fit to live in utopia. We will build a unity that will thrive, even as the surface world fails. But the new Rapture will not be based on greed. It will be a collective based on sharing. What is the collective? It is the body of Rapture. Therein will lie its truth, an end to the burden of mindless competition, a turning to cooperation, altruism, community, and communality." Holy cow, Poole thought. Ryan was going to flip. The boss was caught between a rock and a hard place. Ryan was officially against censorship, so how could he censor this woman? But from what Poole had heard about the secret structures being expanded in the Persephone Project, Ryan had a plan for taking care of red organizers. As the speech ended, he turned away and spotted someone at the back of the crowd he hadn't noticed here before, a man with dark glasses and a hat covering his bald head. Poole knew him, despite the man's attempt at going incognito. It was Frank Fontaine, and Fontaine had a mighty thoughtful look on his face. Frank Fontaine wasn't aware of Poole watching him. He was mesmerized by Sophia Lamb. The woman's amazing, Fontaine thought. What a con artist. She was a grifter with 2 or 3 college degrees. He had to admire her. What is the collective, she'd said. It is the body of Rapture. Good stuff. You could plug almost any feeling you wanted into that. Conning one guy at a time wasn't much challenge. But a whole crowd, conning a whole population? Man, that was a thing of beauty. This Lamb woman knew how you got the people on your side, figure out what was bothering them and use it as a kind of harness, and pretty soon they're pulling your wagon for you. Smart. But that's traditional in a palace, isn't it? There are the luxury quarters for the elite, and then there's the little cubbyholes under the stairs where the servants live. Palace servants have always outnumbered kings and queens. Smart. Give 'em something to repeat to one another. We're like the palace servants living under the stairs, see? This Dr. Lamb was going to be too much competition, of course. In time, he'd have to see to it that Ryan got the info he needed to arrest her. Meantime, she was inspiring him, along with the crowd, only not the same way. He'd do it all his way, of course. She was kind of the female version. His own version of radical leadership would be very different. Maybe it was too early to really get going on it, but he could start to plant the seeds, get it growing, and in time, harvest. Andrew Ryan's office, 1954. Bill found Andrew Ryan at his desk. "Mr. Ryan, I have that maintenance report." Ryan glanced up. "Oh, Bill, have a seat." He looked back at the folder in his hands as Bill sat down across from him. The folder was marked confidential. "I just want to have another look at the end of this one. I had Stanley Poole look into some things. This Lamb woman is a problem." He flipped a page. Bringing that woman in was bad judgment. He grunted to himself, closed the folder, pushed it aside, and opened another. "Yes. Poole's also found out something about Fontaine's new venture he's calling Futuristics. Seems quite pregnant with possibility. Take a load off while I sort through this." Ryan made notes, nodded to himself. Then he looked up at Bill, smiling. "I get so caught up in the day-to-day business. I forget to really take a good look at the people around me. You look a bit careworn, Bill. That's natural. How's Elaine?" Bill smiled, relaxing a little. He liked to see this side of Ryan. "Grand, Mr. Ryan. Knows how to make a man happy, that one." "Good, good. I, too, will settle down when the time comes. I dream of having a son one day, you know. Someone to take what I've built in his hands and keep it thriving, build on it. An investment in the future. What a wonderful place to grow up Rapture is, too. A wonderland for kids, I should think." Bill wasn't so sure of that. Not at all. But he only smiled musingly and nodded. Sullivan came bustling in. He nodded to Bill and stood beside the desk with the tense air of a man who is fitting this stop into a tight schedule. "You called me, sir?" "Ah, Chief, there you are, yes." He pushed the folder toward Sullivan. "I need you to jump with both feet into this. Have you heard something about a new development called plasmids?" "Plasmids? No, sir. What the blazes are they?" "Some kind of product. Look at this." He reached into a desk drawer, drew out a folded copy of the Rapture Tribune, and laid it out on the desk for Bill and Sullivan to see. It was open to the back page, on which an advertisement proclaimed, "Everything you always wanted to be, you can be with plasmids. The wave of the future from Fontaine Futuristics. Free samples of hair grow, brain boost, sport boost, electrobolt, brute more muscle enhancer, and watch for incinerate." Ryan shrugged. "Fontaine is putting them out. Grows new hair, new teeth, makes you prettier, stronger, younger, even faster. Already selling big to the maintenance workers. A genetic breakthrough, according to Poole. Our restless young rival is at it again. I want you to find out what you can about these plasmids, Sullivan, and everything about Fontaine Futuristics. Apparently he's hired Dr. Suchong and Bridget Tenenbaum to develop these products. That woman seemed unstable to me, but she's a whiz." Bill looked at the advertisement and shook his head. "Too good to be true, ain't it? I mean, got to be side effects. They test these things first?" Ryan waved a hand dismissively. "I'm not really concerned with weighing down progress with a lot of testing. People want to try it, they can take their chances. Well, Sullivan, can you take this on? Poole's got his hands full watching that Lamb woman." Sullivan rubbed his jaw. "Working on that smuggling thing pretty hard right now, sir. Fontaine's changed his modus operandi. We'll take care of their smuggling later, unless you have solid proof it's Fontaine?" "No, sir, not arresting proof. Of course, the constables would probably arrest anybody you told them to." Ryan leaned back in his desk chair, seemed to consider it. Then he shook his head. "No, if I did that, we'd be no better than the Reds. No, we'll get evidence, but first I want to know what this plasmid thing is all about. My instinct tells me it's something that could change Rapture's marketplace." Sullivan nodded, ran a hand through his hair, licking his lips as if he were thinking of bringing up another issue. Then he shrugged. "I'm on it, sir." He headed out the door, a man on a mission. "How are those leakage problems I've been hearing about, Bill?" Ryan asked, though the glazed look in his eyes suggested his thoughts were roving elsewhere. "Constant maintenance, Gov. The bloody sea doesn't just sit quiet out there. We push it out of our way and it pushes right back. Always throwing its weight around. Sheer water pressure, currents, changing temperature, ice formation, sea creatures are scraping and squeezing, barnacles and starfish and sea worms. Had to send scraping crews out twice the last month." Yes, some of the men spend so much time in deep-sea diving suits they're beginning to feel like part of them. Ryan smiled to himself. Bill remembered the experimental subject he'd seen in the labs, not something he wanted to think about. Ryan tossed the pencil on the desk, tented his fingers, and scowled broodingly. Fontaine is shaping up to be my great rival here. He can only sharpen me. It is like fuel for the fire of my talent, but I cannot let him come to fully dominate the marketplace in Rapture. No, I may have to take action. We may have to get tough with Mr. Fontaine. Maintenance Station 17, early 1955. It was right depressing visiting the old maintenance workers' colony. Bill McDonough didn't like coming here. It made him feel obscurely guilty as he walked along from the metro passage to the back of the pawn shop at the corner, picking his way past moraines of trash. Bill felt responsible for Rapture. He sure hadn't planned on any slums. Someone had written, "Welcome to Pauper's Drop," in red across one wall in dripping paint. Below it, a long tatty row of sullen indigents squatted against the metal bulkhead, shivering, some of them in carapaces of cardboard. The heating duct for this area was blocked, and the few merchants down here were reluctant to pay the Ryan Industries service fee for getting them unblocked. Bill had come down to do it in his spare time. Not that he would tell Ryan that. If Ryan knew he was doing charity work. Bill had gotten Roland Wallace to help, each swearing the other to secrecy, and Wallace promised he'd bring an electrician along, but neither Wallace nor his wire jockey was here now. Bill was beginning to feel nervous about being here alone. The surly unemployed along the wall watched his every step. He heard them muttering as he went along. One of them said, "She's watching him, too." He was relieved to see Roland Wallace at the corner. With Wallace was a bearded man in overalls carrying a toolbox, a tall, gaunt man with an aquiline profile. "Oi," Bill called, his breath steaming in the chill. "Wallace." Wallace saw him and waved. Bill hurried to him. "I'm bloody well glad to see you, mate," Bill said, keeping his voice low. "These ragamuffins over here have been giving me the gimlet eye, half expecting a knock in the head." Wallace nodded, looking past him at the ill-kempt men and women along the wall, many with bottles in hand. "Drinking, too, a lot of them. No rules against making your own in Rapture. Someone's been selling cheap absinthe to this bunch, I hear. 3 people died from bad hooch and 2 went blind." He cleared his throat. "Well, come on. The best way into the duct is in the back of the pawn shop. Glad to get the heat working here. It's damn cold." The electrician said nothing, though it seemed to Bill that the man was muttering to himself under his breath, his hawkish, deep-set eyes darting this way and that. Bill noticed thick red blotches on the man's forehead. They stepped over small piles of trash and went around a quite large one to get to the back of the pawn shop. "There's no trash pickup here either?" Bill asked. "We can't afford it." "You live down here, too?" "Why you think I'm doing this job free?" the electrician said, clipping the words. His tone dripped venom. "Need the heat. Can't get into the ducts without you Ryan Industry types along. Not if I don't want the constables after me." Bill nodded and thumped on the back door of the pawn shop. "Who is it?" called a gruff voice from inside. "Bill McDonough, looking for Arno Dukmajian. You got my jet postal?" Yeah, come on in." The man who opened the brass-sheathed door looked as gruff as his voice sounded. He was a squat-faced man with a rumpled suit with a scar through his lower lip. His arms were too long for his suit jacket. His hair was bristly short. "Yeah, I'm Arno Dukmajian. This here's my shop. Come in, if you have to." The 3 men entered the dusty, dimly lit back room, where there was barely room to move about. Piled floor to ceiling were appliances, radios, ladies' shoes, gowns, boxes of guns, boxes of watches, silver picture frames, anything that could be hawked. "I've cleared off the trap door," Dukmajian said. "This place was built right over it." Building over the trapdoor might have been a violation of some building regulation up on the surface, Bill figured, but in Rapture there were almost no building regulations. Wallace had the key. He knelt on the metal floor and opened the trapdoor as the electrician held an electric torch for him. The light slanted down to reveal a grimy iron shaft and a rusty ladder. A sickening smell rose up from the shaft. "Must be something dead down there," Bill said. He climbed down as the electrician held the light. It got a little colder each step he descended. The other two joined him at the bottom, and they ducked to enter a tunnel, the electrician going first to light the way. The reek of death was growing stronger. They had to move along hunched over. The tunnel was about 8 inches too low to stand up in. "If they're going to make it big enough for a short man, why can't they make it big enough for a tall man?" the electrician grumbled. "It ain't that much more." Just 30 echoing steps in, where the tunnel narrowed to a large pipe, they found the source of the smell and the cause of the obstruction. A body was jammed in the heating duct. It appeared to be a partly mummified body of a boy, perhaps 12 or 13, lying face down in the vent pipe. He wore ragged clothing, and his black hair was matted with old dried blood. A large fan blade, pitted with rust, had sliced partway through his neck. "Oh, Jesus fucking Christ," Bill muttered. "Poor little blighter." Wallace was gagging. It took him a few moments to get his composure. Bill had seen enough death in the war and in the building of Rapture, and he was almost inured to it. Almost. Still, he felt a deep queasiness looking at the shriveled hands of the child, clutching at the tunnel wall, as if frozen in a last attempt at reaching out to life. "I reckon," Bill said, his voice a bit hoarse. "The kid was exploring, and the fan's not on all the time. It was off, and he tried to crawl past, and that's when it came on." The electrician nodded. "Yeah, but he wasn't exploring. Didn't have any place to live. One of the orphans. Nobody took him in, so he came down into the tunnels to sleep, where he'd be safe. Maybe got lost." "The orphans?" Bill asked. "Quite a few, are there?" "There's some hereabout. People come here, work, then they finish a project and the bosses lay 'em off. No more work. But they're not allowed to leave Rapture either, so they start to fighting over food and such, kill one another. And now with these plasmids, some people don't know how to handle 'em. Gotta know how, surely do. If you don't, you might get a little carried away, leave some orphans." "There ought to be an orphanage," Wallace said. The electrician chuckled grimly. "Think Ryan can figure out how to run one for profit?" "Someone will start one. We get enough orphans," Bill said. "Well, let's move him and see if we can get this thing started." Glad to leave the impromptu metal tomb, Wallace volunteered to get the necessary items. He hurried back to the ladder, returning a few minutes later with a large burlap sack and extra gloves. "Kid's kind of shriveled. I suppose we can get him in this." Grimacing, they worked the child's body free of the jam, carefully blocking the blades with a hammer from the toolbox, in case they should decide to start running. But after they'd gotten the dried-out husk of a child removed and stuffed the desiccated body into the burlap sack and removed the hammer, the vent blades were still motionless. The electrician opened a panel near the fan and made some adjustments inside with a tool. He squirted lubricant in and used a small device to test for current. "It's live over there, but I'm going to have to give it a jolt to get it going. Some part sat too long, rusted inside. Stand back." He stretched his left hand out toward the panel, seemed to concentrate for a moment, his eyes glowed faintly, and a small lightning bolt shot blue-white from his hand and crackled into the open panel. Startled, Bill straightened suddenly and banged his head on the ceiling. "Bloody bugger in hell!" "Electrobolt plasmid," Wallace muttered. "Holy," Bill said, rubbing his head. "They just fucking—" Then he realized that the fan was whirring, blowing warm air into his face. "That'll do it," the electrician said. "When this one stopped, the other one stopped too. Should all be working now." He turned and glared at Bill, and there was still a bit of glow in his eyes, so that he looked like a feral animal in the tunnel dimness. "You just gotta know how to handle 'em, see?" he said. "The plasmids." Then he picked up his tools and started back to the ladder. 11. Maintenance Station 17, Sinclair Deluxe Hotel and Apartments, 1955. "You don't mean you spent it all, Rupert?" demanded Rupert Mudge's wife, just as he'd figured she would. with that disgusted look on her face that he was getting so very sick of seeing. She was a hip-heavy, short-legged bottle blonde with permanent frown lines in the corners of her mouth that made her face look like a wooden puppet. She wore a tattered red and yellow flower print dress and the work boots she used in her house-cleaning job. "I'm outgrowing that woman," Mudge thought, as he ran a hand through his luxuriant hair. He'd gone from partly bald to this glorious brown mane thanks to Fontaine's plasmids. He shook his head, harder than he needed to, so he could make all that hair fly about, and then he reached for his new atom. He already had a good charge of Eve going to activate it. "You take that plasmid stuff back to Fontaine's," Sally grated between grinding teeth. "I worked hard for that money." "Ah, Christ, Sally," said Mudge, injecting the plasmid. "A man's got to put on a good appearance out there in the world. I need—" His teeth started chattering as the stimulant effect of Sport Boost hit him. The room was swirling slowly around him, pulsing with energy. It was like he was the center of the universe. It scared him and exhilarated him both. It almost made the shabby little studio apartment they rented in the so-called Sinclair Deluxe seem like something worth living in, if it weren't for the cracks in the walls, the naked light bulb, the leaks in the corners, the smell of rotting fish. Sally, I need to show people I'm fast and strong. I'm gonna get one that makes you smart." "Ha! I wish you'd taken the smart one first. Then you'd have been smart enough not to blow our little stash of moolah on any of this. You don't need that fancy hair. You don't need those muscles." "These muscles are gonna get me a new job on the Atlantic Express. They're gonna put up a new line." "But I heard more people are taking the trams and the bathyspheres. The Express might be, what you call it, obsolete. They're gonna rehire you know-how after you went flippy on the foreman." "Ah, that big lug flew off the handle for nothing." "You were on one of those crazy plasmid things and you went nutso on him. You threw a wrench at his head." "Plasmids. You gotta get used to 'em is all. I wasn't used to it yet. All the fellas are using 'em." "Sure, and most of 'em are going broke from it. They sit around jabbering high on the damn things. Not a single one as doesn't have side effects. What's them marks on your face there?" "What? You never got a pimple?" "That ain't no pimple. It's like skin growing where there oughtn't to be any." "Woman, shut your trap and bring me some dinner." "Shut my trap? I've been working all day scrubbing floors in Olympus Heights for the high muckety-mucks, and I gotta come back to a dump and here bring me some dinner? Why don't you try earning your dinner? How about them apples? The apples we ain't got. How am I gonna pay for the food if you spent all the money on plasmids? You know Ryan doesn't allow no soup lines around here." "I heard the Fontaine's starting up some kind of soup kitchen." "I wouldn't go near that man if I was you. Maisie says he's a crook." "Now, what does that loopy bimbo know? Fontaine's okay. I thought maybe I could get some work over there. I'm strong now, look at that." He flexed his bicep, and his shirt ripped with the expanding muscle. "That's from Brutemore. Plasmids are the future, see?" She sat down on the sagging sofa bed across from him. "That's what worries me, the future." Her voice was soft now, and that had a way of upsetting him even more than when she yelled. "I wish we could afford a place with a window. Not that there's much to see but fish. A person gets sick of looking at fish." His knee bouncing with nervous energy, Mudge looked around the small, dingy apartment for something to sell at the pawn shop. He wanted another Sport Boost, just to make sure. He didn't like to run short on plasmids. All he had was another Brutemore in the icebox. The radio, maybe. Could he sell that? She kind of prized that radio. Only luxury they had left. "Funny, Mr. Sinclair calling this Flophouse Deluxe," Sally said. "Must be his sense of humor. But we won't have even this if you don't get off your tuchus and work. What I make can't keep us in a home, especially with you jabbing yourself with those crazy goddamn potions." "Ah, stop running your yapper." Maybe he'd take his last hit of Brutemore, see how it did with the Sport Boost real fresh in his system. He wondered if he could get Sally to take some breast grow. He got up, went to the icebox. He'd hidden the Brutemore behind an open half-empty can of beans. He injected it standing right there, with his back to Sally. A glowing red energy suffused him. He could feel it move through his body. It was like individual cells growing from inside. Sally kept rattling on. "This area wasn't supposed to be no permanent place to live. Supposed to be temporary housing for train maintenance. Not much better than one of those shack towns we had in the Depression when I was a kid out in Chicago. You know what they're starting to call this part of Rapture under the train station? Pauper's Drop. Can you beat that? Pauper's Drop, Rupert. That's where you've taken me. I should have listened to my old man. He warned me about you. What are you doing over there? Look at you. You look like you're getting all swollen up. It ain't natural." He spun to face her, and look at the expression on her face. Sally knew she should have kept her mouth shut. Her scrambling away like that was a clue. She was trying to get to the door. "Should have kept your mouth shut, woman," he roared. The metal walls seemed to vibrate with the sound. "Your old man warned you, did he? I'll show you something that old fool never thought of." She was tugging at the door handle. Rupert Mudge turned, seized the icebox, lifted it up, spun around, and threw it at her. Funny how light it seemed in his hands. And funny, too, how fragile she turned out to be. She had seemed like a real terror sometimes, a little ball of fury, but now just a big wet red splash all over the rusty metal door, and the wall, and the floor and the ceiling, and a head all by itself facing into the corner. Uh-oh. Sally was paying the bills around here, and now she was dead. He'd better get out of here, get over to Fontaine. Mudge stormed out the door, headed for the passage to the metro. Yeah, Fontaine's. Find work there, any work at all, no matter what they asked him to do, because he had needs. That's what Sally hadn't understood. He had powerful needs, and a need to be powerful. Arcadia, Rapture, 1955. "You know what's missing here?" Elaine said, looking around at the enclosed parkland. "The sound of birds. There are no birds in Rapture." A soft, golden artificial light suffused the air. Pushed by hidden fan blades Bill himself had installed, the breeze blew the perfume of daffodils and roses to them. Bill and Elaine were sitting on a bench holding hands. They'd decided to spend most of his day off together. They'd had lunch and then gone for a long walk. It was getting near dinner time, but it was a delight being in the park, smelling flowers, looking at the greenery, hearing a stream chuckling and murmuring. He found himself wishing they'd brought their little girl, Sophie. Not quite 4 years old, Sophie liked to scamper to the miniature wooden bridge and toss blades of grass into the creek of filtered water, watch them float downstream to vanish into the walls. She would happily play among the ferns, the artfully random boulders, the small trees. Still, he reckoned Sophie was having a good time back in the flat, playing that sea treasure board game with Masha, the little daughter of Mariska Lutz. Mariska was an Eastern European woman Elaine had hired out of Artemis Suites as a part-time nanny. Funny to think Sophie and Masha had never known a world beyond Rapture. Ryan suppressed most images of the surface world in Rapture's classrooms. That troubled Bill as much as the journey to the surface, but there were things that troubled him more, like Mr. Gravenstein putting a gun to his head in front of his ruined grocery store. The memory still haunted Bill. "No birds here, love. That's right enough," Bill said at last. "But there are bees, from the silverwing apiary. There goes one of them little buggers now." They watched the bees zip by, pretty much the only wildlife inside Rapture, unless you counted certain people. The bees were necessary to pollinate the plants, and the plants created oxygen for Rapture. "Ah, there's your pal Julie," Elaine said. Her lips compressed as she watched Julie Langford walk up. Bill glanced at Elaine. Did she really think he had some kind of hanky-panky going on with Julie Langford? The ecological scientist was a compact woman of about 40, her pragmatic haircut held by barrettes. She wore transparent framed glasses and olive-colored coveralls for her work in the tree farm and the other green zones of Rapture. Bill liked talking to her, liked her quickness, her independent way of thinking. Julie Langford had worked for the Allies, devising a defoliant in the Pacific, he knew, exposing Japanese jungle bases. He'd also heard that when Andrew Ryan talked her into coming to Rapture, the United States government had gotten peeved after she'd abandoned her federal job. She'd vanished, in fact, from North America. They'd been combing the world looking for her ever since. "Hello, Bill, Elaine." Julie said distractedly, glancing around at the plants. "Still not quite enough natural light getting through down here. Need to add more sunlight mirrors in the lighthouses. Those junipers are going brown around the edges." She put her hands on her hips and turned politely to Elaine. "How's your darling little girl?" Elaine smiled distantly. "Oh, Sophie's good. She's just learning to." "Good, good." Julie turned impatiently back to Bill. "Bill, I'm glad I ran into you. I need to talk to you about the boss. Just for a minute. Alone, if you don't mind." Bill turned to his wife, wondering how she'd feel about it. "You mind, Elaine?" "Go on, I'm fine. Do as you like." "Back in Molov?" Clearly she wasn't fine with him strolling off with Julie, but Elaine was a cheerful girl most of the time. It wouldn't do her any harm to feel a little jealousy now and then, keep her from taking him for granted. He kissed Elaine on the cheek and walked off toward the little bridge with Julie, hands in his pockets, trying to look as unromantic as possible. "Don't mean to drag you away from the little lady," Julie said, in a way Bill thought was a bit condescending toward Elaine. "But I need an ally, and I know you love this park." "Right. What's afoot, Julie?" "I tell you, Bill, here I am, a batty plant woman working for years to expose the Japs in the jungle, melting away plant life, and now I'm down here trying to do the complete opposite. We'll create a second Eden down there, Ryan says. All that, and now he wants to turn this place into a paying tourist attraction, for residents of Rapture, I mean." "What? But I thought this was a public park." "So it was to be, but he doesn't really believe in public ownership of anything. And he's trying to keep up with Fontaine, so he's raising capital, which means charging for everything you can imagine. Hires me to build a forest at the bottom of the ocean, then turns a walk in the woods into a luxury, something you have to pay for. You know how he is. Should a farmer not be able to sell his food? Is a potter not entitled to a profit from his pots? But what am I going to do? He's my boss, but he listens to you, Bill. Maybe you can talk him out of this. We need some kind of free public space in Rapture, commons. People just need it. They need the breathing room." Bill nodded, glancing at his wife, pleased to see Anya Anyer's daughter had stopped to talk to her. Elaine was smiling. She liked Anya, a smartly dressed little woman in a pageboy haircut, prone to free thinking. Anya designed shoes and clothes and had her own boutique, one of Rapture's success stories. Bill turned back to Julie. "But yeah, what am I to do, Julie? You know about his own private forest fire." "What? No." "Oh, yeah. Tells me I once bought a forest. Then they, he says, claimed the land belonged to God, demanded I establish a public park there. A public park where the rabble can stand about gopping, pretending they've earned that natural beauty, land that I owned. Congress under that bastard Roosevelt tried to nationalize my forest, so I burnt it to the ground." "Not truly." "Oh, yes, truly. You think you could be talked into making anything into public property?" She made a soft little grunting sound and shook her head. "Maybe not." She gestured at the gem-like parkland around them. "Once he told me God did not plant the seeds in Arcadia, I did. But I designed all this with a little help from Daniel Wales." "I think we ought to trust Mr. Ryan. He's known what he's been about so far." "Yeah, well, it doesn't end there. He's even talking about a surcharge for oxygen. He says the air in Rapture is only there to breathe because Ryan Industries provided it." "Ah, Jesus." Bill lowered his voice. "Here comes that bloody prat Santa Cohen." Sandra Cohen approached over the little bridge, arm in arm with two bored-looking young men wearing hunting outfits, though they carried nothing to hunt with. Cohen wore Tyrolean lederhosen, suspenders, and a mountain climber's hat with a purple feather. The leather shorts exposed his knobby knees. He looked peculiarly pale, but that was largely because Cohen had white-face makeup on, almost like a mime, though he was a long ways from a stage. His wiry, up-curling mustache seemed to quiver at the ends when he saw Bill. "Ah, Monsieur William MacDonough, Madame Langford," pronouncing the names for no apparent reason, as if they were French. "Cohen," Langford said, with a curt nod. "Sanda," Bill said. "You gents out for a stroll, yeah?" "We are, in fact," Cohen said. "These young rogues drank a bit too much, taken a little too much sport boost, too. Talked me into a walk in the park. Though the Muse knows I don't like parks, you know. Revile them, actually. Reminds me of animals." He squeezed the arm of the man on his left. Not this sort of animal. This very sophisticated animal is Silas Cobb, Bill. You must have been to his darling little shop, Rapture Records. I suppose you might say it's mine, too. I'm an investor." Cobb was a skinny fellow with a shock of brown hair and a dreamy expression. He snorted and said, "Yeah, he pays the rent for my darling little shop, which just happens to have everything Mr. Cohen here ever recorded." He brightened as he added, "And some other people, too. Sinatra, Billie Holiday." Cobb was still drunk, swaying in place. "And this great megalith of a man," said Cohen, tilting his head rakishly at the big guy on his right, "is Mr. Martin Finnegan." Finnegan was a mustached, surly-looking man, his height accentuated by the hair piled on top of his head. He seemed both grimly masculine and vaguely effeminate at once. "Martin worked backstage at the theater on Broadway where I performed my Young Dandies. If you needed a stout heart to pull a curtain rope, he was your man. Has quite a grip. But he's an actor himself. The next Errol Flynn, eh, Martin?"
"And why the hell not?" Finnegan growled. "I can act as well as that bastard from— Where the hell is Flynn from? He's no Irishman, is he?"
Cohen waved dismissively. "Errol's from Australia or Tasmania, some such place. Oh, few successful actors can act. They're simply lit well and have nice muscle tone. A lovely profile. Oh, what was that?" Cohen ducked his head as a bee flew by. "Was that an insect? An insect here in Rapture? I thought I was free of insects here." "Just a harmless little bee," Julie said. "Need 'em for the flowers." "Shudder some things, vile. Might walk on me, might sting me. I detest nature. It won't obey. It cannot be organized. Can one stage nature? No. Nature should be conquered, forced to submit. How ruggedly handsome you look today, Bill. Won't you come to the Kashmir with us, split a few bottles of wine, eh?"
"Bill! Bill!"
Bill turned to see Roland Wallace trotting up, face red, all out of breath.
"What's afoot, Roland? Twice today I had a chance to say that. Love to say it."
Wallace came to a stop, bent over, hands on his knees, puffing.
"Bill! Emergency! In Hephaestus! Flooding! Looks like it might have been sabotage. Someone did this on purpose, Bill. Someone's trying to kill us all."
Kashmir Restaurant, Rapture, 1955. Ryan held court over the dinner table. Joining him this evening were Diane McClintock, the engineer Anton Kincaid, Anna Culpepper thinking herself arty in a blue beret, Garris Fisher, a top executive working for Fontaine Futuristics, and Sullivan. Karlowski was about 30 paces away, keeping security watch in the restaurant's anteroom. Karlowski was fed as part of the job, but no vodka, not here. The Russian could sometimes be trigger-happy, especially after a vodka or three. Once in New York, Karlowski had shot a cab driver who'd had the temerity to scrape the limousine's shiny fender. Ryan had to pay a pretty bribe to keep Karlowski out of jail. Picking at the remains of a sea bass with the elegant sterling fork, Andrew Ryan reminded himself to keep smiling. He didn't much feel like it, but he was hosting this meal at the Kashmir and felt an obligation to keep up appearances. He sat quietly with his talkative guests, Anna rambling about a new song she'd written, Diane about a painting she was engaged in, having just recently gotten the notion she might be an artist. Kincaid was making feeble efforts at witticisms, all quite tedious to Ryan. He sensed that everyone was trying to think of some way to talk about anything but their feelings about Rapture, which made him wonder what people said about life here behind his back. Of course, the grumbling was becoming louder. The treacherous Sophia Lamb was stoking that smoldering fire. He watched his guests put on their little acts, striving to seem cheerfully amused, happily involved in Rapture, but starting to fray around the edges in the confinement, like so many of the weaklings he'd allowed into the city. They had every manner of comfort. Even now they sat in the most luxurious corner booth of the restaurant, by the tiered, gurgling marble fountain, under a big window that looked out on an undersea garden where purple and red flabelliform plants waved in shafts of blue light. Chopin played softly from hidden speakers. Life here for the moneyed should be enchanting, but it never seemed to be enough. Ryan noticed Anton Kincaid staring goofily at Diane. Kincaid was a man with little social sophistication but a brilliant engineering mind. His ratty sweater, crooked bow tie, and nervous nursing from a beer glass contrasted with Fisher's easy champagne sophistication. Ryan wondered if Diane would like Anton Kincaid. The engineer could be impressive. He had designed the Rapture Metro, and he was a man who loved ideas. Diane pretended to be an intellectual at times, though really she was quite a naïf. The only other diners in the restaurant, at a table across the big room, were the smirking Pierre Gobby and Marianne Delahunt. The young Frenchman, a winemaker, was visibly bored as he listened to the superficial Marianne, whose taut features seemed empty of character and age. She'd made one too many visits to Dr. Steinman. Ryan wished Bill and Elaine had come to dinner. Bill McDonough was damn good company, level-headed, too. Sullivan was finishing a third glass of Worley's best wine. Sullivan was a bit of a stiff at any gathering. He was either stone-faced or got drunk and started leering at the women. After the leering phase, he'd slip into the inevitable drinker's glumness, glowering at the windows as if angry with the endless blue depths. Ryan could almost read his mind. Taking this nutty job and moving down here, I must have been crazy. But sober, Sullivan did what needed to be done. Ryan knew he could trust his security chief. That was worth putting up with a great deal. He wasn't sure he trusted Garrus Fisher as much. The urbane, middle-aged Fisher, both a biochemist and an entrepreneur, had helped promote Fontaine's plasmids. "Any interesting new developments at Fontaine Futuristics, Garrus?" Ryan asked carelessly. Fisher smiled mysteriously, as Ryan had known he would. "Oh." He tapped the champagne flute with his fingernail to make it ring. "Naturally, but nothing you need worry about, Andrew. Your Brutmore is selling rather well, I understand. Others aren't quite panning out." Fisher shrugged. "These little potholes crop up in the road of commerce, do they not? We bump right through them, change the tires, and move on. Our Skin Glow is popular with the ladies, and Fontaine's new one, Incinerate, quite flashy." "Ha, yes," Ryan chuckled. "I watched the cook in the kitchen start the gas fire with it, pointed his finger and woof! A bit startling at first. Startling is itself an advertisement, you know, grabs attention." Ryan nodded. There was something to that. He'd been impressed, seeing the man shooting fire from his hand, a true sign of Rapture science at work, and according to Sullivan, Fontaine was raking in huge profits, overtaking Ryan's own. Ryan Industries truly needed to find a way into plasmids. Kincaid was gawping at Diane again. Ryan found himself wondering if he could indeed fob Diane off on Anton. Of course, he could always simply tell her to go away. But somehow she'd wormed her way into his emotional life so that he knew just dismissing her would be painful, which was partly why he wanted to get rid of her. He didn't want the distraction of a serious relationship. She'd been hinting of marriage lately. Detestable thought. Never again. But he would prefer Diane left him on her own, without having to be propelled. He felt her touch his arm, turned to see her smiling back at him with just a mild reproach. "Darling, my glass has been empty for ever so long." Ryan sighed inwardly. The former cigarette girl, at least publicly, was always putting on that stilted chic diction she'd picked up from the movies. Thought she was Myrna Loy. "Yes, my dear, we do need another bottle of champagne." He didn't want to suggest any more wine for Sullivan. "Brenda." The woman who was ostensibly the owner of Kashmir, Ryan's partner really, came hurrying over, trotting around the heroic statue of powerful men lifting the world, beaming at Ryan. Brenda's high forehead gleamed in the light from the window. Her tight, low-cut silvery gown, rather much, Andrew thought, for a woman past 30, forcing her to take small geisha-like steps across the carpet. "Andrew," she gasped in an absurdly girlish voice, "what else can I get for you?" "A bottle of our best champagne, if you please." "And," Sullivan said, "bring a, He noticed Ryan watching him and sighed. "A glass of water." "I'll see to it personally," Brenda fluted. Personally, and then perhaps the dessert cart." "Yes," Ryan said. "That'll be splendid. Thank you, Brenda." He glanced around at the others. The smiles they'd put on for Brenda faded as she walked away, except as always Fisher, who seemed in his element in Rapture, still smiling confidently. Maybe, Ryan thought, I'm imagining all this discontent. But his reports from Sullivan and other security sources suggested that there was discontent at all levels of society, especially in Artemis Suites and Popper's Drop, both of which were growing dangerously crowded. He'd underestimated how many people were needed for basic maintenance work and hadn't built enough housing for them. Rapture would soon exceed 18,000 souls. Not all of them came equipped with investment funds. He had hoped many of the maintenance and construction workers would earn their way out of their slummy squalor. Find a way to branch out, take a second job, invest, the way he would in their position. The rumors that Frank Fontaine and Sophia Lamb's followers had been encouraging notions Andrew Ryan regarded as absolutely taboo, such as unions, were getting louder. Fontaine was slippery, however. Finding proof against him for communist organizing was as hard as finding strong proof he was smuggling. But Sophia Lamb? He had a plan for her. He'd get her to debate him in public. When Rapture's better element heard her Marxist sophistry flagrantly blared on the radio, no one would object if she simply disappeared. "I was thinking," Diane said, "that we might have some public performances, me and Sander and a few of them others." She remembered her new grammar, cleared her throat. "And a few others, in the park and in the atriums, get people out more. You've made all these large, lovely, high-ceilinged spaces for people. But what do? They huddle like little gophers in their warrens." Ryan found himself yearning for the simpler, less affected company of Jasmine Jolene. Perhaps he could slip away to see her tonight. "Mr. Ryan!" Karlovsky's thick accent broke in on his thoughts. Smelling of tobacco and too much men's cologne, Karlovsky was standing at his elbow. Ryan turned briskly to him, hoping this was an excuse to slip away early. "Yes?" "There is problem in Hephaestus. Sabotage, they say." "Sabotage?" Strange that he should be almost pleased to hear of this, but it was just the excuse he needed. He stood. "Do not discommode yourselves," he told the others. "I'd better go look into this." "I'll come too," Kincaid said. "Not your area of engineering, Anton. I'll see to it. Perhaps you can escort Diane home for me after?" "Oh, yes, delighted. Surely, yes." Ryan hurried away with Karlovsky, guessing that Bill McDonough was already dealing with the emergency. Bill McDonough was up to his waist in icy water, wondering how he was going to deal with this emergency. He had sloshed across the valve control room and found the right wheels to turn, but his numb fingers were losing strength. He only had 2 out of 4 shut down. He managed the third and fumbled at the fourth. He should have closed the hatch to the valve room, but if he did, he risked drowning in here. He'd switched on the bailing pumps and hoped the machine could keep up with the inflow till he could get this broken pipe plugged. Roland Wallace was also wading in through the water, wearing rubber waders up to his armpits and gloves. Wallace pressed close at Bill's side, reached into the cold water, and helped turn the last 2 valves. The valve wheels turned gratingly, and it seemed to take forever, but at last the flow was blocked. The water stopped rushing into the room, and they found their way to the pumps, activated them, waiting for the room to drain, both with chattering teeth. "You see the tool marks where they tore the pipes out?" Wallace asked, pointing. His voice was raised to be heard over the grinding and sucking sound of the pumps. Bill nodded, rubbing the feeling back into his hands. The broken coolant pipe was jutting out, the metal ragged at the ends, the harsh angle and the marks on the wall suggesting strong force. "You got no argument from me, mate. Sabotage." The floodwater had almost pumped out when Bill saw the package taped to the ceiling vent. "What the hell is that, Roland?" "What? Oh, I don't know, but it's got some kind of clock on it." "Jesus, it's a bomb! Get out!" Wallace threw the bolt, opened the metal door, and they stepped through not a split second before a whoomph sound came from behind them, with a flash and a sharp smell of gunpowder. "Fuck!" Bill sputtered. He peered through the smoky air, back through the open door, and saw a blackened mark on the vent where the bomb had gone off, but no other appreciable damage. Instead, the room was littered with what looked like large pieces of confetti, which were starting to stick to the wet floor and walls. Coughing from the acrid smoke, he stepped in, scooped up some of the confetti, and hurried back out. There were words on the strips of paper. Printed in large black letters on one was, "Rapture oppressors," and on another was, "Be warned." They were all like that, one phrase or the other. "Be warned, Rapture oppressors," he said, looking over the slips of paper. "A bomb with nothing but paper in it?" Wallace said, puzzled, scratching his head. Bill remembered hearing as a kid about the old anarchist bombers active from the late 19th century. Mad bombers, they'd called them, but confetti wasn't their style. "Just a way to get our attention," he suggested. "A little sabotage, yeah? And a bit of a bomb, but not enough to make people go all out to find the bombers. Like it says, a warning, in it." "But the implication is that a bigger bomb will come," Wallace pointed out. "Otherwise, why a bomb at all?" "God's truth, that. Think they're oppressed, do they? That's supposed to tell us what they want? Bloody vague, I call it." "What's vague?" Ryan asked, hurrying in. "What's happened?" "Here, Mr. Ryan, you oughtn't to be here," Bill said. "There could be another bomb." "A bomb?" Wallace shrugged. "More like a firecracker, sir, spreading confetti with some kind of political warning on it. Not much damage." Bill handed him the slips of paper and watched Ryan's face go red, his hands trembling. "So it's begun," Ryan sputtered. "Communist organizers, probably that Lamb woman's followers." "Could be," Bill said. "Or maybe someone who wants us to think that's what's going on here." Ryan looked at him sharply, crumpling the paper up in his fist. "Meaning what, exactly, Bill?" "Dunno, Gov, but—" He hesitated, knowing Ryan's mixed feelings about Frank Fontaine. Ryan seemed to like Fontaine, didn't seem to want to bring him down. "Someone like Fontaine might use this political muck to shift power around in Rapture." Ryan looked doubtful. "Someone, yes, but Fontaine?" Wallace cleared his throat. "Rapture does have its vulnerabilities, Mr. Ryan. Doctors can be kind of expensive here. Fontaine could point that out. Sanitation, even oxygen, all charged for here." Ryan looked at him with narrowed eyes. "What of it? I built this place. Ryan Industries owns most of it. People have to purchase property, compete their way to comfort here." Wallace gulped but went bravely on. "Sure, Mr. Ryan, but people working for most merchants here aren't getting paid much. There's no minimum wage, so it's kind of hard to earn enough to save, and, The resourceful will earn. We have possibilities here others don't have. No restriction on science. No interference from the superstitious control systems people call religion. These malcontents have no case. And I must say, Wallace, I'm surprised to hear these communist ideas from you." Wallace looked genuinely alarmed at that. Bill hastily put in, "I think all he's saying, Gov, is that the appearance of unfairness gives these commie blokes a chance to get their snouts in. So we've got to be on the watch for 'em." "That's it," Wallace said quickly. "Just on the watch." Ryan gave Wallace a long, slow, silent appraisal. Then he looked back at the remnants of the message bomb. "We'll watch all right. I'll put Sullivan on this, with all speed. Right now, let us find a safer place for a convocation." Right, Gov. For one of those. Out this way, sir." Bill had told himself for his family's sake that everything was going to work out, but he could no longer ignore the stunningly obvious. Rapture was cracking at the seams.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.